Bonasera, good evening. It is day 2 of Worlds, and I'm going to be trying to break this down as best as I can, much like I did yesterday. I'm Skeletom, your undead host this evening, and I am joined by... Who's this? That's a hot mic. You can speak now.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Penny. I do not stream or do anything. I just really love Pokemon.
Really love Pokemon. So, day 2 has begun. They're just walking folks out now. I think they were listing off the folks who were here in... let's go Penny! Big Penny fans in the chat. Love to see it. Howdy, Sleeman.
Hi, Asoli.
Is that how it...
Alright.
I was like,
Yeah.
Sleeman? Like Sleeman?
You look ready to me.
Sleeman works.
Sleeman? Like, caution Sleeman for the Dreamcast.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Ooh, different casters today.
Amazing introduction.
Rose and Aaron were doing some casting yesterday. They swapped them out. They were like a revolving door.
Okay. Probably after I went to bed because I had work in the morning.
First game.
I am so excited.
The clip that I posted on Twitter to announce the stream was me watching a game that was being casted by these two, and so Iron Hands got like almost knocked out by a heat wave and then burned, and I was like, ooh, an insult to injury, and then 2 seconds later Rosemary says insult to injury, and I got it on tape, and I'm like, I can not only predict what the players are gonna do, I can predict what the casters are going to say.
The pressure mounts even more. I thought day 1 was really intense, but day 2
I felt pretty smart.
That's good casting right there.
I think so. It means we're all on the same page.
Make the top
Yeah.
potentially take home the World Championship title. But let's go ahead and
So I actually don't know who's made it all to day 2.
for the rest of the weekend.
I guess maybe we'll find out.
2023 Pokemon World Championship.
Yeah, I assume that's...
showcasing the best Pokemon VG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion.
I know everyone who made it to day 2 for the TCG side of things.
Day 1, our trainers face off.
And part of what I watched last night while I was still awake
Losses, no ties
for VGC.
to day 2. Day 2, trainers who advanced from day 1 will meet those who earned direct day 2 invites in a fresh set of Swiss rounds. Those who finish day 2 Swiss with 2 or fewer losses and no ties will advance to Top Cut and play in a single elimination bracket until a champion is crowned. All matches are best of 3. Who will take the
Imagine a best of 3?
champion this week?
A best of 3? That's crazy.
Crazy.
Follow the action at
Imagine.
pokemon.com/play.
Yeah, so for folks who aren't familiar, the way the VG side of Pokemon is played in competitive
So that's what we have
is
for
it's
first
doubles.
two
So you have 2 guys on the field at all times.
championships. And as Aaron
Specifically, you bring 4 of your team of 6. So like you'll have the matchup screen, you'll see all 6 guys that your opponent has. They'll see your 6, and then you each pick 4 to bring into battle. 2 in the front, 2 in the back. And then it's all best of 3. And starting with this season, in Generation 9, the format is what's called open team sheets, which is to say you provide your opponent with a sheet that lists all 6 of your guys, their Terra type, the item they hold, their ability, and all 4 moves that they have. Stats are not included on the open sheet, so that is still something you have to kind of intuit out based on like speed tiers and things like that. But therefore you're able to know what your opponent can possibly do to counter your play, and you really play the mind game. No longer do you just have to like make your best guess play and then lose because your opponent has the hard counter. Now you like know that they can counter it, and you might just not make that play, and you have to like navigate around it, which I think is a lot more interesting.
up until
You get to see people playing mental chess instead of just, you know, making a shot and getting called.
divisions.
So I think that's pretty cool.
Battling it out on Championship Sunday,
Yeah.
but we do have a long road ahead of
It's
us.
been a long time coming to have it be the official format of
But
VGC as well. Open sheets, I mean.
Number 1, it is
Okay.
off to
Oh, yeah, there we
Sunday
go.
Do I know any of these individuals?
And they have another hurdle to overcome today after we've added in our day 2 invite.
No, not really.
There are so many incredible players on this.
I
I
cannot
know-
tell you a single one.
I know Nick Navarre is the name I recognize.
And
And Xiang
I
Tong.
cannot express how difficult day 1 is. There were multiple world champions that
But that's pretty much it.
4 different world
Like, I guess that means Wolfie is out. Oh, and Neil Patel, I recognize.
really just
Um,
goes to show
Is
how
Wolfie really out? Wow.
That's what it looks like here. Jisok Lee won the first regional in this format, which is pretty cool. He won with Garganical on regulation, the only regulation day tournament. So it's cool that he's still in here. Oh, and Emilio Forbes. I was talking about Emilio yesterday, who's like a day 1 monster.
Forbes as well, despite
seeing that loss on stream still did incredibly
Oh,
well.
I guess he lost yesterday on stream.
And then
Oh, we'll find out. I have the
Vito just
remaining matches from yesterday pulled up that I can watch
across the
during the downtime
you could have
between matches
number of
during day 2 here.
day number
I don't know if it'll be like worth doing,
it would
but
have been stacked.
that's the
Yeah.
plan.
I think day one has never been more stacked.
Was
than
better than a
year.
30 minutes in
And
between
so
matches.
I hope so.
the amazing players had to fight through so many difficult rounds. I think one thing that will be exciting to follow throughout the course of this tournament is, can someone from day one actually win the entire tournament? We've had this day one, day two structure since 2015. Only one player ever has advanced from day one into day two and won the entire World Championship. That was Wolf Glick in 20.
And he's not here.
So I really
Wolfie's the
And-
last person to do it. He's not here anymore,
think we'll
so
handle this year.
I think if it's gonna be any year, it's this year for sure.
I like your
The
optimism, Rose. That's
It's
fun.
gonna be really tough as we take a look at the D2 and
Yeah, like obviously these are all very accomplished players.
these
And then these are the world warriors over here from North America that got straight into day 2 because they played really good for the rest of the year.
National champion alongside
So,
Kevin Michaels.
Uh,
That's really
Joe Ugart,
this
Chop Across the 4th,
really
Paul Chua, James Evans, Gavin Michaels, Alberto Lara, Zach Thornburg, and Regal Malvaya.
Absolutely, yeah. To stress, the players
Europe-
from North America.
Europe is
the
pretty
European
stacked this
players
year.
Were so good in their respective.
Yeah, this
plays.
is
They were
nuts,
considered
especially
automatic
comparably.
to
I was looking at stats posted by Victory Road, and it's something like
seasons
of
worth work.
100 players that were qualified from North America,
Throughout the season, but
15,
consistently
I think,
perform
remain
after tournament after tournament.
today.
You do not get to this list
Oof.
of players unless
That's not counting people who just like
most
didn't
elite
come.
player
The thing about Worlds being in Japan for the first time ever is that's really good for the Japanese audience and players,
really
but
was.
it's very expensive for not
You could see how
Japanese
the
people.
pressure was even sometimes
So a lot of people who qualified for Worlds just straight up couldn't come, which is really sad.
the race was so close.
That
that
sucks,
felt
Yeah.
but understandable.
like,
It sucks, but also like I have to be happy for it because as I was mentioning yesterday, this is the first time Worlds has ever been in Japan or even the Asian like region at all. It has historically always been in the United States, or one time it was in Europe, like last year it was in London. So I have to, you know, it's their turn, that's fine. It's only fair.
And Paul Ruiz,
It's only fair after all this time.
former world champion.
Yep, they've been doing this since 2008,
To play in
and
Yeah,
it's the first time ever that it's been in Japan.
One of the remaining world champions left in this field. We also have some names that are very notable to those that have watched previous world championships, such as Megan Rattle from Oceania. She has top cut the world championships in multiple years, and Sam Pendelis, who finished second at the 2017 world championships.
But of course, we also have to talk about our day 2 invites from Japan. These are just a couple of names, but as Anna said in the intro, I think all eyes are on Kaito Ari for this event. Ended up
I
getting
wish I knew more about the Japanese players, but the Japanese circuit is such a closed loop.
Invite, but
It's all very secretive,
looking at the team,
so I don't know who any of these folks are.
the Japan national
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even get portraits yesterday, so...
Mhm.
Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely. I think if I had to pick one favorite to win this entire championship, it would be Kaito. He has been so impressive. Of course, winning Japanese nationals in itself.
I actually was able
even
to
though that was
pull
a different format,
a
he has
different
delivered
site that
great
has
success in
all the
the
TCG standings for Worlds from
the first
yesterday.
really
Oh,
high-level team
that's cool. If we get to TCG stuff, that'll be fun.
teams, and
Again, I know nothing about TCG, so
For example, I had Taunt on Heatran, Leaf Storm on a Moon.
It's
really clear that
a
he
lot
can
of the
well,
same decks.
and
I bet.
Lugia is number one.
winning those
I mean, the
tournaments
VGC is
Yeah.
the same way. It's a lot of the same Flutter main.
against the competition. So my
Yeah, my
on him in this
my least favorite Pokemon.
Is also
Yep.
a player that has had really good performance, qualifying for multiple world championships. He
Actually, no, I got a Lando definitely takes the least favorite spot for me.
Really?
looking for revenge. And
Yeah,
Really?
that thing has been terrorizing me
championships is in
for
Japan, definitely
over.
definitely
When did Gen 5 come out?
because winning on the home turf would mean everything.
It really would. and
Landers
especially in
release.
the home turf of just Pokemon in general, I think is really cool.
No, not that.
experience for
Gen 5 must have been like
We also have some
2011?
phenomenal
Is
players
that
who are
right?
coming in from
Lando Therian was May 12th, 2012, so for over a decade now.
Nice.
respective national
That thing's been haunting me.
That's fair.
invite as well. But sure you all
I feel like you just hit it with ice though, and like you're fine.
separately, but make
But
sure
like
to hashtag
Flutter Man, like what are you gonna do? It's faster, it's
Ooh.
stronger.
let us know what you're
Yeah.
excited to
Lando doesn't often one-shot things unless it's like super effective,
What are some of the
but I
surprises
feel like Flutter Man
you've
does.
enjoyed? We just want you to be a part of
I
the
was-
Intimidate's
I was
really
gonna
annoying,
say,
though.
Make sure you join it.
I was gonna say it's about the kit, but then I thought about it, and
Oh man,
Fluttermane definitely has the better kit.
Look at the Bramble guest that we
Okay.
saw
I think the meanest part
now
is that Flutterman has access to Trick Room in Prison that I was talking about yesterday. It's like absolutely not a
Yeah.
Pokemon that can use Trick Room for itself. So the fact that it has it is just like a bad manners play.
Yeah, so here's a little sneak peek. for
Yeah,
you all.
just
Our very
disrespectful.
first round is going to feature Emilio Forbes, who made it through
Oh
yesterday.
nice, Emilio's first on deck for day 2.
Second at the 2018 World Championships and used Bramblegas to get there. Now, Bramblegas actually came out on the games that Emilio played on stream, but it didn't actually have a huge impact. It was really interesting, but I think the main
So he's the one who's the Bramblegast user.
pilot, right? And I think that
That's
it
exciting.
has so much potential, but it is really frail. Emilio using the Focus Sash variant in particular. His opponent,
Alright, we're learning lots about this.
who of course finished top 16 at the World Championships last year, won the European International Championship.
At least we actually know
won a regional championship
who's up
this year,
game 1
for the World
this time.
Championships in the seniors.
I think I have to imagine day 2 will move quicker because there are fewer. Well, actually I don't know. Does day 2 even have
entire tournament?
people play? Yeah, okay. So it's still people playing consecutively or concurrently up until top cut, but it's way fewer people playing concurrently. So the rounds should be more homogenized in that sense. Like the reason there's
Yeah.
so much time between rounds is because you have 125 tables playing concurrently, and some of them have Wochi and Dondozo and have to grind it out to a
Yeah.
game 3 30-minute timer match every single time. Like they're gonna lose, but they're still playing, you know?
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter. So now that like that kind of stuff has been dealt with, I guess, for lack of a better phrase, the rounds should go a bit more quick. It looks like we're just right into it.
Oh,
and we are just moments away
right into it.
Perfect.
For sure.
into
Yeah, day 2s are much nicer. I might.
As we mentioned,
I don't know. I got really excited this year when they announced that you can restream events going forward, because like that's how it should be. And so obviously I was
Yeah.
like, I gotta stream all of Worlds because that's very important to me. This is my Super Bowl. This is like the event of the year. But I might, for regionals going forward, just cut straight to day 2 and just do day 2 events. That might be
Yeah.
more palatable for everybody involved. But the thing is, like day 1, you get teams where they're like complete nonsense.
Oh, for sure.
Like you'll see like the Dunsparce Flinch Hack team on day 1, and they'll be gone by day 2 because it's not very good, but it's very fun to watch.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here's our Bramblegast boy, Emilio Forbes. This guy is a absolute monster. He has like a record of like 44-3 for the rest of the year, where he just like does not lose sets until like the very end.
And potentially under Tailwind from the Tornadus as well.
And he's running Bramblegast, who is a Pokemon that is not very meta, but is immune to a lot of very meta moves.
Heatwave, for example, from
We'll
Heatran. And
maybe see it this
I-
round.
I think we will, because his opponent has Heatran,
Yeah.
who's going to run Heatwave, and they've got Tornadus, who's going to run like
Yeah.
Bleak Windstorm.
on that Pokemon
So I
Yeah,
think
the
you'll see it.
Tornadus-
Is not
The Tornadus is the big thing that I think there is to look out for. I feel like all the genies are like kind of crazy now,
Yeah.
even though I feel like it's usually been Lando dominant before.
Yeah. The only one you don't really see is Enamorous, but I think people will figure her out eventually. I think she's better used in Trick Room in her Therian form than the incarnate, like upright,
Oh yeah.
sitting on a cloud
absolutely.
form.
Get it off the table.
She turns into a funny little river turtle and is like insanely slow,
right? How do the players?
but that's
because
neither here nor there.
Emilio's team aims to just.
I am a bit excited to see Ursaluna on not Emilio's, but the other.
I
his,
don't remember
uh,
what his name is.
And just go
I forgot who he said they're
I
playing.
I also immediately forgot.
I have is just the
I know
um,
Emilio because, like I said, Emilio has like a truly remarkable record and is like
some pressure
a
with
guy who has made a name for himself without any issue.
Pokemon generally are going to be faster in this
Yeah.
matchup. And
Eric
here we go.
Rios. Okay.
Coming out on
Yeah.
both ends.
All right.
Saw this
Funny
in-
genies.
It's a common theme. You want to be
I
able
gotta remember that I've got my
to the tailwind or at least
bingo card ready to go. No funny genies of healthy meta yet. It's
So
just the
I think
one.
you've got a great
But I gotta
Just
keep.
the one.
keep oh, Bramblegast!
speeds
I gotta check off Bramblegast. Duh.
because we
Yep.
can see that that can matter if you can get the tailwind up first. or not.
Bramblegast.
Absolutely. One of the things to pay attention to in this
Cool.
matchup is do both players just set up.
If you want to print out a bingo card of your own at home, you can type in !bingo into the chat. That's where I made mine from.
A lot of pressure with that
And follow along at home.
Be able to knock
If you have any questions about what any of the squares mean, feel free to ask.
back with something like that.
Yeah.
Because they're not all intuitive.
Influence of both slots. By the way, this is a Choice Scarf Urshifu as well, so
So very fast bear.
in this Tailwind matchup where
We're gonna see Tailwind into Tailwind for sure.
will just be the
Because that's what this Pokemon exists
Well,
to
Emilio's
press the
is
button
gonna
for.
go first with a
Alright,
Yep.
cool.
followed by
There it is. It exists to do priority Tailwind with its ability Prankster.
on both sides, but it's the U-turn.
Ooh, interesting.
Always love seeing that move choice on a choice scarf just because you know you're going to be able to get that U-turn in fast and pivot into something else that would be able to They're
to
better for
Heatran, yep.
Heatran.
Yeah, the Heatran makes
My
sense.
favorite grass type Heatran. Let's go.
And really only Pokemon
Double resist this, make it rain.
Eh,
so any other
Does
Pokemon
no
can do a
damage.
large amount of damage from it, but Heatran is so
Every time-
literally nothing.
Every time, and then yeah, it's got leftovers.
Yeah.
So effectively nothing. Anytime I see a hit like that in Pokemon, my brain plays the voice clip from the TF2 Scout where he's like, "Didn't hurt."
Switch into Bramble. Of course,
Yeah.
immune to that heat wave. So
Absolutely does nothing. Here it comes.
here we go.
Here it
Bramblegast.
comes. Let's go. Let's
So
go.
the plan here is to switch out the Goldango, who's going to be weak to fire, for Bramblegast, who is also weak to fire, but their ability specifically makes them absorb wind moves, of which Heat Wave, a double hitting fire move, is one of.
Play around Golden Go, though.
So
The Make It Rain doesn't pick up these big
it could be very good.
They just took a lot of
And
damage.
also Tailwind is an effect, so they're going to get a +1 attack immediately.
Guess has hit the field. It gets that attack.
Attack boost
Immediately
up.
From Wind Rider. And if
Taunt.
you see Heat Wave come
All
out,
right.
also going to get a boost from there. as
Taunting?
well.
Okay, yeah.
This Heatran is
Heatran often runs Protect substitutes, that makes sense.
Yep.
Air Slash, not a wind move. Air Slash
Boost
is
sash.
not a wind move.
Huge hit there from the tornado.
Go figure that one out.
by any chance instead of a Heat
No
Wave.
way.
No
Heat Wave, let's go.
attack boost, but Eric here is running that
Oh my god.
Weak Wind Storm, so that's a great way to deal with Bramble.
So what we're going to have to see now is Bramblegast
Now,
is going to... Well, actually, they're probably faster than anything,
Heatran,
because
Yeah.
Tailwind is in effect. I was going to say they have to Shadow Sneak.
Shadow Sneak. You
but-
could go for a Terra Blast here,
Okay, they got Power Whip, Terra Blast, Shadow Sneak, and Strength Sap.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Question is,
Hold on. We're cooking.
That's-
So Strength Sap is a status move that does no damage, but it heals you for a value equal to the target's physical attack stat. Like, just equal to the number. Like, no percentages or anything. If you're targeting a guy who has 200 attack, you get 200 health back, and then it lowers their attack by 1 afterwards. By, like, 1 stage, 50%. So... Okay.
This is
okay.
No way!
Aaron Cybertron
Really?
saying is very excited about this Bramblegast. I love his energy.
Right now with your Tornadoes onto the
That's cool.
side, and then Bramblegast
Is Terrablast common for Bramblegast? I
Yes.
usually
Yes,
Okay.
because your other option is Shadow Sneak, which is base 40 power, or the stronger variant takes 2 turns to use. Like, you have to do
okay,
this.
yeah.
This is your only,
Okay.
like, normal ghost move.
Too much longer to be on the field.
Yeah, and as I said, you get 1 shot when you're Bramblecast, so you better make it count.
it misses
No
Tornadoes!
way! Tornadoes
Oh, that's sad.
Complete disaster.
But is this going to be enough now?
Oh, but
Because
Bramblegast
this is
is
the
just gonna-
question.
yeah, okay.
Terra Blast is going to go into the Heatran.
Into
but
the
is he
Heatran?
going to be able to secure the knockdown
Okay.
this turn?
It is.
Wow.
Big damage, big
Whoa.
money.
Knockout.
Alright, but I'm sure he's gonna get Air Slash now. There's no shot.
That was a critical.
Yeah,
Windstorm.
not a yeah.
So he got
there it is.
the 1 hit. He got his 1 turn in.
Gets a huge knockout on
Yeah.
And it was a great turn.
It was a cool hit, yeah.
because Heatran is so
But I'm surprised he's running this Focus Sash set and not the like loaded dice
Golden Go is in a much
se-
better position.
bullet seed set.
Bullet Seed,
He had Power Whip, which is a very inaccurate move, 85 base power. But 85 accuracy, 120 base power.
He's found
85 is like really low.
these unique Pokemon that he can
That's like
release to his
definitely the lower end of something you want to run.
figured out how to be so preserved.
Low accuracy moves seem to be the theme of this gen's competitive.
Yeah, it can't be helped. Like you have no other options, right?
Buttermane from him is
But
Yeah.
it's just like you really don't want to do it. So a lot of people opt for the Bullet Seed, which is safer, but then you're less durable. You don't have the Focus Sash to back up on. Because you're running
Yeah,
the loaded dice item to get the 4 hits of Bullet Seed in.
The helmet.
Yeah.
we talked
So,
about earlier, so very bulky.
Uh,
That previous turn, by the way.
I'm sorry, did they just
Tornadoes
say that the Fluttermane has Rocky Helmet?
It took that make
Is that what I heard the casters say?
So, if
I
Tornadoes
missed
carry
that.
this
That's
investment, if any, it probably is investing
There's no way, right? That's not a thing anybody would
There's-
ever do.
before Bramblegast. That would have been a disaster. But
I don't know.
I gotta see.
put on a lot of offensive pressure. It feels like Emilio just has
So,
the fastest
again,
right now.
I'm gonna keep saying, like, again, I was talking about this yesterday. Rocky Helmet's a item you can hold where if you get hit by a contact move, the attacker gets
So it is
1/6 of their life just chipped right off the top.
valuable in
So it's very, very good into a very physically oriented meta. It's basically made to scare Urshifu away,
damage, but
and that's like pretty much it. But I've never seen it on Fluttermane,
turn.
because Fluttermane
Yeah.
can't take a lot of contact moves,
Emilio's
as they have almost no physical defense.
down. You want to get into a range that you're going to be able to get a knock.
Will Bleak Wind Storm hit?
Wind Storm,
Does it connect?
but
This
can
No.
it connect with the
Oh, it
tornado?
It does, okay.
It
It
Wait,
doesn't
there
even
we
KO.
That
Pathetic.
That's wild to see that
Wow.
happen, and now it's able to
Absolutely pathetic.
Oh, the 5 HP.
Both
huge because
both Talons peter out.
go back up.
exactly, yeah. Both players are able to set up Tailwind once.
It's exactly the same.
Get the knockout onto the opposing side, and the other person's Tornadoes goes down.
Now we do it all again. Both
Throwing this
now.
I was gonna say. I assume just click Tailwind again is
But if you do,
Possibly.
you're opening yourself up for a Bleak Wind Storm, because if you click Tailwind, that's cool, but then you're going to get knocked out if the opponent chooses to attack that turn. Or do they both just
Yeah.
click Tailwind and both just click Moonblast?
Yeah, it's Terra Water, so it would be more of a defensive Terra type leaning.
It has to be 1 HP exactly, I think, for Invisible Focus Sash.
Yeah.
But I'm not the cops. Like, if you want to mark that off, that's close enough.
But I
Especially because you
Yeah.
can't tell unless it's on the side you're spectating.
like the
So if it looks close enough on the opponent, like,
entirely
go
sure
for
we'll
it.
be able to get the upper hand here.
I'm not the cops.
For a trick room from Fluttermane on the opposing side is my
That would be
question.
wild.
Okay.
That would be wild.
Okay. That, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe just in case, right? But it will be
D-Gleam,
Emilio's
and I assume also D-Gleam.
finally going down on Eric's side after Emilio has tried so hard.
It's true. I would never
Oh,
take
Shadow
with a
Ball.
cob.
Ball response. That's both Tornadoes knocked out and a free switch for both.
Yeah, that's
Interesting.
interesting dynamic.
Are they a choice item on
Has the
Fluttermane? That's the only reason I can imagine why they wouldn't go for Dazzling Gleam, because that will not be very
I
effective.
Exactly. And you've got
They must be
only
choice specs, right?
assume-
coming out in the back, so
Yeah, probably specs, just because
rather than going for something like Trick
I don't see any other reason why you would Shadow Ball.
Because you need to be in Shadow Ball so that you can hit Golden Go for like neutral or super effective, unless they Terra. Or like if they Terra, it's neutral. If they don't,
Yeah.
it's super effective, and you hit Fluttermane for super effective as well.
Is, what Terra does Eric
What are
have?
the? Oh, I was gonna say. Well, no, because
Terra on Urshifu, so
Emilio already used their Terra.
around
Yes.
Fluttermane's, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're
on
right.
Terra
Yeah.
on the
So
front,
yes,
which
definitely Shadow Ball's the right move here.
Shadow Ball.
It's gonna come down to the wire already. Like what?
And now time for Eric to Terra. Who
Who
that is? Oh, Minty Wyvern. Welcome. Hi, I'm here with my co-commentator Penny. We're watching Pokemon Worlds 2023 Day 2.
Yep.
If you're interested in Pokemon at all, you've found the right place. If you're not, hopefully I can convert you into a Pokemon fan.
Let's see.
Game's pretty hyped so far. We've had a lot of exciting,
That's so
not
much
gonna
damage.
survive.
Yep.
like mirror match and type stuff. And we had Brambleghast show up, who's a very off-meta pick.
Will not be able to get a chance to attack.
Oh,
It
yeah.
does.
Today is not going to be a programming thing, but I appreciate it. Thank you for thinking of me and keeping me in your thoughts.
And went up with
Today I'm getting excited about the one video game that I love to play.
if the Tornadoes had actually gone down.
Oh, awesome. So you know a lot about Pokemon as well. Perfect.
Hail the Golden Goal, but
Yeah.
Golden Goal can't
Brambleghast was on the field earlier, who's a very off-meta Pokemon. They got one big hit in,
flutter, but now you're
and then they were summarily knocked out, as is the life of Brambleghast. But now this is coming down to the wire.
basically like, okay,
I-
But, oh, that's over. Sorry, I didn't realize Golden Go already took
I
a
was
hit.
gonna
Never mind.
Yeah.
Not down to the
Golden
wire.
Go took quite a big hit.
with that water Terra in this endgame was beautifully played.
Game 2 could go either way, though. Like, that was not like a commanding victory by either side, for sure.
A dominant
Yeah.
force, and to see it preserved.
Okay, so how would you change it up if you were Eric, or sorry, if you were Emilio in this case? Do you just like shelve the Brambleghast, or do you really believe in it all the way to the grave?
So many turns ahead.
Absolutely.
I mean, personally, me as Penny speaking, I'd keep the Brambleghast, but I'd probably shelve it for the time
I
being.
think it's really interesting.
It
I
does
don't-
eat into Heatran and Tornadus, though. But, like, again, it just, then what? That's cool, but then
Yeah.
Running Bleak Wind Storm. With that
If-
I don't know if what I'd switch out for though. I think Chew's
because
a
part of the
good enough choice if the Heatran tears to grass,
wallet
I guess?
but then
No,
Urshifu's
sorry.
just
No.
Urshifu.
If Heatran tears to grass, it doesn't matter, because its ability is Flash Fire, which makes it immune to
Oh,
fire
okay,
type moves.
okay.
That's why they tear it to grass, because it only leaves them with 2 weaknesses, flying and ice.
Right.
Or and bug, sorry, 3 weaknesses. And those are not very common offensive types.
When I look at
So it's a very safe Terra. So like Chi-Yu doesn't do well into Heatran at all and has like very little
Okay.
counterplay there.
valuable, and
Honestly, his whole team has like very little counterplay into a Terra Grass Heatran.
I think one of the main things to think about in this matchup.
Yeah.
I think Emilio needs to basically just get better speed.
Yeah, I don't know if you even really switch out the Brambleghast then.
Opponent
I
has-
guess, I mean, Urshifu's just all around good.
in the back.
I wonder
Yeah.
though if
Yeah.
Emilio maybe
Let's see.
is expecting like
If he does bring it to a mirror match, I think it'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Just to see the counterplay
What,
between the
Ursh
two.
and Ursh?
number one.
Yeah.
Had that available.
They just hit each other. They just slap each other with the big meaty claws.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what makes Eric's team so dangerous. If you look at Emilio,
Just like real bears.
he is just
Yes.
reliant on
It's messed up. Eric's Rio's team has 2 whole bears on it.
Fluttermane can operate both inside and
do we know-
We do not. No, we do not know.
I have to assume it's they
Water Terra is so interesting.
only run water.
Relevant against the Urshifu. Should
Okay, they keep talking about Terra Water Rocky Helmet.
and so
I think the Fluttermane
how do you
on Eric's team
and Trick Room, right? Because
has
if
Terra Water Rocky Helmet, I think is what they're saying,
to
which is something I've never even contemplated.
doing
But that does let you survive a Surging Strikes, I assume, because you resist it,
building here.
and also just they take a lot of damage.
Promoting games who are just commit to the Tailwind mode again.
I was talking all about this yesterday.
That's just the best Pokemon.
So much of the current meta is getting around the big three of Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Urshifu, and you dedicate like your entire build into screwing them over, which is so funny to me.
Back at the Golden Go again.
Yeah.
Because then you probably have to commit the Terra to be able to actually
Kinda
get the
funny.
Urshifu off, but it is going to be just the
Jeez,
Urshifu and the
Urshifu.
Tornadus once
Okay, not a mirror match out of the gate.
Tornadus and Golden
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're going to see 2 Tailwinds get clicked again, I'm pretty sure.
Here is,
No.
Hey, we're looking
Okay.
at
Taunt.
Taunt this time around.
That's interesting.
Taunt was one thing that I thought could be really interesting.
Thinking better of it, maybe?
Taunt into the Tornadus, deny the Tailwind there. This is an option that we've seen him.
Taunting into Tornadus is interesting because then it comes down to a speed tie, or like potentially a speed tie, right?
He wants to just
Where they
there's the
setting up
Yeah, 'cause
there's the Tailwind.
they both have the ability Prankster, right? So their status moves are all bonus priority.
time in the
And so then it comes down to which one of them is faster. Like if you're trying to taunt them away from using Tailwind, your taunt is a priority move, but so is their Tailwind. And then it just comes down to a speed tie.
Oh, never mind. Backed out to the taunt.
Taunt into-
Make sure let you get the better end of the speed control instead of just trading Tailwind.
I don't know.
He's going to go
And to
for it.
Thunderbolt, okay.
He did
Okay.
end up seeing his Tornadus move
Oh.
first.
And we go for a Terra out of the gate.
Is it going to be on the Tornadus to Dark type?
Okay.
I
Oh.
was going to say that would have been one of the biggest brain plays, but the Urshifu makes a lot of sense too. Just go ahead and hit hard.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so Rose is saying that the opposing Tornadus here has Terra Dark because Dark types are immune to boosted Prankster moves.
It does.
So like you
Ooh.
can't take the
Tailwind.
status move if you're a Dark type if it's boosted by Prankster. So that's like some fun counterplay.
He's gonna go into the Golden Go. Golden Go's gonna take.
You used to see Amoonguss Terra Dark a lot because it didn't want to ever be taunted because all of its good moves are status moves.
Damage
Yeah.
hit. This is of course once again the Choice Scarf Urshifu. So
Because you need that spore.
You need it, yeah. You're useless otherwise.
onto the Tornadus.
Ooh,
The
Ooh.
Tornadus.
that's an invisible focus sash.
No way.
That's not a
That
focus
is-
sash.
yeah, that's
Settlement.
definite-
It survived that Choice Specs Thunderbolt.
Where is it? I have that on here.
Absolutely wild.
Invisible focus sash.
Testament again into the bulk that this Tornadus has on Eric's team. This is not the
There we
first
go.
time we've seen such a critical survival.
That one is an invisible focus sash.
To go for something like an air slash if you want to.
Now I wonder if that's a roll or if they always survive. Like if that was the high roll and they still survive it, or if that was a low roll and they got really lucky. I have no idea.
Where it's like Tornadus actually surviving is a little bit awkward because you're taunted at this point, right? So you're not able to actually get that Tailwind off. Your best bet is like an Icy.
That does a lot of damage.
I was gonna say that's
The Icy Wind off.
fairly good damage on the Thunderbolt.
But yeah,
That's
this Specs Thunderbolt honestly putting in a lot of work. I think Shadow Ball may have ended up being a little bit better in this scenario where Tornadus ended up surviving, but
Now,
I was
I'm assuming Tornadus is gonna have to taunt Heatran.
So once
Yeah.
again,
I assume.
that set is running. because
Never mind, he's just swapping out.
This time around,
Never mind. I don't know anything. I don't know how to play.
I don't know anything about this game
I
anymore.
guess he's really confident that he wants to eat a Heat Wave
the end game.
on Bramblegast with the ability Wind Rider, right? Like
Go
that's
for it. Make
a better
sure
Yeah.
you
play.
have that speed
But
control for later.
I feel like
Bramblegast hitting the
Heatran is likely to
be able to pay off with
substitute
another
or
big
protect,
play. But it's
which
gonna
is
be a switch
very
for
frustrating when they've got
Bramblegast,
leftovers.
So not going for the air slash like
Yeah,
we saw last
absolutely.
time.
Alright, Fluttermane comes in.
Especially-
Now coming back out onto the field.
Yeah, there's your
Heatran
protect.
just
So it's
I was
just
gonna say,
gonna heal up.
especially
wants to
predicting the
see what
Bramblegast
that
switch
does
too,
because
which
this
was
is
kind of an obvious
Vortex
pick, but
Thunderbolt coming
I mean, it
from
worked last
Go.
game.
And
Yeah.
that's still gonna be
Oh, we got the calc.
damage on Pokemon.
Thunderbolt versus no defenses.
Choice Specs Golden.
18% chance to OHKO. Okay.
Every Pokemon.
So that's assuming that they're like that very specific
Out of that and okay.
special investment, which is I guess maybe possible.
Potential
We'll see.
Ghost Terra immediately onto Bramble.
Yep, okay.
You know that the Heatran slot.
So Bramblegast is once again doing the thing where they desperately try and have a move.
The idea from
a
Heatran
singular move.
can't double protect. I mean, they can try the double protect, but it's likely to fail. So they know that they can probably knock out Heatran. But then again, like, then what? We saw this last game almost play for play, right?
Half damage when it
Where we knock out Heatran, you get hit by a Shadow Ball from Fluttermane,
leftovers for cover.
and then what?
Based on that, and the fact
I guess
that
you could
And then
Shadow
what?
Sneak into Fluttermane
a plus
in that position
boost right
and
now.
be okay.
I don't think there's much that Eric could
Yeah.
switch into this
Withdraw Heatran.
situation
Oh, so somebody's gonna eat a big ghost
for
move,
well, but maybe
right?
you do end up throwing
Tornadus is just
Yeah,
gonna. Oh well,
I-
okay. They have 1 HP anyway.
just sacrifice it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the other interesting things about this position
That makes
is
sense.
that you feel forced to go for the Terra here, right? Because the Terra on the Fluttermane actually cannot be used yet. It's already the Terra on, of course, on the Urshifu's end, but the Terra Ghost here is valuable just to get more increased damage, obviously, and get that Terra Blast up, but doesn't get baited. Wow, Bramblegast here, just going for the Terra Blast. No protect here from the Fluttermane, but of course we know this is going into the Tornadus slot.
It's still going to be valuable damage from the Golden Go onto that Fluttermane. if it is going to be able to stick around, but
Is Golden
Tornado's
Go gonna
getting knocked
fast any
out.
faster here? Yeah, it's
Oh,
slower.
check.
Oh, that's tragic.
Oh.
Bramble
Bramble
gas.
gas.
Oh, but it goes into the Bramble Gas.
Which has the sash, which is
Sash
good.
So valuable though, just so it can hang on.
I was just hoping that Bramble-Ghast would have a turn where it ended
Thunderbolt is
at full HP and would just be able to live yet another turn.
HP.
These Thunderbolts are doing
That's
so
sad.
much, but just not enough to actually.
So do you go for the Shadow Sneak into Fluttermane here? I don't know if the Fluttermane has Protect.
If we saw the Roost reverse,
I don't think it does, because we established that it's probably a choice item, right? Last
it would have been
game?
Yeah,
So
yeah, I think it's definitely specs. I think you
Safer.
probably just Shadow Sneak
just like have
as-
to try and do something, right? They're maybe going to switch out and you'll do like a little bit of baby damage to
one of
Urshifu.
the other things to think
But like,
Yeah.
is the
oh, okay.
helmet on the opposing
Okay.
Fluttermane, which makes things a little bit tricky.
They keep talking about Rocky Helmet on Fluttermane.
Actually consider just
I don't know which one of them has it,
with the Fluttermane, go for something like a
but
diving
they
boost,
keep.
but
Oh, okay, wow. I don't know anything.
does not want to
It's not a choice item.
we know we're-
That's the one with Rocky Helmet, then I guess.
it's just a double protect. Okay, stalling out the tailwind.
Yep.
I don't know
Makes
anything.
a lot of sense. You know, the fact that you have Protect on both sides is very common strategy to be able to deal with the Tailwind turns.
It's interesting that they're trying to stall out Tailwind though, because they do still have that Shadow Sneak. So even if you become faster,
Leading into these
or I guess,
It's
but
still-
they both have Tailwind. They're gonna expire at the same time, right?
defensive pressure with
So
Yeah, I think
the
they're-
speed tiers are gonna stay the same if you stall out Tailwind.
For Emilio now,
Right?
you can just set up tailwind.
Your team's
I'm-
Tailwind peters out. Oh, they staggered it.
No.
I missed the beginning of the game then, where they staggered the Tailwind.
See Thunderbolt
Okay.
your covers for a switch into Urshifu as
So Eric still has one turn of Tailwind left, I guess.
Emilio this time around has a
Presumably, yeah.
endgame.
That's cool.
To notice that Eric does
Gosh, I wish there was a spectator mode so I could query the field status right now.
Scarf Aqua Jet
but-
to knock out Tornadus before it sets up another.
Hi, Eidolon. Welcome, welcome. Day 2 just started, and we're right into the matches.
For Emilio,
Off-meta pick Bramble-Ghast here, putting in some work. Very exciting to see the funny little tumbleweed.
Fluttermane did not have
There's the Shadow Sneak.
Hurt by the Rocky Helmet.
the Rocky
It is a
Oh my-
Rocky Helmet
Oh
Fluttermane.
my god.
That's crazy.
return. So I think you're okay with that. Like you get.
I can honestly say I've never seen that before.
The Tornadus could come into
That's
the
so
spot
cool.
immediately, and you can set up
Oh,
the
okay.
Tailwind.
Will-O-Wisp, but
Ah,
does not matter.
You just have to cover for it.
Thunderbolt.
You might be wondering why go for Will-O-Wisp in that position, and the idea is I
Hey,
think
Ricky.
Big
Welcome,
game.
welcome, welcome.
I have probably already lost.
Hey,
the game
Ricky.
unless Emilio
I like Cybertron weighing in on why you'd go for Will-O-Wisp
As you see-
as the foremost authority on
back here, right?
why you go for Will-O-Wisp in any situation.
I love the turn one adjustment. He did exactly.
It's very funny.
which was a little
This is still like to me
Ooh,
anyone's game.
I think in this
Switch out the Fluttermane for the Urshifu.
so smart. Now
No, Fluttermane's gone.
with that surging.
Oh, you mean in the Emilio?
On Emilio's side, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. I thought you meant like they swapped.
It'd be
No.
really tough for
This is still like anyone's game. I feel like
Pokemon to survive.
Emilio has a third guy in the Tornadus still in the back,
Talking about this
but I don't know. I don't remember how much HP it
Tornadus
has.
is very low HP.
It's like-
I don't remember exactly
yeah.
what, but
in terms of the speed control. Or sorry, Emilio won the trade-off.
And Eric has the Terra Water, so they've got the bonus damage here.
Tailwind, but
But they're also very now vulnerable to Thunderbolt, unless they knock out Goldingo right now,
one thing you can
which they will.
which
Yeah.
which
They guarantee
uh,
will, yeah.
KO Golden Go. Of course, we know that Urshifu is going
Now, counterpoint, Ursh can do the same thing to Heatran.
should see Emilio secure the game from that spot. But
Yeah,
you know, the main point
Heatran's out of here,
is there
also gets
Yep.
clocked in one hit,
Tornadus is on the
and now Tornadus is going to come out, and Urshifu cannot
out, but
knock out both Pokemon in the same turn,
then
so I think that's that.
Urshifu in the end game, you potentially outspeed everything. So we just see trades here. But
Oh, okay. Tornadus actually was quite healthy.
It's a 2v1.
It was the other one, I guess, that we're thinking of that went down to the invisible focus sash.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you just double into this guy.
Locked into surging strikes and you
Tailwind.
have the
Well, I mean, that-
ability for this
yeah,
grenade
I guess so.
Yeah.
For that speed control to be able to take that away from
The other one is Choice Scarf, right? So it's faster normally.
the least gonna be
right?
able to
I
take it away.
believe so.
So you want a Tailwind so that you
Only
can
way in which
continue to
you could actually
get hits in.
win
Yeah.
if you were Eric,
But now,
like your Urshifu
did that defense drop? Okay, they're not even targeting
was
the other Ursh.
to it
Okay.
out, and
The close combat dropping your own defenses, I thought maybe it was going to let
drops, and then
this Urshifu then
surging
knock out
I don't even know if that gets the
the-
knockout, but yeah.
Emilio's Urshifu. It's so hard to talk about the same Pokemon fighting itself.
Which would ensure that you
Yeah.
and 2 close combats will finish.
But now you're faster because you got the Tailwind up, which that was definitely the right play. Go for the second close combat, and that's going to be game.
Ah,
Powerful.
There you go.
That's, yep.
And we go to a game 3.
that's gonna do the job, and we're gonna head to a game number 3.
Very exciting.
First Swiss round of day 2. And this match is already delivering.
It
is.
I think the
So,
adjustment to bring
I don't know. I almost wonder if Eric goes for the Trick Room mode in Game 3, just like completely turn the game on its head, where he brings like Flutterman as his Trick Room setter, and then he's got like Rillaboom, Ursaluna, and Heatran or something like that.
protect either, so
Or
I
honestly,
think it'd be,
you could bring Tornadus honestly in Trick Room because it's got priority
Yeah.
anyway.
this actually can survive.
So like it doesn't care about the inverting speed tiers because it's just gonna go first regardless.
Another thing to note here is that
I feel like that might be the play. That's what I would do, but I'm not a world-class player.
go for something like Tornadus or
But I feel like if you just tried the same thing where you both have Tailwind and you both go for speed control again,
Wind plus water
it's
Tera
gonna be dicey and it's gonna be anybody's game.
or Tornadus, and then
I was saying it earlier, but I would love to see Ursaluna in this game.
another approach is the Trick Room.
I
Talked about
I think it's a very, very interesting Pokemon. I think it makes Trick Room
where it's potentially
even stronger.
immediately,
It's
but
it's just
I think what
cool.
makes me try not
It's
to
neat.
here is the
I think it's cool that they keep introducing these evolutions to guys who we thought were just the final evolution anyway.
couple ways that I
We got King Gambit, who is a real nuisance, but also it's like, oh,
Really talk
Bisharp.
about
You know, Bisharp has just been Bisharp for
of-
4 generations.
Fluttermane is
And now they're like,
just
actually,
so
there's more Bisharp.
look at
And his
Amelia
name is
There's
King
more
Gambit.
be able to deal with
And
it.
the same with Ursaring. Ursaring has been Ursaring
Yeah.
for
Can't
8 generations.
up
And then this gen, they were like,
and
hold
Here's
on.
more Ursaring.
We got more.
no.
When I saw Ursaluna, I was like, oh, okay, regional form or like branching evolution from Teddy Ursa. They're like, no, no, no. This is more Ursaring.
Or even taking as much damage.
Yeah, Eviolate Duraludon soon.
I'm curious if that's going to be the play. It's definitely going to provide you a lot of physical defense,
If
but
talked about a heat
I think in terms of being a steel dragon,
Heatran
Hisui and Gudra still has the market
Yeah,
cornered.
awkward because Tera
Hisui and Gudra is more specially defensive than it is physically defensive, whereas Duraludon is physically defensive over specially defensive, but Duraludon has less base HP,
but I am curious
which kind of
Tornadus
balances things out. But
lead.
crucially,
You could-
Hisui and Gudra
like Rillaboom
has the ability
I think that's really
shell armor, which means it cannot be crit.
again.
And as you've noticed in these matches,
Just flutter this
number 1 hot dog
brand
Urshifu
Another
always
player,
crits
it's gonna
on its signature move, so being immune to that is very, very nice.
build already.
And so, like, I think that alone will make it the de facto, like, Steel Dragon Wall.
For Emilio's game
But we'll see.
in that
Yeah.
game number 2.
Duraludon has its own merits. Duraludon's signature ability prevents its attacks from being redirected, so, like, that's
Could
cool.
taunt,
That's a thing.
but what?
Yeah.
exactly
Okay,
I'm-
taunt the Fluttermane, stop Trick Room from coming up, maybe?
all the wrong thing.
I feel like that's gotta
that
happen.
was my thought.
I think
'cause
that's gonna be what's
Fluttermane-
happening here, is Trick Room is gonna go
Yeah,
up.
absolutely.
Terra, Rocky,
Especially if they're leading
So go
Fluttermane.
for that Water Terra and that Trick Room, and Taunt does not go into that slot. And there's like a Ursaluna waiting in the back. This game can go
I can't.
really
Terra Water Rocky Helmet
It's a
Fluttermane on Eric's side.
Tornadus.
It's bonkers.
Like,
What a set.
Tornadus. So like what
I was like, there's really no innovation in Fluttermane. People just run it as a cannon. But like, that's crazy.
Shadow Ball.
It's
There's the
purely in service of telling Ursaluna to go shove off. Or sorry, Urshifu to go shove off.
Sunny day.
Oh!
Oh my goodness, the Shadow Ball! It
what?
was the Shadow Ball!
The Shadow
Wow.
Golden Go to call it, but Golden Go
That's
Whoa.
soul crushing.
damage is
Like, that was 2 really good reads from both sides. Emilio reading into the Tornadus to taunt and stop the Sunny Day, which would have give him boosts to Fluttermane. Fluttermane having the precognition to fire a Shadow Ball into the Ursaluna slot where it would have been neutral, instead getting a super effective hit on Goldengo. And now Goldengo, like, cannot play ball
So
because they're going to get
Yeah.
knocked out.
still really scary.
But
It's just gone.
Fortunately,
really
you can click Tailwind on Emilio's side, and Eric cannot click Tailwind because he's taunted, so you can get 1-hit turn of speed advantage.
trying in the back.
But the Fluttermane can just Terra Water and not die to any of these things that Goldengo's got, and just knock it out in turn with like a Dazzling Gleam.
Turn 1 here.
But you gotta try at least.
Switching out, is it Heatran?
Yeah.
No.
It looks like it's gonna be
Ursaluna!
so a huge
Alright, Trick Room's coming out this turn.
Yeah, He
He's gonna Terra Water,
definitely.
and here comes the Trick Room.
That a possibility
No
right
way.
now.
Yes.
There's the Terra.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. This is exactly how I would have changed it up in Game 3. I'm glad he's doing this.
longer will
When you win Game 1 and Game 2, or play Game 1 and Game 2 in the same way, and your team has an alternative mode, going for it in Game 3 is like, you know what?
so
You got me.
It could go horribly
This is,
wrong
yeah, okay.
if it is going to end up being the trick.
I think Eric's got this.
That's a lot.
That does a lot of damage into Ursaluna, but it doesn't matter.
And after
Doesn't
this
matter.
shot,
Ursaluna's an absolute house.
Goes for it.
Trick Room, baby.
Rios gets
That's
This is awesome.
so
This is incredible.
awesome.
activates just at the right.
So now the speed tiers are inverted,
Flame Worm.
which means that they just cast Trick Room on Emilio's side. Or sorry, Emilio just cast Tailwind, which doubles his speed, which makes him twice as slow in Trick Room.
coming over.
That's really bad. Because it's not even like you can just switch out to a slower Pokemon. Everybody on your team is now double speed, and you cannot make it go away.
Yeah, Eric's in an incredible position right now.
I think that might like almost just be game. I guess if they can deal with the Ursaluna and just like make it not kill, then they can still win. Because the rest of the team is still very like this Flutterman is still very fast. It doesn't go first in true. Well, it does because Tailwind is in effect. Oh god. Shadow Sneak is like your only way of doing damage here because it's priority.
Like just anything at this point because you set up Tailwind. That's a headlong rush.
Eric is playing lights out right now. I'd say he's really played perfectly.
Wow.
Turn after turn after
Yeah, I guess the thought was that Ursaluna was going to target Facade, a normal type move, into the Tornadus, and so he switches in his Ghost type, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is over. That's rough.
This has been just such a commanding game.
This is just like incredibly decisive compared to the first two.
Yes. That bringing in the alternative playstyle, which is just diametrically opposed to the one that you had been using in the previous two games, is absolutely a key to victory here. Ursaluna sweep indeed. I don't know. I don't see any way they come back from this on Eric's side. You can like Shadow Sneak, but you can't even Shadow Sneak into the Flutterman because they've got the Rocky Helmet, right? So like, what do you do? And you can't Shadow Sneak Ursaluna because they're normal type.
That can't even be done right
So
now.
you're
You do have the Aqua Jet though to at least try to get the knockdown onto Ursaluna slap.
can't do anything.
Eric is just not giving a
That Rocky Helmet is like
Rillaboom comes out, another adjustment.
Actually, big brain.
Goodness.
okay. So
And there's the Rillaboom.
Rillaboom comes out, eats the Aqua Jet for free. Gonna take no damage. Brambleghast leaving the field. To what end?
Pivot as well, but this Rillaboom is
There's what 2 turns of Trick Room left after this, I think.
for anything that
I believe so, yeah.
And I don't think I don't think Emilio has like protect on any of his guys, so you can't just stall it out.
Water, but what would happen at the end of the day? Rillaboom is on the field. It has Woodhammer to be able to pressure
Ruh-roh.
down. And it's
Ruh-roh, yeah.
any sort of water type.
It's gonna resist the Aqua Jet. It's gonna fake out next turn.
My goodness. This is
Does
so
nothing.
right now. So
Absolutely nothing.
Moonblast does something.
right now. What makes this so tricky in this
Good chunk.
point is that you don't have protect.
I mean, it brought you down past half, which means the next hit
Yeah.
will kill.
Going up on the opposing side is just like a complete nightmare, right? So, yeah, like you've got Tornadus out right now.
Here's where you side target Scary Face into your own Urshifu. It's the only plan. It's the only way.
Any potential
You side target Scary Face, lower your speed by
I was
2,
wondering if you do end up like actually
and then you're fast enough in Trick Room.
Jim, but I think
Is
getting it
what I would do.
try to stall out
But the fake out kind of
room,
throws that into disarray. Okay, they're not even going for the fake out.
to
Yeah.
save itself from the Woodhammer.
I'm not kidding though. Like the Tornadus has Scary Face. It's a status move that
Chance to go for the blast.
drops the target's speed by 2 stages, so it halves their speed. I legit think in a Trick Room scenario like this, where it's that dire, you side target into your own guy, make them really, really slow, which makes them fast in Trick Room, and just hope and pray that that was the right move.
games 1 and 2. We had not seen this.
But they didn't go for it, so I don't know.
Rillaboom at all, and he brought the perfect 4 Pokemon.
Here comes the Brambleghast
It's
again.
not going to be able to do anything though.
It's a taunting which too, and yeah, you deny the Tornadus on the turn.
Yeah, going for the double protect. This is the last turn of Trick Room.
Taunt instead
But-
of Tailwind. This game I think would look
I just,
perfectly-
yeah.
As soon as Trick Room goes up, such a good position.
Does not get the double protect.
But it's not going to get it, and I think that should secure the game here.
That is going to be game.
Basically see a
There's,
full
yep.
from Eric.
Woodhammer, and literally any attacking move.
Woodhammer to be able to knock out this Urshifu.
That's crazy.
Gas does not have too much life left. And Eric with some fantastic adjustments in game 2. and even
Incredible game 3.
adjustments in game number 3.
He gets the knockout on Flutterman, but Rocky Helmet
Here, as it gets knocked
closes
off,
the deal.
Rocky Helmet.
Yep.
Does manage to get a knockout on the Flutter.
That's a really good adjustment for game 3.
Oh my goodness.
I feel very smart for being like, in game 3 you simply go for the Trick Room mode and bring Ursaluna, and that's exactly what happened.
Standard Pokemon, but
Maybe it's obvious, maybe it's like, of course, you just do the different mode.
Tornadus?
Air
but-
Tornadus, you got the Sunny Day as well. The Tornadus Flutter is a
That's great.
I mean,
stressful
it is a
against, right?
fantastic
Because
play.
so
That
many
was
Pokemon go for it.
awesome.
Go for Tailwind and just start attacking with Fluttermane. You can go for Sunny Day, give Fluttermane that photosynthesis.
Now, I wonder how long until the next round, because I was thinking I could pull up Emilio's previous games,
And set up
because he played on stream yesterday,
Water Terra
and I've got the timestamp, but I don't know how long we've got. And I also kind of want to hear the winner's interview.
defensive Terra, but Rocky Helmet
Yeah.
to make Water Urshifu's life even more miserable is
Yeah.
fascinating to me.
I mean, Fluttermane, especially if you're able to kind of bulk it up a little bit, it makes a really nice target. Like, you have to deal with the Fluttermane, and exactly how are you going to hit it?
That's so
you
cool.
kinda
I
have
want to
two
see,
options
after
there.
this tournament, I want to see a breakdown of the Terra types and like moves of every Flutter main. I want to see that this is the only one that is Terra Water and the only one with Rocky Helmet.
I think
'Cause
you called out
It's so smart.
It's very smart, yeah. It completely neuters Urshifu. It's the entire purpose there is to make Urshifu not able to do anything.
Now we're looking at game one, and that air slash.
But it came in clutch against like Bramblegast here too,
With this targeting
Yeah.
because he only has contact moves.
game. Emilio made a really, really cool play in that first game, and of course he did have a pretty crucial miss with the onto the opposing Tornadus. This first game was also nuts, where both Pokemon end up surviving just with a sliver of HP. But the main thing that I think about here is the bulk on the opposing Tornadus, right? Eric realized. Okay,
Also, while I may, shout out to Emilio for continuing to mask up at this event.
and so
It is certainly a very crowded venue. It is the middle of the summer, and everybody's been traveling.
such a different
So,
from anything we had
love to see it on the main
This team
stage.
is also so
Good man.
different
I wish you
from the tournament
only the best.
he won, right? Eric
Most definitely.
D, he had started to bring out a few more like bulky Pokemon, but at the end of the day, you were really looking at like the Regidrago.
Goes for
I
the
think
big
that was
fist
also,
bump.
like such a standout from that particular tournament. But Eric
Big
was just
fist bump.
on such a tear as a competitor. I mean, after being able to win
Kind of unrelated, but I do love the stage production for this year.
It's
They always
beautiful.
go all out, but it's just gorgeous.
From what I've heard, it's not even just the inside. Like, it's all of Yokohama has been decorated from what I'm seeing on Twitter and other social medias.
impressive team I've seen
Is
across both
Pokemon Company has basically rented out the town of Yokohama, the city of Yokohama.
It's a team of a
That's awesome. That's incredible.
It's really cool.
play against Ursaluna.
Like every public walkway,
Expected it to be
or like public building is like decorated in some way with like subtle Pokemon touches.
and Rillaboom, Fluttermane, for example.
So
This
I
flex pick where it also has bulk.
wish I were there, and I know that when they bring it
And you can use
to
actually under Tailwind, which
back to the States, it's not going to be quite the same way.
Fluttermane. You have
But-
Tornadus, Fluttermane, which
Yeah.
when I saw that as a lead, I was like, okay, like I'm not really sure you can do how much damage can you actually do with that. But the reality is that the Fluttermane, at the end of the day, even with this Water Terra bulky set, it's still Fluttermane, right? It's got an incredible base special attack stat, and so
It's still Flutterman,
cool combo.
despite everything.
It's the-
It's still Flutterman.
cool text. Like,
Despite everything, it is still Fluttermane.
Tornadus, you've got Air Slash and the Icy Wind.
I feel like that's
combo. On
an edit waiting to happen in the Undertale mirror, where it's just like, despite everything, you're still Flutterman.
Grass Terra Will-O-Wisp that we saw previously. Ursaluna has
After Worlds,
and then
maybe I'll make it. Maybe someone else will make it.
Who
this,
knows?
this really, really looks like a team that I think could win Worlds. And if there's any player to do it, I think Eric came into the World Championships last year as, in my eyes, the #1 favorite to become World Champion.
Agreed.
And he showed why he's been one of the best in the game for over a decade.
Do you think these Paradox Pokemon like Fluttermane are going to be present in subsequent games, or do you think they're just like going to be locked in Gen 9? Because I'm wondering if Fluttermane is like another Landorus, where it's just going to be a terror for 5 more generations.
As long as Pokemon Home exists and they make the Pokemon compatible for sure, but it's also
such a balanced team.
you,
really is, and
just waiting and seeing what the next game is.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Or and if Fluttermane's in.
yeah, that's what I
I
mean. Like, do you
don't-
think they're gonna
How to win.
like Ultra Beasts were in Gen 7, and then like they're not really in
It's just
subsequent
Any.
games?
talking about that going into one of
I feel like it's gonna be an Ultra Beast
and
situation.
sometimes if you're
Probably.
you have to make just kind of an edge.
Because if Fluttermane is allowed in
But if you get
subsequent games, it's going to be always good.
immediately be
Like,
over, and that's
It's
what happens
as Sleeman in the chat points out.
on the other
It's
side,
like
and
incredibly funny they just gave Fluttermane Miraidon stats. Yeah, it's like 135 special attack, 135 special defense, 135 speed, and
we do have him on stage.
155 taters.
So I had to hear from him about
You
that
know,
after.
very, very, very good. Winners interview. Okay, let's
Thanks so
go.
much, Eric.
Tell me about your Trick Room
These
strats.
words are being thrown around like flawless, perfect.
I do agree with the commentators that Eric's team
Seen
does
so
seem
far this
like
tournament.
one of
In
the
that game
strongest
where you
ones.
It's because
I-
it's got the 2 modes that are
Yeah.
very opposite each
It-
other.
I'm always a big fan, not even just in competitive Pokemon, but other games. Just if a strategy can smokescreen into another one
hmm
and perform just competently, I love that kind of stuff.
I knew
Mhm.
his tournament was town, so it's sometimes tricky to maybe play in Trick Room against that. But I knew if I could put Trick Room in my team, I think I could just win with Ursaluna. So I recognized my error before in game 2, and I tried to do it on game 3 and works really well.
The casters have been saying how much they love your team. It looks pretty standard, but it has some really cool things about it. What's your favorite thing about your team?
The favorite thing I think is Fluttermane Rocky Helmet.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah.
didn't see before.
He's so proud of that one, as he should be.
I can force a lot of Urshifuls to take care about pressing circling strikes into the Flurry main, and also have Sunny Day that hit down my Tornadoes, but I have chances to beat Tornadoes Urshifu with that, yeah.
Let's go back to the first two games. In the first game, how did you feel that win? It looked pretty conservative. Were you feeling out your opponent? What was happening there?
In the first two games, I was playing, I think, safe to see the plays of my opponent. I know Emilio, but I think this is the first time I'm playing Emilio. So I knew him. He's a really good player, and the first two games I played so safe to see what happens, to see the matchup, because his team is also really cool. He's some strange things like Bambergas with Terracors that I didn't see before and has a lot of potential with that. Yeah, I was playing some
Big Bramble Gas shoutouts.
You gotta real recognize real, right? Like you gotta shout out the Bramblegast.
Maybe do better than.
I'm just very glad Wolf was right about that. It's so funny to me every time.
I think it's the Bamblegast, yeah, because the other stuff is pretty standard. So Bamblegast with Terracos is which Focus Shot is, I think, for me the most strange thing about him. Yeah.
Well, your team is looking very strong. Do you feel like this is a good start to what could be a winning run for you at Worlds?
I hope. I have been playing 10 years of Pokemon and have been top 8 at Worlds, top 16 last year. I will try to win someday, and I work really hard for this tournament because I want to win someday the World Championship. So hopefully.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about your history as a Pokemon player. You've been favored to win Worlds before.
Yeah, I won the international last year and also a regional. So I was one of the favorite players last year, but it didn't work like this year because I was playing a standard team that I feel comfortable all the year. I didn't test a lot at the end. So this year it's a new format, so didn't have a standard team to feel comfortable. So I started working really hard with friends, and thanks to them to always supporting me and help me to tournaments. And I think I made a really strong team, and let's see how it goes.
What were some of the inspirations for your team? How did you figure out some of these really cool ways?
This is like a much longer winners interview than I would expect, but I guess it is day 2.
I was thinking about the metagame, the start of the metagame, the Urshifu Tornadoes teams, pretty standard, and I tried to stop all the standard things with some strange items. But I think at the end, the standard teams are way better than strange teams. But if you can try to build a standard team with the strange items to beat the other standard stuff, I think this is probably...
He's really proud of that Rocky helmet, and as he should be, as you were saying.
Yeah, no,
it's like standard team, but strange items, though.
Yeah, I want to thank Gerard and Pedro that helped me a lot for this tournament weeks before, and also to my family, friends that have been supporting me all.
It's so simple, but it's just so smart.
It's really cool. I can't wait to see fan art of Fluttermane wearing the stupid Rocky helmet. The little construction hat with rocks glued to it.
We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championship.
All right, hold on. I want to see something. Fluttermane here. Rocky helmet does not register as a item that has ever been used on Fluttermane on the simulator. Let's see on cartridge. Fluttermane number 1. What Terra types we got? So Terra Water is not that uncommon because it's a good defensive type. But again, all the way down. This has item breakdown all the way down to 0.1%, or like 0.1%.
Introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles.
And Rocky helmet does not make the list. So you might be the first person to ever do this.
Some accessories.
It's very cool.
What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon.
It is the hardest of reads.
It absolutely is. You're super correct. It is designed specifically to get around Urshifu, and that alone. It's really cool. But like they're right, you can't touch them.
This is the real reason to go to Worlds.
The merchandise, yeah.
And the shopping.
Jean jackets. Oh no.
It kind of goes hard.
It does go hard.
I had friends who recently went to Japan and very similar experience to what you're describing.
Any
Any
tournament
tournament
is
is
just anime convention in disguise, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that jacket goes so hard. Oh no.
Oh,
All these things I
no.
can't buy.
Oh, there's one of said friends now.
Hmm? I spent so much money in Japan worth. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Rocket.
The Team Rocket jacket is super nice.
I like the denim, the jean jacket.
The jean jacket's so good. I
Well,
love
that's
it.
just me. The yen is super weak right now. This is true. So I have the remaining matches from yesterday also pulled up that I could use to fill time, but I actually don't know how fast we're going to go into like the next match, because it says at the top there, we'll be back in like a minute. So I don't know what happens in a minute. If they're just like, and then back to the panel or something like that, I might pull up Emilio's matches from yesterday, because I want to see more Bramblegast, but maybe not, I don't know. I don't know what happens in 40 seconds.
Oh, there's just care packages for showing up.
Uh-huh.
That's crazy.
Well, to get in as a spectator was a lottery system this year, so...
Oh, okay, makes sense.
Because they knew
makes
they was going to
sense.
be super overcrowded. But competitors also get stuff, like exclusive stuff.
Yeah. I sure wish other games I played did that.
So actually I'm so nervous, so vibrating my body here.
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser on the floor in Yokohama for the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I've just made a new friend. What's your name and where have you come from?
Hello to the Pokemon fans. My name is Inhwa Chung. In Japanese, Hitei Hitokazu, and I'm from Korea. Actually, I'm CEO of one of the Pokemon college in Korea.
Very cool. What are you up to here today? What are you doing
CEO.
here at the championship?
CEO.
Actually, my co-founder is one of the TCG player. So
Who?
yeah, it's Ho Sung-jang, HS Ho Sung. So I'm here to support him.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you think that he will play very well, maybe win?
Yes, I think he is one of the greatest player in Korea. So I hope he
Gotta support the homies.
Gotta support the homies.
What else will you do? Will you be shopping or watching Pokemon?
Will you be shopping?
Will you be
Of
shopping?
course.
What a question.
The TCG playing is.
What else is there to do other than engage in
I will
glorious
watch
capitalism?
another games and the top players games. Yeah.
I noticed that you're traveling with a lot of friends. How has it been being with your community here?
Actually, there are so many friends over there.
Women do be shopping.
I hope they can get another experience than from the Korea. So at the world, I hope they get a rather special experience.
Cool.
Yeah.
If someone has never come to a Pokemon event before and they're watching at home, what would you tell them it's like to be here?
So actually, I'm so nervous, so vibrating my body here. But the stadium is so big and all the staff is so kind that when you come to the WCS, you will get a special experience.
I
Special
think that's
experience.
true too. It
So
is
true.
so big here, and we're all full of.
I can only imagine.
Let's go enjoy it some more. Thank you very much.
I like the little Foy Coco pin she
We'll be right back
has.
with
Yeah.
The Pokemon World Championship.
It's got the... It's like also a world exclusive thing. It's that symbol right there.
Yeah.
I'm your host, Anna Prosser, and I'm here on the floor in Yokohama, Japan, and I've met a new family. Tell me, what is your name?
I'm Graydon.
Graydon, and what's your name?
I'm Fletcher.
And Dad here, what's your name?
I'm Patrick.
Very nice to meet you all. And where have you come from?
Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Wow, that's a long way. And I heard you've been traveling in Japan. What's the coolest thing you've seen here so far?
Probably like all the people playing games, you know, like there's so much, like
There's so much.
fun. Yeah.
What is your favorite
So
Pokemon
true.
game?
Probably the TCG, but I do like all the other ones too.
What about you? What's your favorite Pokemon game?
I probably say TCG.
Are you guys ever gonna?
They're so real. They're so real for that.
Are they?
Yeah, we're here.
I know nothing about the TCG.
How's it been going so far?
It's fun.
Yeah.
The TCG is so easy to learn. It took me maybe 15
I mean, it
minutes.
is a game designed for children, right?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right. What is your deck like that you're playing with in TCG?
Oh, judge this kid harshly, Penny.
A fun, powerful deck that does
Oh,
a lot
okay.
of damage. Yeah.
Okay.
And how about yours?
Hyper offense.
A deck that always works.
Always works.
Always works. Always wins.
So,
Almost.
which deck is that, Penny? Which is the deck that always wins?
99.
The deck that always wins is either Lugia or Lost Fox. Actually, I don't know how favorable Lost Fox is right now.
Okay, okay, okay.
It has
We're spending the time chatting.
It has a
with
really
people
good Gardevoir
traveling
matchup,
in
but
Japan, and here, best of luck in the tournament.
I'm not sure about other stuff in the meta like Chien Pao currently. Lost Box is basically just a big smattering of kind of weaker Pokemon that utilize the mechanic, the Lost Zone, which is basically like banishing from other TCGs. And you just fill up your Lost Zone, and then your Sableye can just do big damage, and is very low cost if it's knocked out.
The show, we're like, I just don't know if I'm feeling what I saw today. Nothing really feels like it's like.
I'm like doing the Pop Team Epic. I completely understand.
You understand? Doesn't understand
at
a
all.
thing.
All right, I can see this getting one of those Pikachu trophies at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, I can confirm that the vibes most certainly are on after game one. I think that's gonna.
If we do have time, well, I guess we have a little time now. Hold on, let me.
Obviously, add a bunch of top players.
Yeah.
Well,
I was gonna
checks out, right?
pull up Emilio's matches
and you're gonna get
from
some of the best
yesterday,
games when they get to
but
Yeah,
if
go
you've
ahead.
got like card stuff, I'm also happy to learn about that. I don't know how long we have.
Then it starts.
Either works for me. I have just a bunch of deck lists from like recent regionals just pulled up right now.
It's a great spot for both players, but
So this is from yesterday for folks who are tuning in. This is the guy we just watched win, or sorry, not win. The guy we watched unfortunately lose round 1 of day 2. Here's his day 1 stream match. So I want to see more Bramblegast in action.
Striker Urshifu as well as Iron Hands, whereas Emilio has
Love seeing more Bramblegast in action.
Water Urshifu. So the teams I would say play in a similar manner.
Go is one of those Pokemon I feel like popped up on the radar more recently.
Pretty similar stuff. Almost a mirror match here.
And it's also one that ended up creeping up in popularity even towards the end of Regulation
Oh,
C.
get this out. Get out of here.
One of those
Keep this
Pokemon that people have to prepare for.
Five Nights at Freddy posting
Tomorrow's gonna
in Penny's channel, not mine. Get this out of here. I actually legit thought you were a spam bot for a second. I was almost about to delete you. Welcome, hi Marigold. How's it going?
I think my main question in this matchup is for both.
I don't even have. I mean, I technically have a channel, but
both teams are already fairly fast, so I think often you'll want to bring Tornadus to match your opponent's tailwind.
Shameful.
If not, then you're just gonna lose speed.
Alright, hold on.
Tornadus fall into that. Or you're opting for.
Wait, I need these boys to fight.
You in itself.
I mean,
Rounds out and
Fight.
you're fast.
Trick Room and Ursaluna is kind of like
Five Nights in Trick Room.
different.
just having that special defense drop, and like that.
Totally.
Yeah.
One of
FNAF Worlds.
Boys fight.
Competitive FNAF.
in terms of safer for rather.
Oh my god, what's taking so long?
It's really important because it's about.
To see the turn.
There we go, okay.
Here, as we get the run back of the leads, it's gonna be the
Tornadus.
versus
Tornadus into Tornadus action every game.
And we've got abilities, so let's go ahead and give it up.
Clicking Tailwind is my favorite thing.
And actually get us into this game 1 of this best of 3 of Swiss round number 5.
All right, this is still really scary. I just think.
I'm excited to see Chiyu. This fish is a monster.
It's really cool. So Chiyu's gimmick is that its ability reduces the special defense of everybody on the field except for it by 25%. So you just do big damage if you have Chiyu. But it also, like I said, applies to your ally. So it's kind of a double-edged sword.
This is probably going to be that fairy tale.
Yeah.
I would assume so.
We just instantly Terra Water, yeah.
Water main, deal with any also dark
Wait.
attacks he could potentially.
Oh, seriously, he's playing a different guy today. I'm like, I thought we just learned that the Flutter Man was Terra Water.
Yeah.
It's literally a different match.
We're gonna see
Yeah,
one
sorry, only one guy's crazy enough for that.
main you would
So,
hope.
Fairy, I don't know
Maybe we see the
why, I guess just do big damage.
You also get a chance to see the
Tailwind comes up, Tailwind comes up.
Yeah, 99% of the game does just die to Chiyu every time you press a button.
It's true. Well, you have to land your overheat. It's a 95% chance
Boom Blast or Dazzling Gleam.
to delete something.
It is going to be Gleam, so kind of covering for a generally safe option. Can Tornadus now survive?
Double Tailwind, let's go. We're exactly as fast as we were.
And the Beats of Rune is lowering the special defense here.
Cool.
Ooh.
Tornadus dies because Chiyu is on the field, its own ally,
I can't tell.
reducing its special defense.
We would have wanted the Tornadus to go down, depending on if there was something in the back to get a free switch. But you also have the ability now.
Scary
just to be
face
able to
overheat
meet
is
it.
a very potential possible play. And your
I mean, today was the second time he had his Tornadus taken down to 5 turn 1.
immediately.
It must be a very specially defensive spread.
What can you switch into?
Yeah.
Overheat. You've got the Chi-Yu in the back. Okay, so let's see. Is it Chi-Yu coming out? Could be 8.
Well, yeah, Sleeman, I think it's the same Tornadus.
Yeah.
You have one
Yeah.
nickel, because it's the same one.
Hopefully the Assault Vest is going to be enough, because you still have the special
Scary face, let's go.
that is going to mitigate
Doesn't really matter into Iron Hands, though.
defense from
Yeah.
the Assault Vest, but the Bleak Windstorm first is going to be able to hit the Tornadus and the Chi-Yu to be able to knock out Emilio's Tornadus. But it's time to see what this Chi-Yu can do.
Overheat, delete.
It connects into the Iron Hands.
Iron Hands is like the 1% of Pokemon that can withstand that.
Definitely not bad, but I think Kentaro definitely doing a
This Iron Hands might also have the Assault Vest hold item, which increases your special defense.
It's not hitting the
So it might just like be
really good job.
neutral more or less.
Just faint immediately, recognizing how pivotal in this matchup. Dazzling Gleam in general is just so strong, and now that we know Emilio's 4, there's no way to actually really take that much damage or really block the damage from Dazzling. But as you were about
Well, it could be he loses this one and wins the next 2. I don't know if this is a 3-game set, but we know he makes it through to tomorrow. So you're right. We know he pulls through in the end.
In the back from Kentaro's side, how
It's just a matter of how.
interact with each other.
I think he's actually fine. Like, Chiyu's a little banged up. Iron Hands is beat up. He's going to try and fake out the Chiyu, I assume, unless they can Terra Ghost.
Here, as long as you
I don't know what Terra type the Chiyu is. If it's Terra Ghost, you can Terra Ghost pretty safely. Or you might just pivot to reduce your special attack drops.
right now, it's
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You switch the Chiyu out.
Chi-Yu is swapping out.
You reset your stat drops.
Coming out from the other end.
And Bramblegast comes in, is immune to the fake
Into the
out.
legend.
Has hit the field with
Tailwind is in effect. We're about to get a oh no, okay. Scary face.
onto the Flutter Mane.
But
oh,
the fake out's not gonna work. Or they didn't go for a fake out. What am I saying? That would have already happened.
going off first, and it can
Yeah.
Iron Hands does nothing.
Oh, we are just trading damage for damage right now.
So now it's
okay.
a pretty good spot.
out there on
Tornadus is a shame to lose, but Iron Hands is like a damage dealer. You really need that.
position with the Tailwind active.
Yeah.
It is.
Absolute house of a Pokemon.
Mhm.
Cannot hit it. So
I'm glad to see some form of Hariyama
target the
do well.
protect your Flutter Mane or switch out.
Oh, one point of information also. As Cybertron just shouted, Tornadus cannot hit the Bramblegast in this matchup because this Tornadus is running
Can get really
3 status moves, and its only damaging move is Bleak Wind Storm, which is a wind move that Bramblegast is immune to. But the one we saw Eric run in the set later
Could be
is
but you gotta take your time.
was running Air Slash, which for whatever reason isn't a wind move.
Yeah, it absolutely
So it does hit Bramblegast, and that was like another cool
is Dark Urshifu.
development.
Now, how do you
Yeah.
get to the point where you
Really, really smart
right? So
team building from Eri.
Hi, Halu Halu. Bazinga to you as well.
Can take a big
Good,
hit.
good Bazinga to you as
And
well.
so you are able to, of course, go for Wicked Blow onto Bramblegast. Right?
Yeah, the Iron Paraxes are not steel type, like none of them are,
Awkward when you use
which is
one.
very funny.
It's like the Tornadus on the other side doesn't have Protect. So do you just give it up, or do you just switch out into, for example, the Flutter Mane?
Well, the Flutter Mane is in a rough position, right?
Yep.
Because it did just get the Scary Face speeds drop, which means that the Urshifu could just simply be faster naturally in the Tailwind environment as well. So you have to consider that as an option of whether
Terra Fairy, it blows stuff up.
Flutter Mane for the end game. Does Emilio feel like he has enough information?
So Emilio's like very, very fast now. Fluttermane's
Definitely.
boosted
I like
speed,
what
I believe.
you're going for here. It's just
He's gonna Terra Fairy, blow up Urshifu.
So with that Fairy Terra, you now no longer are.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't have to watch the
Yeah.
menuing. I agree, it's interesting, but there should just be a spectator mode where I don't see either guy's menuing.
I'm still not
I feel like.
I would not expect it to, and if it doesn't, then I think Emilio is in amazing shape right now.
Time to find out.
Oh, okay. It's
But
just
it's
gonna
just
be the
going to be a
detect.
detect.
Yep.
Kick things off, and you can't really go for the Bleak
Okay.
Windstorm.
Yup.
Hey, Bramblegast gets an attack boost from that. Thank you very much.
There we go. This is what it's all. This is what it's all about.
This is what it's all about. So this is a +2.
Power
So your attack is doubled on Bramblegast. Now you got the 1 from your own Tailwind,
As Flutter Mane-
and a +1 from eating a Bleak Wind Storm from the opponent.
And because it didn't take any extra
And
damage, I feel like Emilio is
unfortunately, he targets into a protecting target.
now.
But
As you
now there's only 2 guys left for Kentaro.
Mane in the back.
Tailwind is still in effect,
Urshifu there.
and 3 very high damage dealers are still in play for. Oh, Tailwind peters out, okay.
I'm not sure.
But it does for both sides.
Right now, this Flutter Mane is at -2 speed.
So you're fine.
Opposing Flutter gets to come out. and of course puts on a lot of pressure. Now the main thing is that Brambleghast can get a one.
Marigold, obviously, feel free to ask questions.
With that
And same with you, Ricky. Like, anybody ask questions. If I'm going too fast, I'm happy to pause the stream and, like, go over something. I'm trying my best to break these down while it's happening, but turns are very short. But the core concept that you need to know for this matchup is Brambleghast has a funny ability where instead of taking damage from moves that are wind-based, which is not a type, it's like a classification of move.
Completely new mechanic to this generation.
Yeah, so instead of taking damage from that, it gets an attack boost every time it gets hit by one of those and doesn't take damage. Why play at level 50 instead of level 100? I do not know why that is the standard. But it is.
I could not tell you.
If you're over level 50, your guys get leveled back down to level 50 in VGC.
Yes, it just gets brought down to his focus sash here as Amelia.
So I don't really know why they do it. Maybe it's just because it's easier to get guys to that level.
Target the Flutterman.
And so, like, that's a decent cap.
We're gonna end up seeing a
this means, I mean, the Chiyu switching's fine because it doesn't matter to Brambleghast.
What's the limitation of stalling with Detect on the Weird Bear? Detect is a Protect clone, which means that if you try and use it in subsequent turns where it was successful in the previous turn, it has a 30% chance of working. And then if it works, the probability of it working is multiplied by 0.3. So, like, it'll always work first turn. If you try it again, you've got a 30% chance of it working, I believe. Next turn is, I think, 16. Something like that. Yeah. It's very likely to fail if you get the double protect. So that's why you don't just press protect every turn. Otherwise, things like Tailwind and Trick Room would just get shut out completely.
Does Chiyu survive a sucker punch?
Detect is a fighting type variant of Protect. It is functionally the same. It has fewer points that you can use it for, but it only comes into play against Pokemon that know the move Imprison. Imprison is a status move you cast on yourself, and it prevents any opponents from using any moves that you also know. So if you have Imprison and Protect, Urshifu wouldn't be able to protect, but very few things learn Detect, so you're safe in that regard. And Imprison is a thing you see actually somewhat commonly because it's the good counter to Trick Room. Often you'll see Trick Room on Fluttermane and also Imprison, which will prevent opponents from being able to use Trick Room. So that's why you'd run Detect.
The expectation if you're making that play from Emilio is
but otherwise it's the same as Protect.
You expect to outspeed the Urshifu. So this play basically works if one, you don't get crit by a sucker punch, and two, Heat Wave connects. So I think it's looking really, really good for Emilio right now. I'm curious if Sucker Punch even gets the knockdown onto Chiyu even with the crit, but let's see. A miss or
this one's like over. I have to imagine Emilio just wins here because Urshifu doesn't have a spread move. He will only be able to single target.
How this one's gonna end.
Yeah, and I mean the other question is, do you actually click Sucker
Wait,
Punch? Oh,
Sucker Punch into the Brambleghast?
Okay.
Okay, that's gonna get that out of the way here.
So what's huge about that is that the Chiyu does have Life Orb, right? So Heat Wave
it's gonna take recoil
yes,
damage.
Exactly. Oh,
but
Heat
it
Wave
just misses.
Oh, never mind.
Whoa.
Wow. Now, yeah, okay, Dark.
Okay, never mind. Kentaro wins game 1, I guess.
Exactly.
Kentaro wins games 1.
Okay.
There's no way this KOs, right? Yeah, it does nothing.
No,
because this is a single strike Urshifu. This isn't the water type one, so it's dark type. There we go.
There we go.
95% accuracy, yeah, that's correct.
First game here, Brambleghast came out and it got to attack boost, but the Flutter.
Hold on, is there stuff happening on the main stream? No, they're just doing interviews, which is cool, but I'm not particularly interested.
We did confirm Chiyu, of course, is now fast.
Wow, I thought Emilio had that, and then Sucker Punch delivered and missing on Heat Wave. Because that one is a rare instance of single strike Urshifu, who's the dark fighting type instead of the water fighting type, which meant that the fire move would have been neutral on it, and like Brambleghast stuff would have been neutral, like grass would have been neutral.
This is where your golden go question earlier, Rose, I think is really interesting.
Okay. I have the power to fast forward now though. Which is what I'm gonna do.
And what's for Tornadus, because like Brambleghast is still just so frail, but it's Torn Flutter once again as we go into this game too.
Tornadus Flutter. Tornadus every game.
Oh, let's go.
Now this is a familiar matchup that we just saw in day 2 here.
Does suspect that Kentaro might have something like the Iron Hints in the back to be able to switch in?
Genies of healthy meta. Genies of healthy meta is specifically 4 genies on the field at the same time.
Right here because you're like, there's no way.
But yes.
Let the Fluttermane is just gonna stay in here. Okay, the Terra's the safest.
Terra Steel, let's go.
We were talking about
hit hard.
King is it Iron Hands? Like that's what we expect here. It could be Chiyu, but it indeed is Iron Hands. Exactly.
Yeah, and what a safe switch there for Kentaro to make. And so just go for the damage now, though, because even though the Golden Go
Penny, how do you feel about Goldengo? Like,
still doing
generally speaking, design-wise,
regardless.
I
stat-wise.
do not.
Comes down to also
Stat-wise, I think it is a very interesting Pokemon. It has been kind of a scourge on the meta since the game like first dropped.
Terra now pressuring so
I do not like
once again, just
the way
a
this
tailwind here.
string cheese
wondering if
looking dude.
I'm definitely
looks
of two
at all.
minds. I like,
Yeah.
kind of don't like the design, but I also think it's funny that the super powerful special attacker is this like terrible little gremlin man, like this funny little golden guy, cheese stick looking guy. Yeah,
gonna be a lot.
Yeah.
Hey,
big damage.
It actually takes that quite well there,
Yep.
but it is going to be a
That's really the duality of Pokemon there.
lucky
Tornadus instantly dies.
switch into something
Iron Hands takes like
really love
20%.
tailwind conditions. And I don't know, maybe a Cheetah's in the back.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Kentaro just went with the same 4. I think like he prioritized those 4. I'm assuming because he just like really wanted as much
Urshifu would be
anti-bramble gas
nice.
as possible.
Genius meta or Tapu meta? I didn't play during the Tapu meta,
Bring it out.
so
Combat as you
or I did, but like not at the same level. So
go for
I'm gonna go with Tapu meta
close combat.
because I don't
Of
know
course, you could switch out into bramble gas.
anything about it.
Okay.
All right, we're
Alright,
cooking
Emilio
right
knows
now.
exactly-
My limited experience in Gen 7 was Trick Room shenanigans, where I didn't really care about the Tapus.
Right.
So
It feels so
that's me.
close combat.
But nowadays I run Psychic Terrain on my guy, or my team rather. So I think Tapus would be fine, but more Tapus would mean they could reset the terrain more easily, which I don't like.
Nice right now. You got the tailwind active.
How about you?
Weak wind, it's gonna miss. It's
No
gonna miss. It's
Tragic.
That's a huge.
You need that to hit.
Iron Hands is gonna take that like a.
Absolutely need that to hit.
But now you have to look at how the Urshifu is gonna respond.
it's
Here's the
Wicked
Wicked
Blow!
Blow! Right into the Bramble Gas. It gets brought down to its focus cell.
Oof.
my goodness.
Does Emilio not win this and still goes on to day 2? Is that what I'm about to learn?
Urshifu did have focus sash, so would have survived the turn.
This is like
No.
really bad looking.
Damage is just ridiculous, and Tornado
Wild
is
Charge
just
too.
Pokemon for Pokemon right now.
Yeah, unless he really turns this one around, I'm
Hands right now.
not sure.
Pokemon on Kentaro's side. Well, Tornadus is down. We're gonna
It's
see
like playing turn-based Splatoon. Yeah.
and Fluttermane
Weather Wars are alive and well. They just have a new battlefield.
on the other side.
Yeah, that was honestly a huge miss on the Urshifu, though, right? If you get that down to 1 HP,
I know a lot of people who were upset that the Tapus aren't in Pokemon Home
what's awkward
in this regulation.
about Sucker Punch,
But
from the
I don't know.
opposing
We've got
team.
Rillaboom,
And
which
the
is
other
like basically good
team,
enough. The fact that there's no electric terrain setter
Iron
other than Pinchurchin, who is not going to get used,
It is going to be the
is
Terra sub-
difficult
is which-
for a lot of the like Iron Hands is the
right?
God's gift to Pokemon right now, and nobody even uses its ability,
Safely for-
right? Like it never gets the
But you could also
triggering of its ability by terrain. It always has to use the booster item if it wants to, and it's still that good.
I think Strength type is a really
So if we have an electric terrain setter, and you can just like run Assault Vest and also get the boost, I think that would be really cool.
Do we end up seeing like a detect coming out from the Urshifu? I don't know. Maybe also seeing
There's
like
a
dark
detect.
type.
Okay, yeah.
There you go. Just play it safe a little bit here in case you do see kind of a giant read. But it's a Fluttermane
All right.
going in for the Moon Blast. And so Iron Hands
There we
does
go.
down in this scenario, opening up a little bit of a door here for Emilio to start to weave in some of these bigger attacks. Maybe even get a chance for Bramble Gas to stick around a little
Strength
bit
Sap, that's a solid choice.
Now the idea is you
Of course, Focus Sash only can ever proc once, so even if he heals back to full there, he wouldn't be able to live again.
Emilio's obviously
Like,
committed
wouldn't be able to endure another hit again.
is
But
the choice
lowering the attack of the Urshifu would probably be a
one
pretty good
question
move.
we had earlier was just, hey, whose Fluttermane is faster, right? So if you go
Absolutely.
with that Fairy Terra, then you can
Smart choice for the Bramble Gas side too. Now the more that I think about the meta for this set.
Yeah, because you could also do something like, I guess it wouldn't be very worthwhile, but you could even side target your Strength Sap into your Fluttermane if you really, really needed to desperately, because it doesn't use its physical attack at all. So you
Yeah.
can just take from that and that's fine. But you wouldn't really heal a ton.
Final two for Kentaro. He has nothing else.
Absolutely. I think it has to be a lock into Shadow Ball right now. The question is the targeting, right? And so
If only they had Rocky Helmet on their Fluttermane,
Shadow Ball of its own on
then this Bramble Gas would be left with no choice.
This is
If only they had Rocky Helmet.
so
Yep.
funky because whoever is faster and gets that knockout immediately just has such a huge advantage. So, of course, right now you can try to protect the Fluttermane maybe, and then it looks like, okay, just going for an attack here. Okay. So,
Oh,
What-
this is risky.
the speed interaction
Oh,
between the Fluttermanes is going to be
so
absolutely
risky.
huge here, and then it's a debate, I think, of Strength Sap versus Shadow Stick. It's going to be the Strength Sap lock.
Goes
so
for it again,
it's gonna
okay.
be Fairy Terror here. We expect Shadow Ball from the opposing side. From Urshifu's end, do you go for Wicked Flow or Sucker Punch right now? That's my main question as we play into this turn.
Well, the Terra animation is to leave this in suspense.
It'd be crazy if this Urshifu clicked Sucker Punch. Oh, what's happening?
To see exactly what's going to happen. The very first
Kuribo. Hello, welcome.
into the Flutter.
Dazzle probably.
Bonus era.
Oh, that's a lot. It's
I'm Tom. I'm
first.
trying to commentate here on Pokemon Worlds 2023. Really nice to see you. Thank you for stopping by. I'm joined by Penny this evening. No relation. And we're currently we're watching the last couple matches from day 1 while we're waiting for round 2 of day 2 to start.
So we're talking about this.
Yep.
We're getting excited about Bramblegast.
The sucker punch onto
I love this thing.
and so now you can just close combat right into the Golden Go, and that's
I'm just gonna keep saying that over and over again every time it comes out.
It's cool.
Urshi, we saw that would have just gotten the knockout after the sucker punch, and then it'd be Golden Go in this.
I think Emilio just loses, right?
Really tricky turn to call, I think, but
Maybe if he's faster somehow, make it ranking. Collect this. But if he's not, a close combat will do it because he is no longer ghost type.
Yeah.
I don't know what the speed setting is right now.
Interactions here. It's gonna be the Flutter main to move first with the Dazzling
Gleam. This doesn't do much.
Doesn't do much, no.
Oh wow.
Just a touch faster naturally.
More than I thought still.
Golden Go.
Yeah, okay. So Emilio does not win this, and he goes on to day 2, and also doesn't win. That's rough.
Yeah, that was really intense. Like, I thought you kind of had to lock into Shadow Ball there, but in the end, the Flutter on the opposing.
That's rough. How are we doing on day 2 here? Are they talking about the game being ready to start?
Nothing to be sniffed at. That is a serious number of points. That is
I hope so.
Essentially, multiple worlds invites with the bar that was set for Oceania. But Gabriel Agati, what a season he's been having, putting up great performances at ICs. Again, ends him up on double at 1,196. And I think that just shows, just how big and how...
They're talking about point collection from...
Make those runs at
I guess they're talking about the players who are up next. I guess Agati is going to be on deck. Gabriel Agati.
To really kind of get into things.
Fun fact, during the what's called the Global Challenge, which is the weekend ladder tournament that they put on a couple times during the year on cartridge,
of number 2,
where you can earn some points if you place high enough on the ladder.
IC
In one of my first matches, I matched against Gabriel Agati, and I got my teeth kicked in.
I remember you talking about this.
I was really salty about it, but I like whatever.
I think the Latin American
very, very funny.
top players in that group, a handful of them just seem like they've...
Or rather, I should say, I got matched against somebody who has the same in-game name as Gabriel Agati, and it's a very unique in-game name. It's like Woolaber, which is not like a real name. So it's either somebody pretending to be him or it was actually him.
I think they tend to
Either way, funny little anecdote.
Really interesting takes them.
Very good player. I don't quite remember where he landed up on the leaderboards for total points, but I think he's a day 2 guy. Like he jumped straight into day 2. So that's cool.
The same group of 6 that you see.
And so what I mean by that is you have to get a certain number of points by playing in tournaments throughout the year to qualify for Worlds. But if you're at the very, very highest echelon of the top qualifying points, you actually get a direct invite to day 2, which means you didn't have to play the 7 rounds of Swiss yesterday. You can comfortably walk in, get past all the riffraff, and just start on day 2 here. Only one player has ever won Worlds from day 1, and he was eliminated yesterday, it looks like. So, it's very, very difficult. Being able to start on day 2 is a monumental advantage.
To preparing and understanding the way they want to play the game.
Yeah, I think
absolutely.
They're really difficult opponents to prepare against, right? Where, I think because there isn't a huge group of them using similar Pokemon, you kind of just have to roll with it and figure it out once you get to the tournament, right? Where, there was a number of archetypes I think players were really prepared for. Aaron kind of has mentioned the whole Reggie Drago thing that hasn't really shown up as much on stream so far as we were expecting.
Show me Reggie Drago. I want to see the Reggie Drago Goldengo combo on stream.
And I think it used to be years and years ago, like, oh,
the mental fatigue from playing so much in a row is such an underrated. Yes, absolutely. 7 rounds of Swiss is crazy. My locals are 4 rounds of Swiss typically based on player turnout, and I'm beat by the end of them. I cannot imagine doing 7, especially when there's actual stakes and you actually have for real adrenaline going through your body because it matters for more than just a couple funny points.
You get caught with 2, 3.
I cannot imagine doing 7 in a row. And the regionals are 9 in a row on day 1. I'm pretty sure. It's usually 7-2 is the top cut. So I don't know how people do it. I just want to be a staff member going forward. I don't really want to play competitively. I don't have that drive. I'm not hungry enough. But I want to organize. That's my calling, I feel.
It was back in February when we were in Regulation B, I believe. And the regionals were very close behind, so they didn't have the same
tournament fatigue is
growth and build
crazy.
To call out
like you said, 4 rounds basically knocks you out.
Mm-hmm.
So they definitely took a little bit of a breather as well, and that really does show, you know.
And like the team that I was running at locals was very, very mindless. It was a very standard Trick Room team for the time. It was last regulation when Trick Room was a little bit stronger. Well, Trick Room was a little bit different. I shouldn't say stronger, but there were also fewer counterplay measures.
I'm excited to see what they bring to that, right? I think
So I like very much had the same game plan against most of my opponents, and just nobody there was prepared for it. So I could just do the same thing over and over again. I didn't have to pull out like a miracle like what Eric just did in round 1, where I play one way and then like immediately reverse course. So even then I was like feeling fatigue, and I didn't have to think very hard.
Probably for all the
So
players in the field,
yeah.
they're hoping they can finish up their round in 2 games this time. We have to check the end of this set, learn a little bit about players from the regions we don't get to broadcast as much, because I think these are both players that are very likely to go deep in this tournament and be factors as we start playing the final rounds of Swiss.
Well, while we are talking about these 2 players, just focusing on them, there are more rounds out in the field that we would like to make sure that people are aware going on. These names matching up. Honestly, this is probably the craziest version of this graphic that I've seen so far.
Oh, okay, I recognize a lot of these names. Joseph Ugart, I recognize. Gabriel Agati, like I was just talking about. Arlian is a French player that I recognize.
That's a good one.
Jisok Lee won the first regional in the generation with Garganical and Baxcalibur, which is pretty cool. We just saw Eric Rios play with his very powerful Terra Water, Rocky Helmet, Fluttermane.
Joseph Ugarte versus Eric Rios. These are names that both trainers.
So that sets the MVP of the tournament. Unless we see something absolutely wild now.
I can't imagine what would like be more subversive while still being meta. Like definitely in terms of a set, I would agree with you. But in terms of like an individual Pokemon draft, like I don't know. We'll see. Maybe somebody will like pull out something crazy. Like maybe we'll see an Amorous Therian form in Trick Room. Or like my dream of getting Glastrier into the limelight would be there. But then it's like the Pokemon is what makes it, not the set it's running so much, because there's not going to be so much variance. In terms of innovation, I think that's like got to be up there. The Rocky Helmet Fluttermane.
No matches.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes we go to the regional championships, and since anyone can enter, you do have some newer players, right? So you only have that first or the second round where you've got like a champion player playing off against someone in their first tournament.
I'm gonna check what TCG's at right now. See
Sure.
Charizard and his favorite food is glue. Not going to happen here. Where, I think every match. Careful, buddy.
Game 1 was Mew versus Lugia, and Lugia took it. Of course.
Of course, Lugia took it. I don't understand.
Lugia took it. Let me pull up a Lugia list.
Not able to take these down.
So the crux of Lugia is it's colorless. So instead of normal type in the TCG, that's just what it's called.
Okay. So you can attach energy of any type to it. Is that how it works?
It's something.
Game starting for VGC.
Never mind. Game is starting. So
that's good. That was a really modest downtime. I realized we did also watch another whole 2-game set in between though, but I was skipping around.
Yeah, it should be a really great.
But we were able to fast forward today.
Yeah. I think these will be quicker than yesterday. Like I was saying, I forget if I said this live on air or if this was when we were getting set up. In day 1, there's like 100 tables going concurrently, right? And you have to wait for them all to finish before you can advance. Today, there's like a quarter of as many, probably less. And the teams that are like really outlandish and stall oriented typically don't make it to day 2. So the rounds are also just a bit faster overall. Do we have anything exciting here? No. This is boring. These drafts are boring to me.
Turns out you lied to me.
I'm not excited about either of these.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned before,
Is Tatsugiri? I've kind of been a little bit out of the loop for this regulation. Is Tatsugiri just not to play anymore because Dondozo is just such a
Dondozo's a beast on its own. That's a good point. That's something to talk about. We've got Dozo with no Giri here. So for those who don't know, in this generation, Dondozo, who's the funny little blue whale-looking guy that Alistair here has, is a Pokemon that has a tremendous amount of physical bulk, special bulk, and HP. It's pretty slow, pretty good physical attack, but it has a interesting synergy with this tiny little sushi Pokemon Tatsugiri, who's very fragile and specially oriented, where if they're both on the field at the same time, Dondozo will eat Tatsugiri. Tatsugiri will go inside Dondozo, and Dondozo will get what's called an Omni Boost, where all of its stats double, except for HP. And you cannot send another guy out to replace Tatsugiri because they're still technically on the field. They're just protected inside Dondozo. And so you're also locked in. You can't switch out. And people are realizing that they don't really need to commit to that bit because Dondozo is just such a bulky wall by itself.
We'll be happy to see that. Window. He's a little worried about
and it's interesting to see that that's the evolution here.
It's be interesting to watch. You know, the Chi-Yu.
Alright, so this Iron Hands on Gabriel's side has Assault Vest. We got Rocky Helmet on Amoonguss, the Pokemon that item was made for. Citrus Berry, Gyarados, and Chi-Yu with the choice specs. So Iron Hands resists special damage. Chi-Yu does a ton of special damage, and then we've got our supports in the back.
But we did just see the.
Is Gyarados popular? I
Yes.
feel like I haven't. Okay.
Yes.
I feel like I really haven't seen it much for the VGC I have watched in Gen 9.
It does well into a lot of things. Being a flying type is a big boon. It's an Intimidate user that can also learn like Thunder Wave and Taunt, so that's cool. Ooh, big damage.
A dark pulse from the
Big damage.
So
that's a big chunk.
Dozo will eat the berry, but like, wow, you've already had to burn your healing item. Yawn comes out, so now Chi-Yu has to make the decision if it wants to switch or not. Otherwise, it will fall asleep at the end of next turn.
Yeah, Dondozo doing what it does best there, kind of slowing the game down, not taking too much damage, and you're sort of forcing those switches, right? Yawn, if you're not familiar with it, after the second turn, if you don't switch out of battle, the Pokemon will fall asleep. So kind of just forcing these rotations. Unfortunately, I think this is a team that's very good at rotating, right? See both the Amoonguss
I was gonna say, I think
in the back.
You just swap, right? You swap into Amoonguss, and
yeah,
Amoonguss doesn't care at all.
I believe that's what they chose. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Using physical attacks, so two great.
Yeah, because you don't care about the electric or fighting moves from Iron Hands. If it hits you, it takes chip damage more than you probably take. You don't care about the water attacks from Dozo.
So both trainers.
And now we get Landorus for some good old Intimidate spam. So Iron Hands is going to lose one stage of attack. Amoonguss will also. It doesn't care about that. But crucially, Iron Hands can't go for like a Volt Switch or a Wild Charge into that slot anymore.
Yeah. Quite nice. Maybe trying to catch the Gyarados
because Landorus is a ground type.
As he is taking
So yeah, there you go. The attack is completely nullified. Would have been super effective into Dozo. Does nothing into that. And then we get some Intimidate spam of our own. We're going to sound what Gyarados looks like.
Making some very good defensive switches there, trying to fish for each other's.
I think this is going to be a game with a lot of switches. Like, they're just going to keep doing this.
No, well, the Iron Hands on Alistair's side will leave the field, so not feeling it with the
Dozo back in.
As the Dondozo
Iron Hands back out.
These guys seem to
Gyarados in.
As the Iron Hands for Gabriel does leave as well, and there's the Gyarados, so a bad time for the Iron Hands to be switching out. Does land
Dozo is immune to Intimidate because of its ability.
Has the Oblivious on the
Forgot I had Oblivious.
Keep it nice and
yeah, so the two abilities you can run on that are Unaware, where it doesn't care about your stat changes. It will still hit you like if you buff your defense or whatever, or attacks against it don't factor in your boosted attack. Or if you're running it solo, you typically run Oblivious, which makes you immune to things like Taunt, and also makes you immune to Intimidate.
Out here just can't hit any attacks, but Gabriel's found himself in really good positioning now. Gets the Spore off, not a whole lot that Alistair's going to be able to do in that other slide either. You have an Intimidated Landorus, Amoonguss not being threatened at all, potentially could...
The amount of decisions you have to make, one day in a tournament like this does seem like it'd be mentally exhausting. Absolutely.
Support Pokemon on Gabriel's side of the field. You're never going to be too upset when you have one sleeping Pokemon and the threat of another.
Protect.
I think it's really cool. Spore goes and puts him to sleep in one.
I think Palm Puff is one of the most interesting moves they've ever made.
It's cool, right? It's a bug move, which is interesting. It's very strong. It's 90 base power. There's just like no good bug users of it. So Amoonguss is like typically what you see, and Amoonguss doesn't have any offensive stats. But it's a move that you can target offensively to do some damage, or if you target it into the side, it heals for 50%, which is pretty cool. And it was introduced in Gen 7, so it was added after Amoonguss was born. Or invented, rather, and made Amoonguss even more of the better Pokemon than it already was, which is just crazy to me.
Gyarados is going to resist all of its attacks. Amoonguss is going to resist the more important one, and also, has that Rocky.
Yeah, that's fair. I wish I could see Amoonguss and, like, not Wretch. I hate its design. I think it's one of the ugliest Pokemon they've ever made. I just, like, it doesn't look like a thing that would exist in nature, and I really strongly believe that Pokemon should look like animals and not like characters. It's just, like, too designed. Like, why does it have Pokeballs for hands? Why couldn't it just have like little claws or whatever?
Asleep,
I don't get it.
to get an impact in this game. As Amoonguss
Right,
fires up a leaf storm into the
I did not know that, but I also don't really look at Ubers too much. But that's very funny.
But that is a very, very...
Oh, that makes sense. But they can also just learn Heal Pulse. So, well, I guess you'd want it because you'd be targeting offensively. Calyrex will be in the meta, like, towards the end of this generation, when they start allowing restricteds in. But not right now. You can have his horses, though. His horses are okay, but you can't have Calyrex in this generation. Or in this regulation. So many switches, wow. They'd call this a very cerebral match. Lots of positioning and posturing to adjust for a better board state. But what they really means they're just cycling Intimidate.
Protect comes through from the side of the Landorus.
Alright, one guy down. We've seen our first KO now.
As the Dondozo does take the waterfall in.
Dondozo's a big KO though.
Yeah, it's annoying. The threat of Yawn spam is like very ominous.
And that pressure from Yawn is now gone. We do get to see his fourth and final.
And then there's...
But here's Fluttermane on 70% of teams.
There's still 4 for Gabrielle. And honestly,
the Pokemon to beat.
Really,
I want to see the day 2 stats. I want to see if it's on 100% of teams that made it to day 2.
Yeah, I'm very, very curious.
Not enough damage, right? It's not going to one-shot either of these Pokemon, most likely in the situation that Landorus has been intimidated, so it's not going to dish out a ton of damage the other way.
Heavy Slam?
Maybe you could try to get
Anyone? Heavy Slam? Heavy Slam? There we go. Click the Heavy Slam button.
Threatening, I assume, a fake out of its own.
It's going to be
Alright. Landorus in, Landorus out.
Being able to save that Intimidate for later would be nice to
Hands in.
The Pokemon on Gabrielle's side of the field has his own
Gyarados out.
Stage.
Amoonguss in.
On Gabrielle's side leaves the field trying
Cool.
a better Intimidate later as well as the Amoonguss.
In a way, yeah, it is similar. I think
attack. Fluttermane will protect.
I think both of these teams are really built to pivot a
Yes.
lot more.
100%. Amoonguss heals for 30% of its life when it switches out.
Yeah.
We've got Intimidate on Gyarados, who definitely wants to switch out. Iron Hands here doesn't have Volt Switch, but they do have Fake Out, right? Which is a move that benefits from swapping in and out, because you can only use it the first turn you're on the field. So you want to use it, and then eventually come back out and come back in again to use it again.
Or a spore into that
So
spot, so something bad likely to happen.
Substitute.
Will block any
Ooh. So now it can't be spored, and you have to hit it twice.
Yep, the Iron
That's cool.
will flinch. The Amoonguss Spore will head into the Iron Hands, so that is at least a good bit of targeting there, but that's just a free substitute for the Fluttermane. I think when you're down a Pokemon, you need that extra bit of wiggle room. Giving up 25.
I don't think I've really seen Sub
in my book
run that much,
feels in a much
at least on Fluttermane, but in VGC in general.
Really, really important here, where Fluttermane is going to have to do a lot of work in this matchup. Where
Oh, okay. They published the stats for day 2 usage. Fluttermane is still at 71.7%. Next best guy is Urshifu Rapid Strike at 46%. Then Iron Hands. Amoonguss is actually only 38%.
It's going to be a long.
This looks exactly like I expected, though, in terms of guys.
In this set, both trainers holding on to find the most opportune moment to use that. Is going to be Gabrielle.
The thing that surprises me the most, I'll bring this up after the series, is that Goldengo is like prevalent again, because they were very popular at the very beginning as like the preeminent special attacker, and then Fluttermane came around and it was like, oh, better. But now Goldengo is like back for some reason. I'm not really sure why.
It's a fairly good Pokemon.
Being immune to status moves is always nice.
It's always great, especially in Amoonguss relevant metas.
Which is every meta. Amoonguss relevant metas, otherwise known as the meta.
The meta.
Only in range though for an easy knockout with a follow-up Drain Punch.
I remember Brute Bonnet was being played for a little bit, but...
Hold on, Hold on. I need to rewind for like 2 seconds. I like just now parsed some information. Look at this screen right here. Gabriel Agati, his entire team is full HP right now. Do you see this? Do you see this? There's no damage dealt to him. We're like 8 turns in. The other guy's lost his dozo and is like clinging on to dear life. Gabriel has not taken damage because of the shenanigans going on here. Alright, back to live. Sorry, he's probably about to take big damage.
Fluttermane though, as it terrestrializes, then goes.
Sorry, that like flashbanged me when I was like, oh, all those bars are totally green.
So just trying to get some damage down You said it had a lot of work to do.
Golly.
The damage it's putting down, Scott.
Not a lot of damage. That's the power of Assault Vest on
And
hands.
remains asleep for Alistair, and the Iron Hands Heavy Slam will break
Golly.
the substitute. So making sure that that's a little more vulnerable. What the Amoonguss gets up to, I think, would be really.
So now you spore into the Fluttermane slot, I assume, right?
End of this.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
We see the Spore coming down to the Fluttermane, going to put that to sleep as well, and that is just terrible for Alistair.
It's looking quite bad for Alistair, yes.
Big.
I don't know what you do here.
Substitute. It's not able to throw another one up, at least this turn, because it's asleep, and you've got to imagine that Iron Hands is feeling pretty good about its opportunity to Heavy Slam. Will be the switch. I think the Amoonguss pivot and the Gyarados swap in and out feels really good. This is about to be an even better turn for Gabriel. The
You just snooze a little.
Okay, you're going to get the Intimidate down.
That's a little nap.
Iron Hands. Okay, well, the Iron Hands is still doing
Cool.
a huge amount
Intimidate, once again.
of attack down.
You are witnessing why Landorus is used in like every meta, because it can just do this.
Intimidate down on
And here comes Gyarados, who is budget
a
Landorus.
little bit more, and of course not be vulnerable to Stomping Tantrum as well. So certainly limiting options here. There is going to be that turn of sleep for the Fluttermane. Not able to do anything on this turn, and Iron Hands gets the
Goodbye, Fluttermane. Alright, that's game, set, match. I don't see any way you come back from this.
And it's going to be
Although I've said that a lot, and I've been wrong a lot. But in this case, I actually don't know what you do. You can, like, Stomping Tantrum on Landorus, and you've got like okay moves on hands, but it's 2v4 and you're banged up real bad and you're asleep.
definitely an ace.
And you're asleep, and your opponent's team is
Like
basically
full health, yeah.
Pokemon
That's crazy.
to fire back and win him this game.
Yeah, look at this. Only Pokemon that's taken any damage is Iron Hands, and it's basically nothing.
Yeah, there we go. There's the
That's
concession.
yeah, that's quite decisive.
Landed a Dark Pulse. I don't know what else you want. It did a little bit and then left. It's a pretty fair trade for a Chi-Yu. And Gabriel just showing how good he is with these teams that rely on switching.
Yeah,
on board.
as the commentators point out, he's extremely good at teams that revolve around pivoting.
Either way, but I really like the way Gabriel played it and was able.
I'm gonna use the in between to go take a quick break.
Okay, I'll be here.
Just a perfectly played game. You know, he's showing why he has all those championship points, why he's the top player, in a very hotly contested region. And yeah, I think Alistair's really going to go back to the drawing board here.
We can take a look at the key moment in that match as well, being able to really understand where this game took a turn with our replay here. It starts right at the top, they're both getting ready for it, but there's the Spore on to the Dondozo. That slowed that one down. There was a nice sub. I think this was like the beginning of the fight back, trying to be able to get through this one, but this Terra Water, Terra Fairy came through, and at the end of the day, the Heavy Slam was able to connect because once that Fluttermane was asleep, it felt like it was really comfortably in the hands of Gabriel Agati.
Yeah, I thought one thing that he did perfectly in that game was just he never got greedy, right? He took what was available to him. He didn't go crazy trying to over-target.
That was in fact only game 1, yes. Lots of pivoting. But the good news is, with games like this, it should mean that round 3 will be up very briefly after the series concludes here, because these games are going a bit longer. So that's nice at least. There's always stimulation, always something to look at and gawk at.
Somehow avoid getting controlled like that, but I think you made a key point in the game, right? Spore is much quicker than Yawn is at disabling teams. If you just have a bunch of Pokemon out in the field who aren't really exhibiting any offensive pressure, that's where Amoonguss thrives. It is great there. I think that Alistair's going to have to find a way to speed this up a little bit, because I don't think he's going to win the slower game if they just keep fighting with the same combinations of Pokemon.
I wasn't particularly impressed with the Dondozo.
The question is, yeah, how do you adapt from a match like that where you get shut out that hard, where you like didn't even get to do damage? I don't know, based on his draft, what he can really do.
We want to go fast.
This is the same lead he had last time, right?
Field. Iron Hands and Amoonguss.
This looks very familiar, yeah.
Nader. So the Iron Hand's big for both of these trainers. It's consistently been in the lead and just consistently trying to get that board position.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the adjustment a little bit here. I mean, you know, certainly Tornadus versus Amoonguss is a positive type matchup at least. But I hope it's just an indication that Alistair's going to try to play this one a little bit quicker.
I think he has to, and getting some more damage down early, something like the Bleak Wind Storm, maybe the Tailwind to help out as well, could be really, really big.
I don't know what Alistair can do. Like,
and play this one better.
He can get some hits in, but I don't see how he really closes this out.
Alistair's going first. Tornadus
Okay, that's good.
taunt onto the Amoonguss, so Amoonguss
I am back.
The
What have I
mushroom,
missed?
the game just started. The mushroom has been taunted.
can't spore.
Cannot
so this is
spore.
a much better start.
Ooh,
That's
okay.
that's a start.
Speed
Amoonguss was definitely
Fake out.
sticking a wrench in the gears.
really stick
But again, I was basically just remarking, like, I don't know what the adjustment here would be if I was Alistair, because, like, Gabriel shut him out so hard, right, with basically taking no damage.
It's not like it's
So I don't know, like, how you even, like, think, oh, I got some good hits in, or, like, this was working for me. It just didn't seem like anything worked, and I don't really see what the alternative play strategy or mode is for Alistair's team.
either of these Pokemon on the field right now.
Yeah, this is a tough one as well. I think both, once again, have it in game number 1 as well. Both these trainers want their Iron Hands to land a big attack into
I assume Tornadus clicked Tailwind?
Tornadus would clicked taunt into the Amoonguss.
Oh, okay.
So Tailwind
okay,
is
so
not
that was
effective,
real.
no?
So that's going to be a problem. Wild Charge into the Amoonguss, expecting it to leave, but it's not.
Takes Rocky Helmet damage and then recoil from Wild Charge.
For that Gyarados
It hurts real
Yeah.
bad,
available to him.
and we've seen this before.
Game turn 2 from game number 1.
Pollen Puff
From this, the Amoonguss does go for the Pollen Puff.
heals up,
Healing
and everybody's full other than the Amoonguss.
very, very similar
But Amoonguss, I'm sure, is going to switch out this turn because it wants to shake the taunt.
into premium targets.
No?
One of the fun quirks
Okay.
of Pollen Puff is that
Goes for the Leaf Storm, then it'll switch out.
supportive move. It is an attack, so you can use even though you're taunted there.
I don't foresee it dying here,
No,
so...
but you might as well, if you're taunted, you might as well get damage. You're not threatened at all.
There's the Gyarados.
It's a free turn
Yeah.
to click whatever button that you can click.
Premium
So,
targets in the combination of Landorus and Iron Hands. Landorus
Stomping Tantrum also doesn't connect.
Tantrum into the flying type. One doesn't
Here,
work, but he's cut
Iron Hands goes for the Wild Charge. That connects, though.
Gyarados gets cut
That's a
by the Wild
good
Charge.
read.
Fell
And that's
Next and KOs.
That's a example of
Different move.
like what we'd call it covering, right? Like you go for the Stomping Tantrum
Yeah,
and the Wild Charge into the same slot because you know if one misses, the other has to hit.
doesn't feel
Like nobody is immune to both, unless you're Landorus and he doesn't have Landorus.
now over, so Amoonguss is back to full.
So that was a good read.
Moves are
Good adjustment from Alistair. Not being able to pivot the Gyarados for Intimidate in over and over again is
more work
a huge
as it switches in.
setback for Gabriel. So that's good.
I think with its Beads of Ruin, certainly going to help out.
So maybe the draft wasn't what needed adjustment. Maybe it was just the playstyle. And I'm guessing his last Pokemon is not Dondozo on Alistair's side. I feel like that just didn't do anything into this
We
matchup.
see the interaction that first
Yeah, I feel like the On was not that effective, especially against
safety goggles item.
Gabriel's team.
When you've got Spore, which is just faster yawn, like, cool, I can
Just
yawn you,
fast-
but you can
just-
Spore me, so,
Just faster yawn, and he wants to switch out his Pokemon
Yes.
relatively.
yeah, that's a really great point. Like, it's not even forcing him to do anything he wasn't going to do anyway.
Slow that down.
Yeah.
Will buy itself a little bit of time though with the Protect here. Wants to make sure that it can maybe see what's coming out from the side of Gabrielle. It is going to be the Rage Powder now available since he shook off the taunt.
Shook off the taunt.
You will Heat Wave. So
Oh no, sorry, Protect.
And it's going to try and get some good damage down on.
Do we get a burn on
Of course,
Iron Hands?
Ruin to help.
Yes!
And there,
There we go.
Haha!
Iron Hands is now on a timer and is not able to be very.
Drain Punch. He's going to kill himself on Rocky Helmet, I think. He's just down this turn, right?
Doing a absolute
That's going to heal like 1 hit point. You take a 1/6 of your life and then burn. Yep, he's done.
Helmet
Yep.
and the burn should end it for Iron Hands.
Oh, that's so sad.
Way. That is a massive turn for the Chi-Yu.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, Iron Hands.
And that's why Rocky Helmet is typically reserved for Amoonguss only.
Not anticipating
Because you can force people to hit you with Rage Powder.
This is the
Like, he was definitely going for Drain Punch into the Chi-Yu, but he got redirected, which is just really a bummer.
perhaps allow Landorus to now be quicker than the Chi-Yu.
Yeah, the Lander's
into
probably
his
in range to be
Tornadus.
quite threatened, I would imagine. So being able to deal with that problem.
I wonder what the last guy is.
Faster with a tailwind.
Yeah.
And then, of course, being able to land a big knockout.
Because he's
on the
being very cagey about it. I wonder if it's just Fluttermane,
Chi-Yu carrying
and we go for like a Tailwind here.
on with something like a Focus Sash. So a Stomping Tantrum would be absolutely fantastic there. Of course, the Amoonguss really struggling. To
Really sitting on what this
right now.
shoe's gonna do.
Yeah, Munga's not loving the situation. One Pokemon on the other side of the field has safety goggles.
I always think that's interesting when it's like,
Taunt, although
to me, it seems like just click Overheat. Like, why wouldn't you just click Overheat?
hard read. And
Like, of course you just want to Overheat.
Yeah, it has
Just do damage to both guys and you're fine.
And of course, we'll be able to get some
But
Yeah.
I guess
well, Iron Hands
knowing that you could Overheat and possibly blow one of them up is a bigger deal than doing a lot of damage to both of them.
in this situation.
Yeah, exactly.
A choice.
Again, my limited teams that I brought to locals are all just like very mindless, like Psy Spam, Indeedee Armarouge,
Vulnerable
or Armarouge rather, sorry,
Wild Charge.
or like Eruption Torkoal kind of stuff.
Taunt. That is
So I don't like to think too much. I just want to get myself into an advantageous state and just
Of course, Landers
be
Click
very aggressive.
buttons.
safe from the heat.
Sometimes you just want to click your buttons, but like, yeah, Heat Wave just does so much.
Just not able to really stop big damage.
You don't die to the stomping, so you're good.
And,
Click it again.
Big.
this has been an interesting.
And now you can fake out also. So you will not take another
yourself safe.
stomping tantrum. You can fake out
Definitely try and help.
and either force him to protect
Fake out is a problem.
or
Now it can't, right? Where the fake out can come down in either of these Pokemon.
Yeah.
Some serious problems. Not picking up the knockout and the Chiyu there and not getting the tailwind
Protect.
that turn is going to be really costly. Landers is protecting, hoping for a fake out, but I'm not sure it's going to work out.
this might just kill. No, okay, no, not quite.
Protect. It's got Sunny Day Taunt.
Oh, he's got.
Windstorm.
Everybody,
helmet
everyone's wearing a Rocky helmet.
Heat Wave obviously going into the.
It's
protect
definitely the item of the tournament, I think. Like everybody's
Not going
packing it.
to, though, as it is felled. And
Yeah, absolutely.
And now we find out what Alistair's last guy is. I think it's got to be Fluttermane.
Take it down. So now it's just Landorus and one mystery Pokemon in the back, unable
Yep, there we go.
to speed the Chiyu because of the lack of Tailwind. The Fluttermane coming to the fore.
Makes
Obviously,
sense.
Alistair
Yeah.
banking on that one to be his end game
But
win condition.
I didn't see. Did he get Tailwind up?
Certainly going to be up against it.
Because I think he really wanted
A lot of
Tailwind.
damage down very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the Fluttermane in a much better position in that previous game. Still not looking super decisive or anything, especially with that full health of Mungus in the back, but at least
Yeah.
able to check the Chiyu to help Landorus out.
I don't know what anybody does about this Amoongus. It can just Leaf Storm, Pollen Puff you all day.
Landorus for the moment.
Yeah, that's certainly
I
something
don't see what the
for some
plan is.
Moongus
Like Fluttermane is gonna substitute, I'm gonna guess,
come in
to try and
sleep
keep
is
itself
gonna be
safe.
Huge. We
But
have
I don't
talked
see
about
what it really
Valve,
does
Making sure that Alistair ups the ante
into
a
that
little bit.
Amoongus.
And I think, honestly, Gabrielle has the option to slow that down. You really want to try and pick up the Chiyu with the Fluttermane and then get a good bit of damage down onto the Iron Hands.
He's gonna Terra Water on the Iron Hand, so it's not gonna be weak to Stomping Tantrum anymore.
Terastallization coming in here. Iron Hands previously looking down a
We're really seeing why Terra Water is like
with the ground
the preeminent defensive Terra type. It just it
Fluttermane.
has so few weaknesses.
I think it'd be a lot better if I was a
And most things are just neutral into it.
thing and instead use my own
Yeah.
effective
It's very
attacks
good.
to take advantage of a type chart.
Well, Iron Hands takes that really, really well. I don't think the Stomping Tantrum is going to threaten it. Absolutely not.
Wild Charge.
We'll take advantage of Black
And that's gonna be
which is
it,
just punishing
I think.
immediately. With
I think
Charge
this is game, yeah.
is felled, and it's all on the Fluttermane.
Would not be shocked if we saw a concession
Me
after
neither.
that.
See a world where Fluttermane is able to take enough health off this big old Amoongus, which is a full health.
Just go for the
and it's
Spore.
something that's gonna put you
Go for the Heavy Slam.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks like a really tough spot, right? There's a bunch of.
It's gonna substitute, I guess, but like there's no real point.
Don't worry about the Rage Powder.
Wow, okay.
No, no.
I don't
Goes
think
for
it'd be enough.
Gleam.
It's not.
I guess it was hoping it could knock out hands,
because
but
the
it
Iron
can't.
Hands is just going to tidy this one up promptly. But
Yep.
Alistair,
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying
Really clean.
Rocky
too.
Helmet stonks up to Urshifu, thanks to Urshifu. We've been saying it all day, for sure. That was really clean, yeah.
a comprehensive win. I felt he was just comfortable throughout the whole set, but 2-0 on the day, picking up where he left off at some previous events, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for the second round in a row, I feel like we're seeing a player who I think we.
Real quick, here's the usage stats for today's today's event.
They were so powerful. Just an excellent
Right here.
game there. Played so strong, really dominated a match.
So,
Another one.
Fluttermane's still on 70% of teams.
Gabriel's
Ursh Rapid Strike on a lot of teams.
match.
Hands.
Seemed like he was-
Shen Pao, who I haven't seen a ton of, but is still pretty prevalent, is number 4. Amoongus all the way down to 5, which is like the lowest it ever is.
I think
The Genies of Healthy Meta are 6 and 7.
where
Rillaboom, Heatran, Goldengo.
we were at a bit of a standstill. We were in a
Goldengo's the standout here to me. And I think I wasn't expecting Single Strike Ursh to be
found that much
as
and found
used as it is either.
situations.
But
There
Yeah.
was definitely a
Eh.
couple.
I believe Chimpao was on one of the teams this set, but just wasn't used.
wasn't used, yeah.
Really, get that damage down as much as he liked. We're gonna go all the way back
Alright.
to game one. Just remind ourselves.
After the winner's interview, I'll pull up one of the other sets, I think,
Trading
from
early on, but as you pointed out,
yesterday.
Spore goes quicker, and that was a big thing.
Unless they're like, we've got game 3 ready, or round 3 ready to go, but I don't think they will. If this went to the third
Just
game,
able to get a
I think
handle
round 3 would be ready to go pretty much as soon as this was over.
put to sleep.
But
he got taken out.
That was
game 2 was much
quick.
faster,
Two is
yeah.
this adaptation to the Tornadus. Then it was going to be the Amoongus. Yeah, it wasn't able to get sporing on turn number 1, but it still felt very valuable. He did manage to catch his Gyarados on the switch in. You felt the momentum was going back his way, but he just wasn't able to do enough against this Chiyu. And I think that turn where he taunts instead of Tailwinds was absolutely massive for me, because that switch was great by Gabriel. You can see once again this terrestrialization to the water type on the Iron Hands, dropping those 2 weaknesses as well, was absolutely massive. And honestly, the terrestrialization to the water type from Alistair came back to haunt him in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great play by Gabriel as well, right? Where, you know, the knockout on Gyarados is huge, right? I think it was a great job of setting up that pin where likely to get a whole lot out of that turn either way. Gyarados is the big prize, right? That's the best way that turn could play out. I think at that position, Alistair has a huge lead in that game. However, I think what Gabriel did there is great, and I think that players can kind of maybe learn something from, right? Is like, well, you're in a losing position. You've got to make plays that can get you back in the game, right? You know, just like slowly losing less doesn't do anything for you. I think if he gets that turn wrong, where, you know, if it is the tail that comes in, he probably kind of just gets stomped there, right? You know, there's a world that it's a 3 or 4-0 the other direction, but it's worth it, right? Because, you know, who cares if you lose 1-0 or 2-0? You got to win. And he's able to do that with the movie made.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the gameplay throughout, and of course, the best way to figure out how you make those decisions, those crucial, tough decisions to keep you in the running here at the World Championships, is by talking to Gabriel himself. So we're
Winners in free time, let's go.
Have a chat, see what he's thinking as he stands at 2-0.
Thank you so much.
I'm
Adam.
sure he's feeling good about how decisive that was.
Congratulations on that last win. It was really convincing fashion. How are you feeling after that last match?
I'm feeling really good. Winning is always great, especially on stream. And yeah, I'm just really happy.
Yeah, it's a great start to the day. Obviously, 2-0, and you're hopefully going to continue that on. The interesting thing that I really wanted to ask you coming into this tournament, it is Regulation D, but you're not using any of the new Pokemon that we've got access to, any of the Hisuian Pokemon or any of the other Pokemon.
That's true.
Like Landorus or the Genies or anything like that. What was your thinking behind
That's really true.
and not really integrating any of the new options that we have and kind of sticking with what we saw in Regulation C?
I've got another
To be honest,
bingo slot, Regulation C team. Didn't even occur to me.
Strong.
Yep.
I really wanted to use Chiro for Worlds because I think it's a good call. And yeah,
This team
I
could have been
think
run
Chiro
in
is
the previous
good.
format.
It's the best Intimidate user, maybe, because of Urshifu, right? So yeah, using both Landers and Chiro is hard. So yeah, I saw this thing on ladder and I just took it. Did some changes. I changed some moves and I don't know the spreads, of course, so I did my own. But yeah, it's really good. So thanks, Jude Lee. You are a great team builder. Yeah.
You've put your own kind of spin on it as well, which is really nice to see, and it's obviously working out for you today as well. That core of the Iron Hands, the Amoonguss, and the Gyarados. Obviously, in EUIC, we saw you kind of piloting Palafin to really good success, getting to the finals in that game. But with the Gyarados and that core, where you've got that Amoonguss for the ability to kind of have that interchangeable team where you can kind of switch.
Talking about Palafin, one of the biggest fall-offs in Pokemon.
For
I
real,
think.
it was like hot Palafin summer for sure, and then like just nothing, like feast and famine. It completely fell off 100% in Regulation D. I don't know why, but there was definitely a moment where Palafin was like the end-all be-all.
I was very nervous before the tournament because it's my first time playing like Shiro, Gyarados and stuff.
And frankly, Palafin plays really well with the style of team that Gabriel here was using because you need to switch out and then back in. So it pairs very well with like Amoonguss and Intimidate spam. I fully believe that if and when Incineroar comes back into the meta, like is added in home and is allowed, you will see a Fire, Water, Grass core of Incineroar, Palafin, and Amoonguss because they just all want to switch out at all times. Incineroar to proc Intimidate, Palafin to trigger its ability and get its huge stat boost, and Amoonguss, as we've been talking about, to regenerate itself. And you can just keep cycling them ad nauseum.
I wouldn't say for free, but basically for free.
What, Amoonguss healing?
No, just all three.
Yeah, it's not free, but like you can swap in on to resist because it's a Fire, Water, Grass core. And they just want to swap all day. You always want to get your Intimidate off. You always want to be hero form on Palafin. And healing on Amoonguss sure is nice. So just keep cycling them all day.
It's fine, because Shiro comes for free. And since I used Leaf Storm last turn, Landorus will be in range of Shiro. So, yeah, I just need to make sure I switch the Pokemon the right time, I guess.
Yeah, and you called all the protects perfectly in that game as well. So just showing how comfortable you are with the entire team. I'm not going to keep you for much longer because I know you've got to get prepared, get kind of your thoughts together for the next round in this big important tournament. So before we leave, I just say congratulations once again. But is there anyone at home or in the venue that you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Yeah, thanks to all my Brazilian friends that all the Brazilian community. You guys are amazing, and yeah, that's it.
It's been a pleasure being able to.
Oh, thank you. I'm hoping that
tournament
this
coming
season
up.
will be
I'm
fruitful
hoping
for
we'll
me as
see
an
a bit
organizer
more
and as a
later
judge.
on in the day.
Thanks for stopping by. I
We'll
appreciate
go
it.
Back to Scott and
And
Adam on the
same to you. Go enjoy walking your dogs.
Thank you very much.
Plural.
Wonderful insight from a fantastic player there. Does that live up to your potential World's Finals caliber that you were expecting?
I'm pulling up another match from
So I mean, I think he's proven once again good as we all
yesterday.
think.
You still there, Pen?
Yep.
Cool.
Sorry.
All good. I mean, there's not a whole lot to comment about. Gabriel's like, my team is very strong. And we're like, yes, correct.
Correct. You are a good player.
Back for him there.
So this is round
Nice.
6. Swiss round 6 from yesterday. I see Articuno on the table.
It's something that
Yes. Oh, is this the game?
Hail to the king. Let's go.
but there's certainly a
Sorry, I saw the word dogs and my brain just started going bow bow over and
Bow
over.
bow.
Game championship history, we have really almost never seen, right? Ice types have not really been that strong historically in the video game championship, but with the boost that it gets from snow,
Oh,
physical
hold on. We got
becomes
Obama Snow, Articuno, and Furgraph on this guy's team. And he's fighting like the only other Furgraph player, right? Like there's the Furgraph mirror match here.
really excited to see how that's going to play out.
Yeah,
This is awesome.
This is quite cool.
It's going to be Iron Hands, Farigarath, Articuno.
So in this generation, for those who don't know, Snow came in to replace Hail's weather condition. Hail used to just do chip damage to every Pokemon that wasn't Ice type, which is not really fun because you'd often hurt your own team. In this generation, Snow replaces it. It doesn't do damage, but it boosts the defense of Ice types by 50%. So they become physically more resistant in Snow. Also, in Generation 7, they introduced a move called Aurora Veil, which is a combination Reflect and Light Screen. Two moves that, when used together, mean you take 30% less damage from all sources. So having them combined in a single move is very good. However, Aurora Veil can only be used if Snow is currently in effect, but it will last even after Snow ends.
I completely forgot about Aurora Veil.
It's part of the reason why Snow is coming back, because both Obama Snow and Iron Bundle can learn Aurora Veil, so you're actually seeing it a fair bit, with Bundle being a very fast Aurora Veil setter. I don't know if we'll see it here, because Articuno doesn't learn it, but I am interested to see what Articuno has and brings to the table.
You might see a Terra normal extreme speed set, but Giovanni's running Terra full.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get some chippies.
Extreme speed, while it's still on the set and still an extremely strong move, especially when it's powered up by a choice.
I'm also eating. Oh no.
As essential on this kind of set because you do have that Terra flying possibility, and so it'll be interesting to see if we see Farigarath come out from Patrick. On Geo's side, I wouldn't really expect it too much, but again, because
Oh, he just slid right off the screen.
see the Articuno Obama Snow combo here, that's what I'm really hoping to see because again, when are we ever really going to see Articuno? Because this might be my first time ever seeing Articuno, let alone casting one.
I think the big issue with Articuno
It's
was always
definitely the first time I've ever seen Articuno.
just get knocked out by it was certainly less than ideal. So being able to avoid that by and large with Rockslide not being super present compared to previous years, it just definitely seems like this. Maybe it's time to shine. And obviously the changes to Snow as well helping out, moving away from that Hail concept just seems to be something that I think we could really start to pick up on. I know Joe Brown, one of our casters that works with us in North America, is a preposterously large fan of Snow. He has been a big fan of Hail as well. So exciting to see how this one is going to shake out. Sounds like things are getting exciting in Unite, and things are going to be getting exciting here in the Video Game Championships. There's the Obama Snow with its Snow
leading Obama. Yep.
It's partnered up with Farigarath.
I'm back.
Up against Iron.
This is hype as hell.
Game literally just started.
Really interesting because Farigarath can
Always lead with Obama Snow. You need to set Snow as soon as possible.
to its ability.
Whatever happens afterwards doesn't matter.
Serious risk.
You got Snow up, you're fine.
Like, that's a lot.
And the Farigarath.
You're either forced to switch the Farigarath out or go for a terrestrialization.
Here comes Articuno.
It's a little risky. Farigarath
Okay,
usually the Pokemon
so
want to be
the set that he's running on Articuno is holding an item called Bright Powder, which gives you a 10% chance to dodge attacks. And Articuno's ability is Snow Veil, I believe is what it's called, which is an additional boost to your evasion when Snow is in effect. So Articuno's goal is to just keep dodging attacks.
Forces the hand a little bit.
That's crazy.
Side
That's relying a lot on luck, though.
is exactly what he does. He is scared of this situation. And
It's a fun combo.
It's funny when it works, but then when it doesn't work, it just doesn't do anything, right? Like, you either miss or you don't.
Pretty nicely, the critical hit.
It doesn't give you any kind of incremental advantage.
Snow will fire back with the blizzard, though.
Big blizzard.
Well over half onto the Urshifu, and then a good chunk onto the Iron Hands.
Big drain punch.
Difference pretty promptly with a drain punch.
Back to full or just about?
Dropping below half.
Yeah, that's a
No,
really
definitely
good switch
full.
in because that was a pretty nasty pin you had there with the Urshifu targeting it with the super effective Wicked Blow onto that Farigiraf, and Iron Hands covering for Terrestrialization potentially. Didn't opt for it, went for the Drain Punch instead on Abomasnow, which I think was a really smart call because we saw how much damage that Blizzard did that last turn. That's a clean 2-hit KO on Urshifu here.
And needs to maybe protect itself this turn, avoid another Blizzard, and cause that problem. But the Urshifu not going to be able to do anything this turn as it's caught by the Fake Out. Giovanni is making sure that it's going to call...
Interesting to go for the Leaf Storm there and not just Blizzard again. I don't really know why you'd do that.
Maybe expecting
Hey, I also couldn't tell you.
Oh, that's why. He's holding
Yeah,
the item
yeah.
eject pack, which forces you to switch out if your stats are lowered.
You wanted to see it. It is
There
going to be
it is.
Articuno. How much can this Pokemon do? How
Articuno, the treasured memory.
much be able to get out of it? The Drain Punch from Giovanni's
That's absolutely what this is.
brings it below half. But honestly, one thing I think interesting there, that Urshifu wasn't punished. It got faked out, but it's still on the field.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was nice going for that Leaf Storm because it enabled the free switch in so that Articuno could come in safely. But you're leaving this Urshifu out. Oh, but there's a Protect.
A detect, actually, from the Urshifu, making sure that it's not getting caught too short. Articuno will be firing back with the Blizzard. It's not going to catch the Urshifu because of the detect, and it will do, once again, a decent chunk to Iron Hands. Iron Hands on Giovanni's side, firing a Drain Punch towards the opposing Iron Hands.
I feel like Giovanni's Iron Hands is just not going anywhere this entire game.
Iron Hands on Patrick's side.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Cool. Two guys just drain punching each other. What's better than that?
Between the two Iron
What's better than this?
See what they can do. Of course, Giovanni...
Just Iron Hands being
That
dudes.
Bright Powder. He knows about the Slow Cloak. Maybe looking to play a game without the snow in play, where he'd be able
It's gotta feel good to be a high-level Pokemon player named Giovanni.
I think that's why Patrick preemptively switched the Abomasnow out so that he could
I
reset
hadn't even
Snow because
considered that. Sorry, I'm eating
kind of
chips.
a Articuno type team.
It's okay. I'm slowly making my way through a leftover
Wicked
sandwich.
Blow, and it connects.
Yeah, Wicked Blow landing the critical hit on Articuno, but not even bringing it below half.
So a cool thing about what I was talking about before with Snow, how it boosts the defense of your guy, of your Ice type, is unlike a stat stage boost where if you like were to use like Iron Defense or whatever, critical hits don't ignore that boosted to defense because it's not like a stat stage. It's a different kind of modifier that can't be removed. So Wicked Blow still is doing less damage even though it always crits, which is why like Articuno was able to live right there.
If given the chance, especially with Snow active and
I think that's
Bright
a neat interaction.
That's a very
Otherwise, it would just pierce the boosted defense if it was a normal
There's
stat
only
stage.
6 Pokemon remaining. This is a great turn for Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick putting himself in a great position there, getting a lot of damage down with the Blizzard. And even though the Articuno wasn't able to dodge moves, it was still able to stick around, getting the, of course, the boost to its defense from the snow, which was...
We were watching a match from yesterday. Ty, do you want to hop in voice? You can if you're feeling up to it. This is round 6 from yesterday. Opened with Farigiraf, Abomasnow, and now we've got Articuno here.
By itself, that wiggle room
You could.
needs.
If you're feeling better.
So, I mean, we
Your voice is completely gone. Okay.
the Flutter Mane.
I understand. I'm sorry to hear that, bud.
Little damage to Dragonite on the other hand with Choice Band.
Yeah, I hope you're feeling at least a little bit better than yesterday.
That's the important thing is that you're feeling better. But that's rough.
Snow's up.
But yeah, we're watching the Articuno, Abomasnow, Farigiraf team from Patrick Donegan here. And the Articuno has Bright Powder and Snow Veil.
Put that one to the peak of events. Farigiraf will come in though, making sure that it is protecting itself against that extreme speed, right? Needs to be careful about this one. There is going to be the immediate terrestrialization. As soon as that Dragonite hits the field, it becomes the flying type. So being able to drop the
Alright, miss.
typing will help out.
Cool Terra, but what if you just don't hit?
Articuno, but
What if Articuno just dodges the attack?
Ultimate Moonblast.
What if Articuno just dodges the attack though?
That's the first.
Ah.
Blast will follow up from this Dragonite.
Oh, it's not targeting Articuno. Okay.
Extreme speed bait, but he's going after the Farigiraf. It's not enough for the knockout.
Farigiraf lives.
Free to Blizzard back. Super effective on the Dragonite.
And the freeze!
Oh!
Dragonite is frozen solid. The snow has stopped though. This is a big turn. This is the turn where You need to potentially get that snow right back. You want Snow Cloak going as well as the right powder. But this Dragonite is in a really sticky situation if it's not able to Thaw itself. If it can Thaw, maybe catch the Abomasnow on the switch in. If the Fluttermane can catch this Articuno, this could be a big swing. But this Articuno has been put in work.
Yeah, but this Fluttermane is free to fire off Dazzling Gleams and do a lot, but the Icy Wind comes out. That
What if you just dodge?
But if you just dodge,
don't get hit though.
Get the knockout on
and the Fergaraf lives too.
It doesn't care about that.
What if you just don't get hit? Oh my god.
Goes Articuno.
And we roost it back up.
Out of danger with a huge roost.
Oh.
Back up over half.
And Trick Room, the dimensions have been twisted.
Isn't able to get knocked out there. This Articuno is about to cause.
This is such a goofy endgame.
already has. I mean, the freeze on
And we're sending the
This
snow
is
back
awesome.
up. And we just go for the blizzard again.
Back up. This Fluttermane again speed boosting, so it doesn't have the kind of damage it needs to take out this Articuno in time.
But let's keep the Articuno safe. It's the whole strategy basically on this team from.
This is so goofy.
Gets the snow back.
This is real life.
Does have everything going for it now as Dragonite is easily felt.
Critical hit on the frozen Dragonite.
Really rubbing it in.
Do we think Fluttermane will be able to hit Articuno this turn?
Pokemon on his team being able to cause
It's not looking likely.
It's just up to the Fluttermane. It will
Oh, wow.
miss. There's nothing.
This is magical. This is beautiful.
This is a really good game to have on stream, and we're out. We're out of
Yeah,
here.
Just
We tap.
scoop it up right there.
3. I know being in this
That's so many lucky rolls in a row for Articuno.
times throughout the world.
That was fantastic.
Very good.
You just have to, if you're Geo, stay calm. That was only game 1. We've seen already throughout history. I mean, Geo's Dragonite, the living legend, has come through in the clutch. Well, we saw.
I'm gonna skip ahead to game 2.
And the Giovanni mixing it up in the lead right away as he's starting off with the Urshifu and the Fluttermane together.
Alright, so we're not leading with Snow this time.
Patrick has
Changing it up just a little bit.
move on over to the Farigiraf and the Iron Hands. That was the Iron Hands he switched in the last time, if you remember.
I don't really know what you do with this lead. I guess you fake out and go for a Trick Room. Iron Hands fakes out Ursh. Burgraph sets up Trick Room, and then, I don't know, you go for a Volt Switch or something. Does he have Volt Switch?
Super likely because, again, Patrick doesn't
I don't remember.
on his team, but this is exactly the situation where Iron Hands threatens to make out onto Urshifu to
Water Terra.
Oh, he doesn't have
no
Volt Switch. Okay.
You have that Farigiraf in the back that you can switch Watermane out for. I mean, that gives Urshifu a free turn. I mean, it's something that's at least going through your minds if you're Patrick, that is a possible switch in.
This is going to be the classic, really, from Patrick, right? Being able to just, try and apply that pressure with something like a fake out. And then, of course, the Trick Room. There is going to be the change up of the types, though, as it is an immediate terrestrialization onto the Farigiraf. So we talked about the beginning of game 1. It does go over to the water type.
Another Water Terra.
Come on over on Giovanni.
It's such a good defensive type, especially with Urshifu being like the preeminent menace.
Get the job done. There's the Moonblast into the Iron Hands. Doesn't quite get it below half. Lowers the special attack. Not super relevant. As Urshifu Wicked blows. And now it's a water type. That is not going to be the knockout. As Farigiraf feeling pretty good here. There is the Wild Charge
Oof.
to the Fluttermane. There's a huge amount of damage.
Not quite enough.
Knockout as the Trick Room goes.
Nope, but
up, and
now you're nice and fast.
Should start swinging really quickly in Patrick's favor.
Yeah, that's really bad for Giovanni. He was able to get a lot of damage done, which is nice, but he's going to have to withstand these 5 turns of Trick Room, which are big because Farigiraf...
5 turns in Trick Room. Let's go.
I mean, and Urshifu, it's not like Urshifu can go for a Sucker Punch here to try and knock out the Farigiraf because its ability is blocking it, and so you don't really...
That's a great point. So Farigiraf's signature ability is Armor Tail, which just prevents opponents from being able to use priority moves. Very, very cool. As long as you're on the field, they just cannot do the thing. So he can't Sucker Punch. You have to just follow the speed tiers as God intended.
Can't Aqua Jet if he has it.
Now he's single strike, so he can't.
Oh, okay, right.
Most trainers, not something they're willing.
It's hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
Farigiraf with just a single target there, not the double up with the Moonblast and the Wicked Blow, did certainly cause problems. But Farigiraf's done its job. It's time to get out of there, get the Abomasnow into the field, and get that snow warning set up. Urshifu trying to buy some of those turns. Will use Detect, being able to try and buy a little bit of time as Fluttermane follows suit, protecting as well. So we're already ticking through some Trick Room turns, but it is giving Patrick time to pivot the board to exactly what he wants.
Yeah, this is really nice for Patrick. He gets the Abomasnow in, which has that spread damage. Now he is vulnerable to Sucker Punch.
Now this is the good stuff for Abomasnow. The Blizzard, Leaf Storm, Earth Power is what I ran when I had a Abomasnow team in Regulation C.
finish that.
And then, yeah, you've got such good coverage into everything, with ground, grass, and ice as your offensive types, and then protect finally. The team that I was running though back then was a Bronzong oriented Trick Room team where you'd try and set up Trick Room with Bronzong, and then you'd have Gyro Ball on them, which is a move that does the more damage the slower you are than your target. It was like a very good way to cheese out Flutterman on ladder, but also you could side target Gyro Ball into Abomasnow, who is not that much you're not that much slower than, so it would do very, very minimal damage. You can proc Weakness Policy, which was a lot of fun. And then once you do that, you could like tear away your awful typing.
So yeah, the Assault Vest is helping out, but that damage is going to start racking up. He does have the super.
Fortunately, nobody's dumb enough to try that on a tournament with open sheets, but it was very fun in closed sheets.
Trick Room, and you've lost one of your Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Iron Hands is really good here. We've seen Farigiraf already terrestrialize into a water type. It's super bulky. The Assault Vest helps. But we just saw how much the double up did there, and Dragonite coming in, I mean, it's...
Sorry, no, I was just coughing a little bit.
Blizzard plus the combination of Drain Punch did just over half the last time. I mean, if Articuno's still waiting in the wings, which it is here, you're just trying to chip everything down low enough. You got rid of Fluttermane, which was one of those big problem Pokemon last time, so...
Right, it's certainly going to be a couple of tough turns, I think, for Giovanni to get to the Trick Room. The front takes the field once again, and it blocks.
Extreme Speed blocked by Armor Tail.
Thank you to that one.
Really, really smart.
Down nice and low by the Drain Punch, but with no Extreme Speed, that's not enough to threaten the knockout.
Can he heal up a bit, though?
Yeah, Dragonite does have access to its, yeah, it is multi-scale, so it will be able to take this one, but it's definitely not taking another one.
No, but the fact that Iron
So Dragonite took that with that being half damage. That's crazy. Because of multi-scale. So that hit only did half of what it should have done, and it's still almost one-shot Dragonite. Speaks to how having a 4 times weakness is not very good.
Last time, plus being slow enough to take advantage of Trick Room full.
Absolutely not.
But Dragonite, of course, locking into E-Speed with the Farigiraf out, it's not a great place to
Oh, that's true, and the Dragonite has a choice band, so it's locked into Extreme Speed. So you gotta switch it back out. That's really rough.
The Abomasnow has also switched out in lieu of the Iron.
Into the Urshifu.
Ursh. Big Ursh. Single strike.
Big Ursh.
Big Ursh.
Chunk of damage down.
Everyone's doing a ton.
Iron Hands, unsurprising there. As it's going to be
Yeah, on my fantasy team, I had Farigiraf as being like a sleeper pick that I thought was going to do well. Because it can do a lot. Being able to...
And here we are.
Yeah, here we are.
Right now. I'm not sure you can. I think it's going to be a couple of turns where Urshifu gets to get a little bit out of hand.
Yeah, and I don't know if Trick Room can really go back up here because both Pokemon are threatening KOs on Farigiraf, so whoever you decided to fake out...
I mean, in his defense right here, he's fighting what I would describe as a ladder cheese team. Like, the evasion reliance on the Articuno is just like, oh, okay, cool, I guess. Like, well, what do you want me to do about it? So it's tough to look good when you just literally can't hit your 100% accurate moves. Like when your Moonblast doesn't connect, and it's a 100% accurate move, like what more could you really be expected to do?
Well, he goes for the Trick Room, but Farigiraf, not given that opportunity, immediately taken out by the Wicked Blow.
Alright, alright.
A nice move to take off, but like you say, it could be the last 2 Pokemon that swing it for Patrick. The opposing Iron Hands, aka Geo's...
Alright, time for Articuno to come back out. But the thing is, he won't be able to reset Snow when this expires because you can't switch Abomasnow back out.
Yeah.
So maybe Joe wins this game. Oh, but the Snow stops the turn he has to switch in. It's perfect. It's scripted. He's going to get the full duration of this is perfect, actually. Because now Snow's back up for the full duration. And we can just do whatever we need to do.
Abomasnow comes in and resets the Snow for Articuno.
This is good kayfabe.
It is.
Down to Articuno. And one thing about
this is definitely scripted. The turns coincide perfectly.
From Blizzard and Wild Charge is threatening a lot, albeit lowering Iron Hand's own HP and recoil. But this Articuno has the
Power Blizzard.
Actually start sheer colding Iron Hands if it gets to a point where you get rid of the Urshifu, the Dragonite, and if Iron Hands is healthy enough where Blizzard doesn't do too much, you can just go for the Hail Mary sheer cold. So I think that's a possible play that we see, but it's really all going to come down to Articuno. Can it survive some of these strong physical threats that are coming here with the Wicked Blow and the Wild Charge that are both threatening it pretty hard here?
I mean, they're threatening, but it's got the little defense boost, might be able to help itself out.
Close combat's going to one-shot Abomasnow, and now it's all up to Articuno.
See you later. The defense will...
But hey, maybe Articuno, maybe they can do it. Maybe just no attacks will land into Articuno.
Weave through that one.
Maybe Articuno can truly 1v3.
The Articuno Blizzard will take
All right,
Urshifu.
1v2.
Iron Hands pretty low.
And Dragonite's really, really weak.
So a straight up
E-Speed might just straight up miss.
here as
Oh.
will connect into the Articuno,
Oh.
bringing it just below half. Iron Hands, of course.
If Articuno can dodge
But feeling
Dragonite's extreme speed or whatever Dragonite's about to throw,
Giovanni's mascot
Patrick wins. If he doesn't dodge, he loses. It is a coin flip.
game number 3 here because it cannot
Also, I'm just now noticing that Articuno is running sheer cold.
Blizzard. It can't take a freeze dry.
That's
Oh my
insane.
God.
One turn.
This guy loves rolling dice. He's addicted to it.
Honestly, the Iron Hands can take a Blizzard. Dragonite can't. It
Absolute
down
gambler.
to Bright Powder, Snow Cloak. What is Articuno getting up to this turn?
Yep, we're going to see a terrestrialization, a defensive one coming out from
Water Terra, right? Oh, Fire Terra. Okay.
But again, it's going to come down to, can Articuno survive this turn thanks to Bright Powder, thanks to
Give him-
Snow Cloak? If it can potentially fire off a Sheer Cold on Iron Hands next turn.
Oh my God.
Outrage isn't going to connect. This is
Oh, see a
He's
Dragonite.
just-
right now is
He's just too good at the game.
Simply too good at the game.
with that fire thrust.
Now, does he dodge from Iron Hands is the question, because he needs to.
The follow-up wild charge connect. That is the question.
Ah.
As it does. Articuno
Okay.
is
So we're going to a game 3, but it was extremely close.
number 3 to decide who's going to get day number 2.
Yeah, that was a great game from Giovanni. I think that was
Really, really incredible stuff.
signature evasion tactics come into play this game. Massive advantage of Trick Room, which Patrick set up. Berserk
Yeah.
advantage of that Trick
Thank you, Ray Rizzo. 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo.
Now, Iron Hands
Let's hurry it up.
Come on here. Bomb really roll. Just Blizzard
swapping out
there. And yeah,
damage again.
Blizzard point of Fluttermane problems. Geo reverting back to the combination.
Now, how's day 2 looking?
Urshifu
Alright, we're not in a
Fluttermane.
game for day 2 yet.
Patrick going all in.
No, I've been
with
checking.
Thank you.
That is the focal point of this team. That is going to be a bomb.
Currently have the
and
TCG stream open on the
Articuno
side though.
Trying to cause those problems. It's really a case of how long can Articuno sit on the field, and would a double Blizzard, you know, assuming you don't just get readily knocked out, which is a concern.
Oh, he has. I forgot. I didn't even pick up that he had Ting Lu on his team. I haven't seen that guy in a hot minute.
Threatening the most damage against these.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
And so usually the strategy is to kind of
No one's crazy enough to have a Wo Chien team, though. Unfortunately,
which can kind of
we will never see the funny slug.
against it.
It's just not
Thing is, though,
good.
Blizzard can always freeze, and Patrick has Sheer Cold if he wants to go for that.
I can't believe he's running sheer cold.
Like to see a Blizzard
That's like
and
absolutely nuts.
still gonna do a decent chunk to Urshifu, perhaps put
I've got OHKO move lands on my bingo card, so I'd like to see it.
damage.
Well, the
But I'd also hate to see it, is the
out
thing.
for this Iron Hands. Fluttermane will Moonblast into that slot, and Iron Hands bought just below half. Right off the bat, another special attack.
We need Moxie to qualify. Yeah, but he said like he couldn't even afford to go if he qualified this year, so it's very expensive being in Yokohama. But we do need Wo Chien's strongest soldier, I agree.
For the side of this Articuno, but getting a
Wo
Pokemon
Chien's
advantage here
strongest
is
soldier.
huge. Articuno's Blizzard will
Wizard.
Urshifu is bought very low. Fluttermane takes it pretty well though.
Yeah, no freeze, which I think is key, but we saw what that.
Alright, just start dropping
in
Earthquake.
location. You want to
Earthquake
go for,
Blizzard.
you know,
Let's go.
that target that allied Pokemon. You have Urshifu, the bypass protects, and so whether Patrick switches, whether he stays in, there's no good option there.
Earthquake.
Sacrifice
Blizzard.
Pokemon.
Click the 2 spam moves.
What I mean, which
Don't think very hard. Just do damage. Nobody has
Don't
wide
think-
guard. It's
don't
fine.
think click buttons.
Click the
Don't
button.
think-
Civilization come in.
Yeah, we had to see this poison terrestrialization immediately from the Tinglu.
Yeah, don't want to be weak to fairy. Don't want to be weak to fighting. Makes perfect sense to Terra Poison. Articuno's going to be immune to the Earthquake,
Once again,
so because he's flying.
a tough
So you can just do the 2 spam moves, like the 2 spread moves. Protect, that's fine, I guess.
self safe with a protect. Doesn't want
Click big button. Yogo I, hello, welcome.
as Urshifu will detect.
Bonus era, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Getting
Click the big button indeed.
here from
The big buttons in this case are Blizzard, as we're seeing here, and Earthquake.
Blizzard, no shock there.
Yeah, click
That is
just
gonna be followed
click big button.
Don't think, just damage.
to see exactly what it's going for. In this case, I believe it was, yeah, the Earthquake.
Mhm.
Free next to an Articuno.
Yeah, this is a great adaptation by Patrick. Not only is Ting Lu protecting Articuno from damage from things like Fluttermane, while the snow is boosting its physical defense, but it also works out because the one Pokemon that was giving Patrick trouble those previous games was that Iron Hands, but with the Terra Poison, now Iron Hands is forced to Wild Charge, which isn't going to do a ton. Like, it'll do a decent chunk.
I think you just click those same buttons again, right? Like,
Heal up with
Yeah, I
no
just
real
don't
reason
see
not
what
to.
else you do.
recoil from that Wild Charge. So this is a great adaptation to be able to deal with Iron Hands, and we can see right here how it's dealing with Flutter.
Like Throat Chop doesn't hit either of these guys super effective, so you might as well just go for your spread move.
Threatening any damage here.
If he switches into hands, I'll have a really bad time.
Has Terra Poison, also not
If the only thing is if you switch it into Dragonite, but then if you do, you get hit by Blizzard. So like,
once later down
it's really good coverage for each
It's
other.
just
Ice and ground, yeah.
Game 1, it does, you know, a little bit under half. So right now, this is a great.
It's a reason that Mamoswine was very popular in the metas that it's been in. Because Ice Ground is like a very potent offensive combination.
Really doesn't
Yeah.
Wicked Blow.
We'll follow up with the Wicked Blow.
Critical hit, but it's
Is,
okay.
Is Throat Chop effective against anything else other than Frigoraph?
Freedom to do so.
Like, you mean typing wise, or you mean like does it shut down any moves?
Via second effect, yeah.
Unless somebody's got unless this Flutter Man has Perish Song, the answer is no.
Taken out.
Okay.
So Giovanni is down to his last
But it would stop Hyper Voice.
Pokemon hit.
Weirdly, it doesn't stop Yawn.
His way to day 2. This
You'd think it would, but it doesn't.
But it would be a nice way to do it and give yourself a bit of a rest. Tinglu starts to heal up with the leftovers, and I think we're going to see a very close end.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about it because I remember the Frigoraph set that Patrick was using.
Bit of extra healing. If this Dragonite's coming out, oh no, but it is.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Well, Earthquake's gonna do work here.
Pairing here from
You're gonna get a fake out, but that's gonna be it, I think. Maybe he can then, even if you Trick Room on the Frigoraph, like that's not good either, because Tinglu's really slow.
Surprisingly, to deal with this Tinglu that's now Terra Poison, because Psyshock is going to be threatening a lot of damage to it. So now, you know, Giovanni has the damage to kind of deal with the Tinglu. It's just going to be a question of, is he going to have enough to deal with this Articuno?
Well, Giovanni's game plan right now is kind of...
I think you just keep clicking Quake. I guess maybe you protect this turn so you can avoid the fake out
come back in.
and residual damage.
Snow is up. Then as soon as that snow's dropped, that Articuno...
I still think you just hit Blizzard.
Yeah, you absolutely just keep hitting Blizzard on Articuno. Snow has, what, 2 more turns? 1 more turn? Then you swap Tinglu back out for a Abomasnow and set Snow back up again. And keep hoping and praying that you just keep dodging every hit, I think is the game plan from here on out.
This Articuno
Yeah.
isn't threatening it right now. This is going to be a lot of work to do.
And yeah, Earthquake's going to hit really, really hard again because he's Terra Fire. So, like, he's not even losing the weakness to ground by terrestrializing.
Blizzard, that is not going to be threatening knockout.
And he freezes? No.
Frigoraph
Dodging Hyper Voice, right? Oh, no, sorry. Protect.
on the side of the Tinglu and just seeing how much he can get done.
Dodging Hyper Voice. I'm
What he's
psychic.
doing.
Hey, Tom. Welcome. Yeah, we're watching game 3 from round 6 yesterday while we're waiting for round 3 of day 2 to start. This guy's running an evasion strategy on Articuno, and it's working. It is doing quite well.
But with Tinglu weakening Articuno's damage with Blizzard, with Iron Hand showing that terrestrialization into a fire type, I honestly wouldn't be
Click the Sheer Cold button.
Sheer Cold on
Do
Iron,
it.
'cause that's really going to be the only way
Do it.
down. And it looks like
Just do it. Just
send it.
Are you ready?
Just send it. What's the downside?
Just click your OHKO move with 30% accuracy here in game 3. What's the worst that could happen?
Hands, which otherwise is going to take what I think is about 16 turns to knock out with Blizzard.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he has to go for the Sheer Cold on it.
I tab back to the day 2 stream for a second, and they are just talking about Gastrodon again.
The old standby. Come on, connect. Show me the OHKO.
No, not able to connect it on that turn, but it's okay. He might have more chances. There's the side.
It's okay. What else are you gonna do?
Is not able to really take.
Earthquake now, right?
We'll lose some health.
No, okay. Too slow.
So Tinglu is down. It is going to be that lead back on the field at the end of this turn for Patrick.
Does Snow end this turn?
I don't remember. I hope so for his sake.
Into
It'll be part of the script, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be part
Yup,
of the
it does.
Yeah. Oh my
Perfect.
god.
Bought him enough time. We're getting another 5.
This is crazy. This is like masterful.
That means
He's so good at piloting this team.
we're getting another 5 turns of boosted defense as well.
This is so funny.
For ladder cheese, this is.
I mean, I call it ladder cheese, but it's mostly just like, what can you do? Like, okay, cool. I understand that my opponent has this boosted evasion thing, but there's nothing in the game that would let me get around that. Unless I was running a move that never misses, like Aerial Ace.
That's gonna
Wow.
Hyper Voice will not
Dodge
the
it.
hyper voice.
Simply do not get hit.
Iron Hands is now given the opportunity after that's going to be the Blizzard. So taking down the Frigoraph, Iron Hands is the last hope here for Giovanni Costa. Let's see. He does connect the wall.
This connects, but it's not going to do enough because of the boosted defense.
Pretty low, but it's going to need.
And now you can just Earth Power into that slot.
This Iron Hands, though, has plenty of time to do it. Earth Power here could definitely help out. I honestly,
I guess he doesn't want you to be able to Drain Punch.
It's just not able to cause problems. Abomasnow protects.
Protect in a roost.
I guess.
I guess just guaranteeing the
Iron Hands. I mean, just almost
the KO.
I guess.
Articuno will.
Does he go for the Drain Punch in Articuno? No, okay.
Will go into the
goes into the
of the
Abomasnow.
Okay.
Able to get anything done that turn. This game.
And now you click Earth Power and win.
Feeling pretty good. Is going to try and land that Earth Power. Another Blizzard being hovered here by Patrick.
You love to see running out of PP on spread moves like that. Like he's at nearly his 2 out of 8 uses left on Blizzard because he's just been clicking Blizzard for 8 turns in a row.
Huge. And there's the Drain Punch.
Drain Punch.
2 HP.
That is the boost.
Well, that's game.
In clutch. That said, we're on our last turn, I think. The last couple turns of Snow.
Almost out of Blizzard.
A lot of work to be done. Articuno will just.
But this Earth Power is going to do it.
Able to take that, and here comes the Earth Power.
Should be enough.
That's it.
Wild.
Donegan punching a ticket to day 2.
Incredible.
Articuno simply does not get hit.
Duck, dip, dive, and dodge all the way to day number 2 here at Worlds.
Yeah, we saw in game 1 it was able to avoid so many.
That's
How can you
funny.
lose if you just don't get hit?
That's what I would do. If I were playing, I would simply not take damage.
There, an Abomasnow.
Cool. How are we doing on actual day 2? What's the latest Gastrodon meta?
Yeah, I think.
Wochien?
Wochien mentioned?
Wochien
I
mentioned?
totally missed the context, but I heard Wochien.
Make it work.
I didn't hear it at all. You turned up the volume and that was the first thing they said.
So Tom, when you finish a match in a competitive game or in a tournament, you have to fill out what's called a match slip, which is a piece of paper that you circle which rounds each player won. If it's a 3-game series, both players also have to sign. So that like it's basically the acknowledgement, like yes, I acknowledge that I lost. Other player acknowledges that they won. You both sign it, so that there's no discrepancy. Nobody's like, oh, actually, we both won, or like I don't agree that I lost or whatever. And then the judges collect them and they get entered in the system. So it's called a match slip. To be clear, Joe's luck has been the worst. I can't speak to that. I don't know. But that match, he certainly was not very lucky. So if you're saying it's a recurring thing, then it's very unfortunate that he got paired against a evasion spam team on stream.
Yes, there was all that little period of time.
That's rough.
Players really kind of.
Oh, it looks like TCG just finished up too, so
nice.
not much going on there.
Difficult Pokemon defensively. Terra Poison was kind of the choice. So Terra Water variations on there.
Not sure who won that. I'm waiting for PokeStats to
the rest of the teammates and
update their thread, but they like to make fancy graphics.
Very difficult Pokemon to deal with. Good ground type as well, and with that dark typing on top of that, made it quite good against a lot of the kind of ghost threats in the format.
And I think as well, having Terra type axes like Terra Poison, Tinglu we saw running around a lot as well, does make it that little bit more weak to ground type moves. And everybody says you need a ground resist in some way.
He missed Will-O-Wisp 2 turns in a row at San Diego, I think. I think I vaguely recall that because anytime I see that, I think of Cybertron, who's on commentary at this event, because that's his kind of meme. Seeing people miss Will-O-Wisp multiple times in a row is very disheartening. I feel it. I've been there. We've all been there. In Regulation B, I had Wide Lens on my Houndstone just because I didn't want to miss Will-O-Wisp. And even then I would still miss because it only boosts it to 93% accuracy. Doesn't bring you to a solid 100. So we can all sympathize, I think, with missing Will-O-Wisp.
Regulation D, we did get to see it featured yesterday because I think between Tingler...
Definitely a move I haven't seen in the latest regulations, like at all. It kind of fell off, I feel like, in favor of more Intimidate users.
Is one of the probably more popular picks, and then GU as well, which we have featured already today. So yeah, nice to see these lesser picked Pokemon kind of coming up and making an appearance.
These lesser picked Pokemon.
Well.
Yeah, I'm definitely
lesser picked.
Tinglus that we saw earlier in the season. But let's kick it over to the stage where I'll
all the
nice. Kicking it over to the stage. Perfect timing.
Waiting for Swiss round 3 here in day 2 at the Pokemon World Championships 2023 in Yokohama, Japan.
Yeah, getting ready to get into this match here. And,
yeah, missing Wisp on Ursh means that's game right there. Okay, that's Joe Ugart. I recognize him.
Actually on the screen, so it's probably
his shirt is so good.
Heatran with a big heart. That's quite good.
And Heatran, the Urshifu Rapid Strike, Thunderous Incarnate, Landorus Therian and Fluttermane.
Yes, one thing I really like is some potential synergy that's going to be going down on Joseph's team. The Wo-Chien we'll get into in a minute.
Wait, he has Wo-Chien?
And Fluttermane. This Fluttermane.
Wait, hold on.
Wo-Chien mentioned?
Wo-Chien mentioned?
Devastating when it goes down into a Pokemon.
I'm so ready to cross this on my bingo.
That's where Thunderous comes in. Running something like that Thunder Wave, particularly with Prankster, where it's going to be able to get that priority before the speed.
Live Wo-Chien reaction.
Great potential synergy of Thunder Wave, Hex.
Wo-Chien.
Yeah, we've mentioned.
Wo-Chien is real.
I'm counting it. I don't know if he's gonna bring it, but I'm counting it.
Alongside that Hex.
Here's the teams for everybody to look at. Joe's bringing Wo-Chien, the Pokemon we were just bad mouthing. Whereas
Strike. So an interesting
live Wo-Chien reaction.
Yeah.
Celia, Dragonite,
Yeah.
Fluttermane, and the Rillaboom.
Interesting.
What I really want to talk about here again is this Cresselia. Now, a move that again has terrified people in the past is Ally Switch, and it's one of those difficult moves.
Hi, Joe.
Is it going to be activated? It has that priority to be able to switch the Pokemon on either side. It's taken a little bit of a nerf in the sense that you can't run it as consistency. It has the chance to fail if you're using it back to back, but still, that first chance that you get to go for an ally switch can really throw the momentum in your favor of a match.
Yeah.
So I put Wo-Chien down on my bingo. Does the Dozo from yesterday count? I don't really know what this means. I'm gonna say yes because we saw Dozo, but he didn't win. But we did see him.
We did see him.
Ally Switch almost certainly gonna come into play here because they've got Cresselia on Kingo's team.
So I really like the choice of it.
I don't remember if we saw a Storm move double miss, but I'm sure we'll see another one.
That ally switch, it's got Luna Blessing as well to support.
And we didn't get the OHKO move hitting, unfortunately.
Partners, and also that Trick Room as well. It can really support on a speed control.
It just means Dozo. Well, we saw Dozo, so there you go.
Yeah, we saw him.
I'm getting there. We're getting close to this getting filled out.
Environment, whereas things on Joseph's side of the field probably aren't going to like it too much, but that Wo-Chien is something that probably will thrive under a Trick Room environment, especially with the set that he's running.
I want to see what this Wo-Chien can do. If you claim Wolf invented Parashir, does that count? Sure. Considering Wolf is not in the tournament anymore, it looks like he got knocked out. It's not going to happen any other way, so I'll mark that out, sure.
Rillaboom really filling in for that grass typing, but Wo-Chien very, very bulky, has again this Terra type poison that will allow it some more defensive capabilities, and it can really set up nicely with something like...
You know, I would expect we're going to get Ally Switch marked off
something like Leech Seed
with Cresselia here.
Joseph's side, which indicates it's maybe a little bit more of an offensive style.
Yeah,
so for those who don't know, because why would you know, Wo-Chien, the funny slug Pokemon, is the fourth member of the Ruinous Quartet, much like its peers, which have abilities that reduce the stats of all of the Pokemon on the field. Wo-Chien reduces the physical attack of all of their Pokemon on the field, which is cool defensively. Unfortunately, Wo-Chien has the dark grass typing, right? Which means that it is very weak to bug. But it's otherwise kind of similar to Amoonguss. It can do Rage Powder, it can do Pollen Puff. It doesn't learn Spore, but it's a very powerful tank.
Easier to deal with the opposing Heatran, of course, because I think even when you are on Joseph's side of the field, if you do go for that Terra Fairy on yours, you're still going to be susceptible to potential Earth powers that could come out. Whereas if you're on Kenjo's side and you go for that Terra Grass on your Heatran, you're not going to worry about any Earth powers coming out, and especially anything like any fire type attacks with that nice flash fire ability.
Very, very true. Another Pokemon I want to talk about is a kind of throwback to the very beginning of this tournament, not this tournament, of this season, is the Dragonite that Kengo's running. It's that classic normal Terra type with a Choice Band and Extreme Speed. Running that multi-scale ability as well.
Normal Terra with a Choice Band?
Pack a heavy punch with that Choice Band and being able to deal so much priority damage with the Extreme Speed. And I love the coverage on her.
Yeah, as they're saying, that's like a throwback. That's how it used to be.
Yeah.
Just make your Extreme Speed 120 base power or whatever,
your Dragonite, it doesn't have to be the speed,
and hit very fast.
Because of the access to these priority moves.
Yeah, the one.
And you'd run like Inner Focus so that you can't get intimidated. Just always have maximum attack and just hit faster than anything. The only counter to that used to be like Iron Tail or Armor Tail on Fergraph, which we saw blocks priority, or like Psychic Terrain on like Indeedee. But other than that, like you're just at the mercy of priority.
Yeah.
Or being Ghost type, of course.
Going into this match, especially because the Dragonite does have that multi-scale ability.
So this one's running multi-scale, interesting.
It's a lot better at full HP.
Yes, and the Aquajet allows you to lock in against those pesky ghost types. But let's
Rillaboom.
battle. It is going to be Rillaboom and Heatran on Kengo's side of the field, and Joseph Ugarte kicking him.
I think this is the first Tornadus I've seen
Grassy terrain on the field.
so far. Usually it's Lando and Torn.
Thunderous.
We touched upon the Thunderwave and that Hex combination coming out the traps here for Joseph. So something that the Heatran and the Rillaboom both need to be quite careful of going into this first turn. The Rillaboom does have access to fake out though, so
there we go.
Be careful, and that's what we're going to see going into this first turn, Lou.
There we go.
Rocky helmet.
As well, the Rocky helmet.
Rocky helmet.
Anybody here not wearing a Rocky helmet? Hex, interesting.
Possibly the move coming out from that.
Oh, yeah, I guess
Able to take it really well and goes for the Magma Storm.
that's a low accuracy move right there. And I think Thundy is just dead. Because that does chip damage, and like a lot of chip damage if memory serves.
That is huge.
I think it's 1/6.
From the Heatran, as well as trapping that Thunderous, which is an added secondary effect to this move, making the Thunderous unable to switch out. It is in a prime position now to utilize that prank.
Okay, not quite.
Though, and go for something like a Thunder Wave and then combine it with that Hex that we've just
Yeah, so he's trying to Thunderwave Hex is, I guess, the plan.
on that move, which puts the Heatran in a little bit of a precarious position because double damage might see that Heatran go down this next turn. The Rillaboom, though, does have access to U-turn, so can probably bid a healthier position. The Heatran maybe
Makes sense, makes sense.
See a U-turn come out here.
Cool, okay.
Allowing Kenjo to reposition.
So that was a good read to not Thunderwave into Heatran. And I go, Hex. Hex is a ghost type move that doubles in power if the target's afflicted by a status condition.
Attack here. Wouldn't be surprised to see the U-turn go just to follow up. But here's the Hex, the synergy we were talking about. Not
Big damage,
KO though, however,
but not enough.
Goes into that opposing Flutter Mane, little bit of chip.
U-turn makes sense.
That did shockingly little damage to Fluttermane because Fluttermane has no physical defenses. So this must be a very bulky Fluttermane, I guess. Like that really like did nothing. And we healed because of the grassy terrain. Thanks. Thanks, Rillaboom.
Feel that single strike.
Thanks, Rillaboom.
Put on a little bit of pressure in particular to that Fluttermane.
Yes, Fluttermane is choice
And there goes Thundy.
on Joseph's side, so it's not going to be able to protect at this point. It's going to have to possibly fall victim to something like a Sucker Punch. Speaking of falling victim, Thunderous has gone down thanks to that Magma Swarm from the Heatran. You can see celebrating.
Live Wo-Shan reaction, or are we going to just go for an Intimidate? That makes, I guess, a bit more sense.
Now going to drop an Intimidate onto this single strike Urshifu. Obviously, it is going to affect it on the side of that close combat because of Wicked Blows. High chance to critical hit, or guaranteed chance to critical hit. That's not really going to...
High chance, yes. And then, okay, here comes the Wo-Shan. Live Wo-Shan reaction.
Live Wo-Shan reaction.
And the one thing you would maybe say here is that he could go for that.
So we've intimidated Ursh, and now we're going to further reduce his physical attack with Tablet of Ruin, the ability of Wo-Shan. To what end, I'm not really sure. I'm not sure how we do damage, but that's the plan at least.
Favorite is jumping onto the battlefield, however, for Joseph here. It's, of course, going to appreciate the grassy terrain, the opposing Rillaboom set up previously. Heatran's going to get out of here as well.
Okay.
Lots of ball position changing up here. Kengo wanting to make sure that the Heatran is preserved a little.
And here comes Cress.
Doesn't want to have to worry about the Landorus. Wicked Blow comes out though. The critical hit guarantee chance does a huge chunk, but it looks like it's going to have to do 3 more in order to deal with that opposing Landorus. Landorus
Giga Drain.
to that Cresselia because of his levitate ability. Great switches all round.
Yeah, it's a nice option.
And here comes Ally Switch, I would imagine.
Coming into this match in particular where you are seeing Rillaboom, where the grassy terrain would actually lower the damage of the Earthquake.
He's going to target Stomping Tantrum into Urshifu, but Cresselia is going to Ally Switch and dodge it again.
On the switch in from that
What's going to happen right now?
Any return, but this next
That's my called shot.
Tantrum should be doing double damage if it does make contact with its...
Nope, okay. Never mind.
Catch there, Lee. Landorus able to survive another one of those Wicked Blows and in prime position to go for that Stomping Tantrum. Will connect down huge.
That does double damage because the previous one missed.
As Moonblast fails to get the KO on Landorus.
This
Ooh.
Assault Vest on the Landorus is putting in a lot of work. The Landorus actually surviving there, and now the Urshifu going down. The Wu-Shen coming in and doing some work.
Fantastic plays there. That Landorus means business. I think it's great though, like you were talking about the Stomping Tantrum. That's a new.
When does Lando not mean business?
It's so true.
If it wanted to deal with any of its physical ground type, same type attack bonus. Heatran joins the field, but it's going to be Quake.
Terra Poison, Snarl.
Here in the face
Alrighty.
Yeah, and you've got to imagine here if Kenjo is going to go for the
Target the Stomping Tantrum into the guy with Levitate. Please, 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 please. Please do it. You'd look so smart if it's right.
Not have to worry about those stomping.
Yes! Send it.
And we Looks like we're going to see it.
He's going to look so smart when Cresselia uses Ally Switch.
Out of the blocks, it's going to be on that Wo-Chien, and it's going to be going for the Poison Terra type here. Great defensive capabilities.
Yeah, and the Wo-Chien doesn't really have a way to hit the Heatran either for good damage. It's got access to Foul Play, Giga Drain.
Protect? Okay, I guess not.
The Heatran does have to watch out for, but just going for the Protect this turn as that Wo-Chien
Okay.
the Terastallization, and we are going to see another Stomping.
However, that means Stomping Tantrum missed.
Coming out.
Oh, he doesn't get another turn? Okay. So Stomping Tantrum, if he got to use it another turn there, would have done double damage. It's a move where it doubles in power if your previous move failed for whatever reason.
Great observation that there's not a lot that Wo-Chien can really do to that opposing Heatran. Whereas the Heatran on Kengo's side has access to Earth Power, now that you are this Poison Terra type on that Wo-Chien, you're going to fall vulnerable to those Earth type attacks.
Yeah, and if you can utilize
Heatran back at like practically full hit points.
so you've got it on the field.
And so now we find the problem with Wo-Chien is that it doesn't do anything.
Like you say, those Earth Powers after that. The one thing you've got to watch.
You can be real.
It is funny.
It's very funny, but it doesn't do anything.
It's down quite considerably, and you really, the one thing with Wo-Chien is as well, it's a very good defensively built Pokemon. It's going to be able to soak up these attacks pretty well, and even better after a couple of snarls have been fired off, lowering that special attack on Kenjo's side of the field.
Very true, and it's time now for Joseph Ugarte to click that for Kengo to go for that terrestrialization, and it's going to be
Terra Fairy. So he's not going to take super effective damage from the Ghost type Shadow Ball. That's good.
It can always have
And Snarl. Yeah, that's true.
Even more damage, getting a 50% boost to its Fairy type move.
However,
with a critical.
However, a crit.
To get the KO here as Flash Cannon fired up from the Heatran is enough to get a knockout, but what a good
however,
there.
a crit.
Wow, critical hits all round, Lee.
Yeah, huge turn here. 2 critical hits back to back, and the
That's going to be it, I think,
the
because Wo-Chien cannot do damage.
There, taking away that weakness to the potential.
That looks like a game.
From that Flutter-Mane.
I think this I am the Trick Room.
To take there, but the Cresselia setting up the Trick Room now does have access to Lunar Blessing. Is it going to be able to get that off before that Wo-Chien? It'll be interesting to see how the speed interactions work here. The Wo-Chien in a position.
Wo-Chien just doesn't do damage. Yeah, you
to
tap.
The Cresselia before anything, but with the Wo-Chien against everything pretty much on Joe's side.
And I have a feeling we're not seeing Wo-Chien again after that.
Live Wo-Chien reaction, and we're out.
Wow, I mean,
it doesn't do damage. Like it's cool. You've reduced the damage your opponent can do, but you're also actively not doing any damage. So now what?
On Kengo's side for the
they came, they reacted, and that was really about it.
That's Gastrodon. For the Snail to try and prevail over here in this match. But this is why we have a best of 3 set. Joseph has the possibility to now make some adjustments coming into this next match. What would you like to see, Lee?
I think he approached it. I don't think there was really too much wrong with how he approached it. Maybe some decisions in the game probably might be better. I think he got definitely caught out with the Magma Storm on his Thundurus. Really didn't get much return on that Thundurus at all. You know, he got some good damage onto the Rillaboom, but it kind of got out of there with the U-turn pretty quickly. I think you need to, if you are bringing the Thundurus, get a little bit more utilization out of it, because that fake out Magma Storm turn 1 really, really affected the ability for him to kind of utilize it probably the way he would like to.
That's the thing, it's ironic that Joseph Ugarte's got a Heatran on his t-shirt right now, because there's a Heatran on the opposing side of the field that really...
Sorry, I just need to look at this meme really quick.
Magma Storm.
Yeah, you know, I think maybe
important stuff.
Really good stuff.
Live Wo-Chien reaction.
In this match as well.
All right.
If you can get the Landorus onto the field, once that
we're back in it.
At any point, it really does threaten quite a lot of things on Kenjo's side. You know, the Heatran not going to appreciate any of those stomping tantrums, and it can terastallize as well. It can threaten things like the Rillaboom for good damage. It can threaten the Urshifu as well if it doesn't terastallize itself. So it can play a big role for Joseph. I think he's just got to get a bit more utility out of his genies that he's brought on his side of the
Getting more utility out of the genies. Many people are saying this.
That game 1 as well, getting lots of damage there, particularly with the Flash Cannon. But I think at the end of the day, the Wo-Chien just had a little too late towards the end of that. It was a little bit too much of a mountain for it to climb. Coming through into this next game, I mean, the Urshifu, I feel like on Joseph's side has a lot of potential. It can deal some big damage into something like that opposing Heatran, can even hit Cresselia.
Genies.
With something like the Surging Strike.
Oh, we were so close.
If it were a mirror match, it's only double genies of healthy meta if it's on both sides. Like there is a famous screenshot that is these guys being like unable to hit each other because they only have ground and thunder or electric moves, and they're just all immune. It's super funny.
you know, that fake out still is going to come out.
Instant Terra.
Yeah.
But I think the trade-off here is probably if you get the fake out into the Landorus here, then at least the Thunderous is kind of left
Flying. So we're going to go for a Terra Blast immediately and just try and knock out Rillaboom, I guess? Or do you go for a Terra Blast into Heatran, expecting it to Terra Grass?
Potentially going to be able to go for
Well, I guess you're not going to do anything because you're going to get faked out.
Rillaboom, but it will be fouled by the fake out. Eerie
That's a fun
really nice
tech move, Eerie Impulse.
that opposing Heatran.
Halves your target's special attack every time you use it.
As much damage, the Magma Storm as well avoids the Thunder.
And it's priority because of the Prankster on Thundy.
Joseph here. Unfortunate that the Magma Storm is one of the drawbacks with this move. It does have low accuracy, so it can miss. Jog taking advantage of that. He does get that Thunder Wave off as
There's
well.
a couple looking for a
great
third.
position now.
Are you referring to the genies?
As well, we saw how
The healthy
much
genies
damage
of,
did in game one.
or the
Being able to
double genies of healthy meta?
make sure that you Thunderous if
I
the target sticks.
believe they are, yeah.
I see, I see.
But, you know, the Landorus now terrestrializing, has access to some big, powerful attacks to threaten.
The genie poly,
Yeah,
yes,
really
yes,
good.
yes.
To switch out here, and the Cresselia hitting the field.
There are 4 of them now.
Going to go into the protect of the opposing Heatran. You can really see that Kengo feels threatened by this Thunderous, constantly trying to attack it down.
Okay.
Landorus free.
We're gonna
turn, no
Terra Blast into Crest and do like little damage, I would assume.
switch by Kengo, though Cresselia
I guess that's
Yeah,
kind of
not
healthy.
much.
That's like 30%.
and the Rillaboom would have been able to. And Rillaboom
More than expected.
come in and fake out later in the match.
Yeah, and the nice thing about this is
Taunt on the
making a really good lead here because it's
Cresselia is
still
pretty
able
good.
to make these switches
It was running Taunt, is that what you said?
off onto the field.
Yeah, I believe he clicked taunt.
There it is.
As the Thunderous goes for that taunt as well to try and shut it down.
There we go, Ali Switch.
Yeah.
Love to see it. It's going to be the taunt coming down.
We're so close to bingo.
So Cresselia able to switch out of the
We're almost there.
Thunderous goes for another Terra Blast here, using its flying typing here to target.
All right, Crest can take, I think, 2 more of those, actually.
Fantastic adjustment by Kengo, allowing this
Magma Storm hits, which is a trapping
behind its mark.
chip damage move.
Landorus, however, maybe giving up on trying to catch that Thunderous, just trying to trap in the Landorus on this occasion.
Really good call there from Joseph as well to call out the Cresselia slot there with the Terrasla, the Terra Blast, because obviously thinking that the ally switch coming out, you're not going to target into the Heatran slot. It's not going to be
Another Terra Blast.
Steel and the fire type.
I
unless you're
think
putting maybe Terrastalization
they clicked Eerie Impulse on the Thunderous.
They're
Not
going
quite
really
sure
quick,
if
right? Like,
how effective
just
that
hitting those
is
buttons
is
very, very
Yeah.
fast.
down that Magma Storm, especially with the Assault Vest on that Landorus, able to take it pretty comfortably. It is trapped now, so it has to watch out going forward in this match, but things looking all right on Joseph's side of the field. Can threaten that Heatran with a big stomping tantrum still, and something that Kenjo has to watch out for, but we are going to see Terrastalization from Kenjo's side.
Yes, it is going to be onto that Heatran. It is now Grass Terra type, and this does
So do we go for
That's
the
good.
Terra Blast into Heatran? Is that what's going to
something
happen?
like that flying Terra type. Again, Heatran isn't really doing a lot offensively thanks to that Eerie Impulse, and it's going to have to take it
Okay,
down
yeah,
on one
there
for
we
good
go.
measure here from this Thunder.
No damage on the
It's
Heatran.
in a position where it can
Cannot do damage.
something like another Magma
And Terra Blast into it?
in the Thunderous.
No, okay.
Aw.
This time into that Cresselia.
But we finally get rid of Cresselia.
But Heatran now sitting very pretty on the field.
Yeah, and Heatran not going to be really worried about that stomping tantrum anymore, but it has to worry about that Terra Blast coming out from the Landorus. Another miss from that Magma Storm into the Thunderous here, so the Thunderous really not wanting to get affected by it.
I think Magma Storm's like 80 accuracy, something like that. It's pretty low.
Eerie Impulse is
Yeah.
onto it, -4 special attack. It's not really going to have any impact on
comes
the
Ursh.
defensive level.
Big ol'
But
Ursh.
we do see a nice
Big
pop
Ursh.
strike Urshifu for Kenjo hit the field, and it is going to be able to pressure things on Joseph's side.
Now, if Wild Bolt Storm misses both guys,
Landorus coming back if it doesn't get naked down, but it,
that's another bingo square for me.
with that wicked blow.
It's down and out. Urshifu too strong.
Yeah, that
Hit
counts.
will fell the Landorus, and now all eyes are on this
What do you
Thunderous
mean?
for Joseph.
Okay, well, it's hits. So,
Yeah.
it's both.
Move that's got that
I've got a bingo square that's
both.
Genie Storm move
One,
misses
and Magma
both.
Storm third time lucky.
Oh, I thought I
Mark
thought
to
that
that
it meant
Thunderous does a
twice in a
little
row.
bit, but
That
the
makes
No.
more sense though.
No, no.
trapped, and that is a very, very powerful Urshifu on the opposing side for Kengo.
Yeah, and you might be wondering at home, the viewers, why the Thunderous didn't go for the Thunder Wave there into the Urshifu, but because of the Prankster ability not affecting Dark types, that is one of the reasons why the Thunderous and Joseph didn't go for that.
Great insight from the caster here. As I was mentioning way earlier in the night,
Use any
Terra Dark is very common on a lot of Pokemon that need to avoid
the Landorus
being statused by Prankster type Pokemon. And this is a single strike Ursh.
Kenjo protecting his side of the
Is it
field.
75%? That's so low.
In a good position.
I can't imagine running a 75% accuracy move.
Still has his Fluttermane to come out, and one of the most powerful Pokemon in the format took really
I think it's only missed once since we've seen it used. Since all the times we've seen it used.
I thought it was twice,
Choice specs as well,
but
gonna be able to hit
yeah, I mean it has
I'm-
connected at some point, and then it does reliable chip.
contend with the
So
focus sash though on Kengo's Urshifu, so you're gonna have to find. Oh, it's obviously had its damage chipped here, so you're gonna be able to get a nice KO cleanly onto it. Kengo's in a bit of a difficult situation for it. Maybe wants to go for a detect, try and find a way with flash cannon to deal with that opposing Flutter Mane, but with all the eerie impulse drops that Heatran has got, it's gonna be really underwhelming.
Yeah, and you
great shot right there.
point as well. The Heatran with
Inside like Flutter Mane's
its regular type
tendril.
here against the Fluttermane and the Thunderous here, because you know it's only really going to worry about.
Gotta love the camera angles.
Yeah, it makes me miss Battle Revolution and like Coliseum or a Stadium rather and the like.
Really nice switch from Kenjo, has access to that fake out, going to be able to prevent at least that combination for one turn while the Heatran can maybe fire off a flash cannon again into that Fluttermane, which it is affected by, super effective.
I love this switch here by Kengo, knowing that you can't go for the Thunder Wave into the Dark-type Urshifu. Hey, let's try our Thunder Wave, maybe Hex combination into the opposing Heatran instead. Rillaboom coming in now has that fake-up potential. You don't have to worry about a Thunder Wave going forward. And now we know that that Fluttermane is locked into the Dazzling Gleam as well.
Yeah, and the one thing that you would say if you are Joe is I don't think you really worry too much about that flash cannon. 2 eerie impulses onto the Heatran. It's not really going to be hitting for big damage, so you've got a lot of room to kind of just start chipping things down. The Assault Vest on the Rillaboom on Kenjo's side of the field soaking things up well, but you know, Joe still has access to one more Pokemon, and we are going to see it hit the field now, and it is going to be his own Heatran, which matches up really well against that Rillaboom in particular.
Well, 3 Heatrans on the screen if you're including Joe's t-shirt there. The Thunder Wave is going to connect
All right.
that approaching Rillaboom, slow it down in its tracks just a little bit, trying to get a little bit momentum on Joseph's side of the field.
Oh, big Earth Power read.
Though, oh my goodness.
Really good read.
That didn't do nearly as much as I would have thought.
More of those in order to get the knockout. Oh, I mean, that little bit of extra chip could be detrimental, but I think it can still survive, particularly with the grassy terrain recovery. One more of those Earth Powers.
Yeah, that Earth Power call there, just covering bases.
Big regen.
Did come in, if that's what Kenjo expected, and really catching the Heatran, making it difficult for Joel to kind of get in a position with it to really utilize it this next turn. Rillaboom is paralyzed though, so it is going to be affected by a big fire type attack that could potentially come out.
So Joe's Heatran has like Heat Wave, Earth Power, and isn't running Magma Storm, which is way more conventional.
Yeah.
I really don't think I've seen Magma Storm basically ever, because again, it's super inaccurate by relative terms.
You need to make sure that it's going to have that longevity on the field. You can see Joe really hesitating over that substitute button. Maybe wants to try and...
And Joe's not just clicking Heat Wave because Heatran's ability is Flash Fire, which makes it immune to fire type attacks. So he can't just like hit the grass type enemy Heatran with Heat Wave like you might expect.
Come back onto the field here as the Protect comes out from Joseph's Heatran. Not want to contend with any big threats this next turn as the Thunder Wave finally connects with the Heatran on Kenjo's side to slow it down and give it that paralysis status.
The only thing that this Thunderous does better than Revenge is getting paralysis onto the field, able to go for Thunder Wave after Thunder Wave and really slow down the momentum that Kengo is trying to build up here. You can see the recovery as well from that grassy terrain. Really nice to gain that little bit of chip recovery in order to maybe survive these big moves like the Earth Powers.
Yeah, I think for Kenjo though, he's made a really nice switch. He's made it very difficult this next turn for Joel, because I think you may want to switch out your own Heatran, but you can't really switch out your Heatran into the Fluttermane because there's probably likely a Wicked Blow coming into that slot, and even if not into that slot, the Wicked Blow is going to be going into the Thunderous, and you probably don't have enough. Oh, it does survive!
Wow, even on a crit, hanging in there.
Absolutely amazing. Windbolt Storm able to fire off back, not able to get a KO, however, as Heatran does go for the Heat Wave, will of course connect onto the Flash Fire, but does get the knockout onto that opposing Urshifu. It is down and out, and now Kengo only has 2 Pokemon remaining. The Rillaboom will be forced to come back in. And there's a paralysis on the Heatran. It's a full turn there for Kengo.
That is a huge turn for Joseph, and a great comeback here. He's really starting to build this momentum now. Getting the knockout onto that Urshifu, huge here. Making sure that, you know, there's some...
Yeah, really good comeback. Although, I don't know.
That Wicked Blow.
I feel like we've been saying that all night, where it's like, oh, it's over, and then it's not over.
It's over, but
not to have to deal
even 3-2, I still feel like this is a fairly open game.
But
I don't know. I don't think Rillaboom really does a whole lot of damage. Its only offensive move, Woodhammer, does chip to itself.
It is paralyzed at this
Yeah,
so you're best, and you can't hit Heatran with Magma Storm to do chip because it's immune to fire moves.
Heatran here, just in case there is going to be that
So I don't really know how Kengo
Rillaboom
closes this out, even though everybody's kind of beat up.
particularly as the Heatran on Joe's side isn't looking the most healthy, and you can try and fire off some big damage in the next turn. There's the Protect.
Yeah, and just burning this fake out. Is it going to come into the Thunderous slot? But no, another Eerie Impulse really hindering this Heatran, putting it down to -6 special attack. So it's not going to be doing very much at all.
And we've got the Paralysis proc as well.
Paralysis comes out from that Rillaboom, not going to be able to move this turn, and Thunderous avoiding as well.
I mean, that Thunderous is incredible. It's now dodged 3 of these Magma Storms from the opposing Heatran. And Heatran, you know, like you said, -6 special attack. It's really not going to be dealing too much damage at all. It's a lot of pressure being applied onto it to really neutralize the pressure it's got.
Yeah, the one thing you would have to watch out for if you're on Joe's side of the field is the Rillaboom on Kenjo's team does have access to Stomp and Tantrum, so that can be a big detriment to your own Heatran, so you got to watch out for that.
Yes, only the Heatran taking a little bit of damage from this Windbolt Storm. You can see it's really not doing too much, but there's not a lot Heatran can, that the Thunderous can even do.
Has to go for the Heat Wave at this point because there's no other options.
That opposing Rillaboom. There's going to be more.
Rillaboom once again paralyzed.
So the Rillaboom's unable to retaliate and get some damage off. Magma Storm finally will connect back down onto the Thunderous. But to be honest, if I was Joseph at this point, this Thunderous is set on the field. There's not a lot.
And the chip will knock him out.
All the Thunder Waves it needs, and the Windbolt Storm is really underwhelming. I'd almost be happy for it to go down to bring my Flutter Mane in from the back to start cleaning up this.
It's going to be a free switch, yeah. Like, Thundy's done his job. Time to bring Flutter Mane in. And I think you just go for, like, Moonblast into Heatran.
Position and just get as much chip with the Thunderous as you can before it does go down to give you that free switch. And like you mentioned here, with that chip damage from the Magma Stone, giving him the free switch into the Flutter Mane, coming in fresh onto the battlefield and going to be able to throw out some big threatening attacks to both of these Pokemon. The Rillaboom now taking a lot.
Or you go for the Hex, I guess. They're both paralyzed. Actually, is the more correct move that does more damage, yeah.
Even if it doesn't, it's probably going to be enough. But we are going to just see that Hex combination, double damage.
Wow, big damage.
Onto the Rillaboom, and that Heatran in a position now where it is not really going to be threatening after all of those Eerie Impulses. Joseph managed this game perfectly, going for a substitute as well.
Interesting. Why? I guess to dodge another Earth Power, but he's paralyzed anyway.
Paralysis from the Heatran on Kenjo's side, not going well for Kenjo in this game. Really unfortunate from that side of things, but really paying off for Joe, utilizing that.
Looks like we're going to a game 3, I would assume, right?
Added bonus.
I still got to knock out this Heatran, which is now back to full HP, but it can't do anything. As they mentioned with Eerie Impulse, it's been reduced to -6 stages of special attack.
Coming out from this Heatran, but
and I would imagine Hex is going to just make short work of it, yeah.
Power of Hex.
There you go.
One more in order to clean up that match, but it looks like Heatran's got its back. Going for the Earth Power, not enough to get the KO, but there's really not a lot the opposing Heatran can do to remove the threat from Joseph's side. Here's the Flash Cannon going down into the opposing Flutter Mane. Look at that tiny damage. That's not something.
Nothing.
Wow.
Again, it's -6 special attack.
Defense drop there, not really going to matter too much because this Flutter Mane in a position to just clean things up with that Hex now going into this next turn. And you've got to
that's going to be game 3 then.
The game a lot better in
Either of these guys just got to click an offensive move and game's over.
Now that the Hex will be enough to pick up the knock.
And there you go.
Heatran, and the battle of the Heatrans here was definitely won by Joseph. You got it. Tying this matchup 1-1.
You can see how much more comfortable he was piloting that team as well in Game 2. The synergy that he wanted to get off was activated. He was able to drive a lot of
the power of no Wo-Chien.
Yeah, simply removing Wo-Chien from your team and you instantly win.
But making sure that it could come in a position where it wasn't feeling threatened by that Heatran, I think was a really critical strategy for Joe to be executing there. Going into this Game 3, however, do you think Wo-Chien is going to come back onto Joseph's 4 that he's going to bring?
No, I do not think he'll bring Wo-Chien.
I think that Joe led so perfectly in that match. I think it really put Kenjo on the back foot from the beginning with that Landorus coming out to support the Thunderous there. I think Wo-Chien could be an option, but I think the 4 that he picked probably are the right 4 into this match. You know, the Flutter Mane in the late game, once he'd been able to kind of do all the...
So funny that he has the Heatran on his shirt and not like the Wo-Chien.
Strategy.
The Heatran was cool, but I didn't really feel like it was like central to his team strategy. The really big Wombo combo was Hex and Paralysis from Thundy. I feel like that's like pretty straightforward but pretty powerful.
When you see it come onto the field, you kind of get a little bit antsy. You think, oh, this thing is going to be hitting really hard, but because of the lack of the choice band boosting that Wicked Blow, it's not hitting as hard, which is a great thing for Joe, and he's probably picked up on from that Game 1. So I think a comfortable lead going in with that Thunderous and Landorus, it gives you a lot of options. The Eerie Impulse really shutting down options on Kenjo's side of the field. So I think maybe going for a bit more of a physical offense this time around from Kenjo might be an option in what we could potentially see rather than that.
Thunderous and Landorus, our boys, back in town.
the field leave. So fantastic call by yourself against those.
Once again, almost there.
And Landorus on the field for Joseph. The Intimidate definitely going to be detrimental to Kengo's side. So thank goodness Wicked Blow critical hits every time.
Yeah, but the one thing you would say about
Joe is locking in his moves so fast.
They're both very susceptible.
He like knows exactly what he wants to do.
That could potentially come out from the Landorus, but
Right?
Joe not wanting to contest.
Yeah.
Switching it straight out, keeping it for later.
Other times tonight we've seen people like dawdle back and forth like what do they want to click. Joe's like, no, this is how it goes. This is what has to happen.
From the
It's all instinct.
as Wicked Blow
Muscle memory.
to the opposing Urshifu, not going to be dealing too much damage, and now the Thunderous once again in a prime position to
Oh.
get out some good damage. The Wild Ball
Oh, okay.
is
I thought we were gonna get a double miss.
really boom. Unfortunately, not able to connect onto that Urshifu. That would have been great.
And we get the paralysis.
Focus dash, but there's an early paralysis.
That's the other thing. That synergizes really, really well with the Hex as well. Is Wild Bolt Storm has it's 80% accuracy, and if it hits, it has a 30% chance to paralyze, which is a huge percentage chance. And so like you can still do damage with that without having to use Thunder Wave, and still get your Hex bonus, like somewhat reliably.
Paralyzed. It is still, if it connects with any of those grass type attacks, especially under the grassy terrain, going to threaten it pretty hard here. And you know, the terra typing on it doesn't really complement a defensive typing to allow it to take it. It is that water type, so probably needs to kind of switch it out here. Both Pokemon have been intimidated, but we are going to see the Urshifu on Kenjo's side switch out this turn.
Yeah, just wants to make an adjustment. Doesn't want its focus sash to get unnecessarily broken. This is a nice adjustment though. The Choice Band Dragonite has graced us with its presence. As
Not a double miss. Now does Dragonite get paralyzed?
the multi-scale that can be big.
No, fortunately it does not.
As close combat connects down into the opposing Rillaboom. Urshifu now very, very vulnerable, having its special defense and its defense dropped thanks to that close combat.
Does this knock out? This should one-shot, yeah. There you go.
Solid KO against
The close combat defense drops.
defense drops.
Too powerful.
For the Urshifu.
Yeah, and you know, getting some nice damage onto the Rillaboom here, but not quite enough. I think Joseph probably would have liked to have seen the fully paralysis there on the Rillaboom. I think that would have really helped him out. Keep that Urshifu on the field. The nice thing that he did get though was breaking that multi-scale on the Dragonite whilst chipping down the Rillaboom, putting it in a position now where potentially a Hex is going to be enough to pick up the knockout with that Flutter Mane joining the field. And the Dragonite, of course, it has just said, I'm just showing up, I'll come back later.
Yeah, particularly with its dragon typing and multi-scale broken, doesn't want to have to take any unnecessary fairy damage. And there was the Dazzling Gleam as well. We'll get the KO on that Rillaboom, but Heatran, the perfect Pokemon to switch into any of these fairy type attacks. And it looks mean and ready to get some retribution here. Wild Bolt Storm will connect.
We get the paralysis. I'm always excited to see does this paralyze. Yes, we do.
Yeah, there we go.
Now you can just Hex for free.
From this Thunderous, it is really
And you're all set.
rivalry with this Heatran throughout the set.
Yeah, it's a single target attack rather than a spread attack. It's doing a lot more damage, a bit more impact.
And you can just keep doing the Eerie Impulse thing. Like, I think
The Dazzling Gleam
Joe is in a pretty good spot here. You've got very powerful offense at high speed with Flutter Mane. You've already paralyzed the Heatran, so it's got just a base 25% chance to do nothing every turn. And it's always going to be slower than you.
into Dazzling Gleam doesn't have access.
We paralyzed the Rillaboom, which we got rid of. I think we just keep clicking Wild Bolt, yeah. And then...
paralysis combination.
Okay, yeah, Wild Bolt, and then I think you just do Hex, right? No?
Field though for Kenjo.
Deagleam? Okay.
Not really gonna be
Interesting.
by the Eerie Impulse
Maybe he's thinking
but still has to watch
Kengo's gonna Terra Normal here,
wave that could come
and you don't want to get locked into Hex.
Thunderous.
That makes sense.
The Dragonite is choice,
Yeah.
so isn't going to be able to protect here. I think it's a wise terrestrialization here. From
Which is
Kengo
exactly
for the normal
what
type.
happened.
Yep.
You do not have that fairy weakness.
E-Speed.
Extreme speed, obviously, it's not going to be able to connect into a fairy, to a ghost type, but it can connect down into the Thunderous and start applying.
Rocky Helmet.
Helmet going to keep chipping away a little
Which
bit.
breaks multi-scale, if that was in effect. I don't remember if it was.
Dragonite is not safe in this next turn.
I also don't remember.
Save it all. The Wind Bolt Storm not making connect.
And there we go. Hits the guy where it matters.
That Dragonite and does pick
It's looking really bad for Kengo.
the impact that Kenjo wanted here, and this Thunderous.
This looks like it's
Oh, Joe in this game.
I don't even want to say it's gonna end quick because you never know.
You never know.
Is it?
Flutter Mane does take a significant chunk from that Steel Time move coming out from the
Flutter Mane taking a huge amount of damage from Flash Cannon there. If you'll remember last game, where he took no damage because of all the Eerie Impulses landed into Heatran. It's like night and day.
Yeah, and the thing
Now we just get Ursh back out here. But what's Ursh gonna do? It's maybe gonna Sucker Punch.
putting that Flutter Mane into knockout position this next turn, and where
I think you just keep flicking Wild Bolt Storm.
have access to Sucker Punch, knowing that
Yeah.
Flutter Mane is locked into that Dazzling Gleam, it can go.
Yeah, you can phase in for the Intimidate,
Yeah, or
and then
yourself into something like the Wicked Blow.
No?
Predict the switch out because the Flutter Mane in a position now where it's going to be
There you
a
go.
sitting duck to take that that Sucker Punch this next turn. So you could catch something on the switch, maybe that Landorus if it does come in to try and get an Intimidate off, and also then double up with maybe a big spread. Oh, well, just the Magma Storm maybe from the Heatran. It doesn't have access to the Heat Wave, unfortunately.
Well, there is going to be adjustment. Landorus
So Ursh is going to have its attack reduced by like 50%.
has to find a way to hit it twice
And
to try and get the knockout.
fortunately, it doesn't care about that when it crits. It ignores damage modifiers to itself.
And here's the Wild Bot Storm once again.
Hits
Urshifu dodging out of
only the
says, hey, if you can miss the
Heatran.
Heatran.
Magma Storm does connect.
Storm, however, is going to connect down onto Landorus.
And that gets rid of Lando.
Yeah, not a really.
All right. It could still be anybody's game, actually, because Sucker Punch from Ursh is probably going to knock out Flutterman.
It's not the Pokemon that you want to be missing it out of the
You really, really need to connect that Wild Bolt Storm, and I think you need to get the paralysis.
But a great turn from Kenjo calling.
I think this turn you have to target T-Wave into Ursh and hope that he doesn't get to use Sucker Punch.
With the switch into Landorus,
I think.
no impact from
No? Okay, we're just doing damage.
in a really good position.
Joe is going so fast with his menuing.
Not over just yet.
It's definitely not. Urshifu in a great position, though, to go for something like that Sucker Punch. You know the Fluttermane can't protect, so to no surprise, Joe going for the Fairy Terra type onto that Fluttermane, dropping his Ghost typing. And
If you become Fairy type and resist Sucker Punch, maybe you survive here.
enough, though,
I feel like you just have such little HP. Though granted,
Yeah.
Ursh is intimidated, so maybe it's pretty good.
hard as well. So if that is the target,
There's the Sucker Punch.
Sucker Punch.
3 hit
Oh
points.
my goodness.
Clutch, able to go for the
Oh, wow.
This will bring the opposing Urshifu right down to its focus dash, a little bit of chip onto the Heatran, but wow, let's go Fluttermane.
What a huge survival here.
That's a big deal.
Great choice.
And then Wild Bolt Storm, if it hits both, should just clean.
Get it down to its slash in the
If it hits both.
Adam misses which one?
Oh, wow.
No.
This again, so unfortunate for Joe, but the Flash Cannon coming out into the Thunderous here, and both Pokemon staying on the field.
You have to click. The only way Joe wins here is if he clicks Wild Bolt Storm again.
Precarious position this next turn because the Sucker
Yeah, you just got to do the same thing and just pray you hit. Because you're gonna lose one of them to Sucker Punch.
And leaving the Thunderous in a position.
Yeah.
where
So yeah, Joe's praying.
down from the Heatran.
Oh,
you
that's
can
so stressful.
see him. Oh no.
That it's going to connect and do enough.
Don't let this be the square I hit for my bingo. Connects on both. Oh, baby.
my goodness.
Take this set in a best of 3 thriller.
Joe literally just had an 80% chance to win the game, 20% chance to lose, right there, basically outright.
Giving him so much trouble.
Oh man, I would like collapse when I got out of my chair there because of the adrenaline. I feel like that's such a stressful situation to be in.
Connection with both.
Holy hell.
Incredible.
Pick up the knockout.
Once again, we're like, oh, this is over, and then it comes down to the wire.
Doing so well, being able to dodge out of the way of the Magma Storm.
Such is the nature of Pokemon,
It
but
really
even
is.
more so than usual.
A single miss just completely turns the tide, like not connecting when you needed to.
Secondary effect. Wow, well done.
All right, after the winners interview, I'll pull up the final round of yesterday to fill the middle time. Though honestly, they'll probably get into round 4 pretty fast because
even less players.
Well, there's even less players, but also that was a 3-game set, and they both went like pretty long.
Right up to this point.
Or all 3 games rather went pretty long.
Then it just
Even though Joe was pressing his menus as fast as humanly possible,
just land that last.
it was still like a lot of turns.
Of all the misses, you think I'll take all of them.
I'll probably be tapping out after the winner's interview.
Okay, you don't want to catch the last round of day 1? It had Wolfie in it.
I'll probably catch it tomorrow. I'm crashing fairly hard right now.
I am honestly too, but I wanna see how long I can hang.
Next term for Kengo,
But thank you so much for keeping me company. It's great. You're welcome here anytime.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Tomorrow's gonna be really late because VGC Masters finals are late in the day.
How good a Pokemon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll at least be prepared for that.
That makes sense.
Probably a longer period of time.
Work day into
Really difficult.
I hear
3
ya.
hours of stream is.
Joseph and
I hear ya.
to kind of really disrupt everything on Kenjo's side of the field, just put Joe in such a good position. It looked very, very close at times where Joseph was about to lose the match, especially when those misses kept coming out and you kind of heart was in your hand at those times and you think, oh, I couldn't get any closer than this. Very exciting for our viewers at home, but what a way to end the game.
Wow, I mean, day 2 Pokemon Multi was already off to a terrific start, but the action is just getting more and more intense, particularly as well when you look at terrestrialization. Joe, I think it was in game 2, went very early on with the Landorus terrestrialization, being able to go for that Terra Flying, I think in turn 1. and then saving in this game 3 that Terra Fairy right for the end, because if he didn't have access to it, that Sucker Punch would have taken out the Flutter main. Easy peasy.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think like even going back to that last game there, where he really didn't get much use out of his Landorus in game 2. He really utilized the Landorus masterfully. He was so good in that game, but really didn't get much or any return on it in that game 3. And when he got caught on the switch in by the Wicked Blow and then the Magma Storm kind of combination, you thought, it's really not looking good. But then hanging in there, utilizing the tools that he had left and just clutching it out right at the last minute. A great game. I'm going to need a minute, I think.
I think
80% win.
That's what I'm saying. Joe had a 20% chance to just not advance in Worlds at that last turn, because that was game 3 final turn.
Much loot and lead.
80% chance.
I think you guys deserve a great rest after.
Actually, probably higher than 20%, because it's an 80% chance to hit each individually.
As well, like what even was going through your head in the final moments?
I love Rosemary's outfit here. That's really cool.
When you're using a move like Wild Bolt, right? It has Wild Bolt.
Which looks fantastic.
Drawback of if it misses, it's obviously not a great move, but you also saw in the set 2 is getting a bunch of paras, so you take what you can get, right? And I was definitely very, very nervous, especially in that last turn when I just needed to connect that last Wild Bolt. And right after Flutter survived, it was an insane game, and my opponent played super, super well. So.
Yeah, the Terra Fairy to be able to survive the Sucker Punch was absolutely huge, and it bought you so much time to be able to try to get that final knockout after the Wild Bolt Stump had missed a few times. But you're the type of player that over the course of the season, you have wanted to lean a little bit more into these less than accurate moves. So how do you manage that when you're
less than accurate is a polite way to phrase it.
Well, I think it just depends on how you view it, right? So there
Putting it very, very nicely.
That were like 100% accurate. There weren't really like any moves that can miss from certain Pokemon. And then you have the Pokemon that are a little bit more risky, right? Typically, I think if you're running risky moves on a Pokemon, it has to give you a lot of value in return, right? So Wild Bolt, even though, yes, it missed a ton, the paras it got were super valuable. Throwing out Thunder Waves is really valuable, right? So I think that when you take risks, right, you have to just kind of it's almost like hedging your bets, right? You have some safe options and then you have like your more risky options. And sometimes, the riskier options are better in the matchups, right?
That's very true, and that Heatran had a lot of trouble actually getting a move off after it ended up getting paralyzed in that game number 2. But talking about risk assessment, Wo-Chien, kind of a big risk for this tournament.
Why'd you bring Wo-Chien? Please tell us.
Down that route.
Okay, so without getting like too into the specifics of the matchups, basically, so I had a really good like 5-mon core, which was the Urshifu, Heatran, Thundurus, Landorus, and Fluttermane. And I had a Moongus there originally, and I was just trying to make this Amoonguss work, and it was just not working.
Interesting.
I would play.
I was gonna say, how is Amoonguss not working?
Rillaboom, it wasn't super great. Then I was like, okay, well I need a Grass type, and I also like need it for some other matchups. I was like, why not just try Wo-Chien? And then as soon as I put on Wo-Chien, I was playing ranked battles on on the Switch, and I shot up from like number 500 to like number 2. So I was like, I guess it's good enough, and I just put it on the team.
Interesting.
I just picked it.
At least we got it on stream.
Just
First and last Wo-Chien appearance at Worlds, I'm sure.
Oh, you're 3-0 now.
I'm 100% sure of that one.
Yeah, so I actually played versus Eric Rios last round, and the Wo-Chien came to every single game. It was really good.
Wow.
It wasn't as.
He's like, trust me, I brought Wo-Chien 3 games in a row. Trust me, it was really good. You didn't see it, it wasn't on stream, but I beat Eric Rios all 3 games, or 2 games. It was great. Trust me. Trust me, trust me, trust me.
Really unique options.
So funny.
When we take
We'll never know.
The day 2 invites that are coming in, and Magma Storm is definitely one of those.
We'll never know. We'll just have to trust it.
Just have to trust him.
Is that a move that you prepared for going up against other Heatran?
Yeah, so it's a move that I've seen before, and I had even kind of tested a Heatran using Magma Storm before. So as you can see, I have the Heatran shirt, so love Heatran. But yeah, I tried it out. The thing with Magma Storm, which I guess you saw in that set, is it has a lot.
Going through TCG results right now, and currently the 2 best decks of the format are the ones ahead.
When you're using your only
oh, that's cool. That makes sense.
As Magma Storm, because if you just don't connect.
Yeah, Lugia and Gardevoir leading.
Damage out with Heatran, and
Lost Box and Mew not far behind.
What is a Lost Box?
If they all connect, it's doing.
So I was kind of explaining this earlier. Lost Box is a deck that, so the way Pokemon works is you have, every time you knock out a Pokemon, you get a prize card. So Lost Box is just a deck of all single prize Pokemon that utilize essentially banishing all their cards. So a single prize Sableye can do a ton of damage.
Last season,
It's a hard counter to Gardevoir, which is why
Okay.
it's pretty good this format, just because it takes down the best deck.
You know,
But basically, yeah, that's basically the gimmick is Comfey
and that's what I really
just
wanted.
banishes a bunch of stuff to the Lost Zone, and then Sableye switches in for relatively cheap cost and sweeps.
I have to say, honestly, I mean,
Because the more banished
I
stuff,
love you. Thank you for
the more
always
damage.
supporting me. Mom, dad, you know, all my family.
Lugia is strong because it just is a lot of it's a once per game
Argo, thank you.
a free
Ooh.
energy attached to a lot of stuff
Ooh.
when
Once per
paired
game.
once per game. So that's the V-Star mechanic, which is pretty cool.
Family. It really
It's just a once per game ability.
people around that are like
Just attach a bunch of energy to stuff.
Falling on you at the end.
Namely Archeops, who's a single prizer.
Archeops? People are running Archeops?
Practice with.
Yep. So
Archeops,
Archeops
is it good in the card game? Because it's not good in the video game.
Yeah, it's pretty good in the card game. So its ability is once per turn, you may search your deck for up to 2 special energy cards and then immediately attach them to one Pokemon. So basically the whole deck can just turbo out energy
Wow.
and just have a bunch of big attacers.
Well,
all colorless energy too.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and
All colorless Pokemon.
give you a rest after that intense game number 3. So we'll see you all after this.
Interesting.
Yeah. The big gimmick is so after Single Strike and Rapid Strike Urshifu came out in the games, they released Single Strike and Rapid Strike Pokemon in the card game. Not just Urshifu, but like everything. So you can get a bunch of Single Strike enemy energy onto. Hold on, the cat is trying to eat my food, so I have to deal with that.
Checking out some of the action that's going down at the Pokemon World
But so basically, you can just boost up both Lugia, Archeops, and they run a 1/1, so one copy of each. Single Strike, Urshifu,
Lock down in a
V and VMAX, which is the gimmick from Sword and Shield.
fantastic for this particular.
I pulled up round 7, by the way.
Pokemon.
Here's Wolfie.
So you're also not giving.
Feel free to tap if you want. I know you're tired, but
But it's still really.
I figured I might as well. You're gobsmacked silenced, looking at his immaculate fit.
I know. I love Wolfie. I'm such a sucker for him.
Seems like a nice guy, like good enough guy. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know him personally, so I can't really speak to that too much. But
Yeah,
he puts out good content. He seems like he wants to make
That's a-
everything better in the community. So
That's not content. He just
For Intimidate, you can Thunder Wave.
he loves the game. That's really all it is.
One of the things that I'm looking at is the impact of
He really
Golden Go
does.
on Shilang's side, right? Because Golden Go can just really burst.
Oh, Mr. Candy Corn, I need you to stop.
Iron Hands, you have to
is that your cat?
Part of the thing is that the
Yes.
Nice.
is weak.
Keeps hopping on my lap trying to get to my bagel chips.
Ain't that just the way?
And one of the other questions is how do you really respond to Amoonguss, right? Golden Go is going to be really valuable in dealing with Amoonguss. There's also Taunt on the.
I do want to see his team. Kind of.
It can't possibly beat Bright Powder Articuno though. Like that's got to be peak.
That, I'm like, okay,
What could
What
though?
could?
You have Taunt on that Pokemon, but you also have the Chi-Yu to be able to deal with the Golden Go. So there are a bunch of different options on both trainer sides that they're really going to have to navigate the board position to be able to get the knockouts onto the bigger threats that are focusing down their own attackers. But this is the final best of 3.
Okay, what do we got?
One of the 2023 Pokemon
Genies? Aw.
Shiliang Tang.
This is a very boring looking lead for Wolfie. Maybe it's good,
Bringing the Iron Hands and the
but
I think
this is like very standard.
Here is really well positioned. You pressure with Tauntauns Leamungus immediately. Landorus pressures with an Earthquake. Now Iron Hands can fake out, so I think it makes sense.
I didn't even catch what he has in the back.
Gyarados-
Gyarados and Shiyu in the back for Wolfie. Okay.
I think one of the things
That's a very standard team. Something we've actually already seen
opposing Tornado.
again here in day 2.
Really worried about something like a fake out into that slot this turn. You could just go straight.
I'm going to the VOD myself and.
With it being open team sheet, Wolf also knows, hey, you know that I know you have Ghost Terra, so
Oh wow, they just didn't even show the teams before the game started for this one.
Really?
get a spore off, right?
I
Yeah.
didn't just miss it. Okay, interesting.
No.
Intimidate off and
I guess who needs to know that information?
like
That's fine.
Opposing side can't do that much unless you're going for something like a bleak.
Uh,
Looks like Wolf is just opting to go for.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're into Landorus.
Everybody's moving very fast. I don't know if I'm just like slowing down mentally because I'm tired after doing this all night yesterday, but I feel like everybody's choosing their moves really, really fast.
Well, the Intimidate drop on Landorus is really big. That's
I mean, if his team did leak, what is?
Rock Slide!
Bleak win.
Welcome, Pandora.
Half to the
Hi.
Amogus.
We're watching Worlds. Right now we're catching up on yesterday's final match as we're waiting for the round 4, 5 of day 2. I forget what round we're in.
Or
It's gonna be round 4.
yes.
Okay.
It is going to be that golden goal.
Cool. Yeah. So welcome. I'm joined by my friend Penny right now.
How much damage?
And
the other awkward thing
I think I've got other guests coming in later. I'm not quite sure.
you can water
But yeah, I'm gonna keep going until I can't anymore.
so many Pokemon at least
Trying to break down
rain and
what's going on in Worlds for the highest tournament in the land for Pokemon as best as I can. I'm definitely beginning to feel the mental fatigue as it is approaching midnight in my local time
I'm
zone.
feeling the mental and physical fatigue.
Gonna miss the Iron Hands here as I say that, but you're
Can't spoil this, huh? Okay, so you've seen this one already. Cool. So you're a Poke fan. You're in the right place.
able to follow up.
I'm gonna guess
Gyarados is gonna hang on here.
what's gonna happen.
Wow, even with that
I don't know if there's gonna be something crazy happening. I feel like it's got to be crazy RNG.
come out there, but
Nothing could possibly be crazier than watching Articuno dodge like every hit in a row in the previous turn.
was just in such an
Maybe we're gonna get some crazy paralyzed luck out of Gyarados here.
damage output right now. The upside is there is a
My
lot
team
of
build.
ability for his
Nice,
team
that's
to
exciting.
switch out, and you can see
I have not even built a team for this current regulation. I've been so absorbed in watching stuff and other activities, but I had a pretty formidable Trick Room team in Reg C that I'm gonna try and restructure for the last month of Reg D once I get all my stuff together and after Worlds.
what you have in the back, you leave it
I'm a big Torkoal believer.
damage immediately.
Chilyang is already showing
Chiyu in the back.
with the Terra. I think that's really valuable, especially given what Wolf has in the back. I'd be really worried committing some type of offensive Terra at this point. Just
Kind of sad. This team's kind of stale for Wolf.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, I was expecting some real bonkers nonsense.
final for Wolf. It is
Do you mind if I send my team? Sure, but like, what do you?
So,
I
going for the double switch here, and the
can't really do much with that information.
Nasty Claw on this Chiyu, plus Chiyu is just fairly
Feel free though, I suppose. I'm happy to like
for a
talk
potential
about it. I
score
suppose.
to the Golden Ghost slot as well. Tornadus actually is going to make that switch, so a lot of good positioning here. Tornadus could be in an awkward
You
spot.
won't get timed out for
And Land-
dropping the paste
Great
link or
Pokemon
anything if
with
that's
a
what you
little bit
mean.
more pressure right now, especially in front of that Chiyu.
absolutely. I mean, Golden Ghost still gets to go for something here.
Oh.
It is
What we got?
Shadow Ball into the Amoonguss, and that special defense drop is going to be
wow.
enough to just knock it out.
That's a big KO there. This now means that there's no redirection from the
Florges,
Amoonguss to
Torkoal.
protect the Chiyu. Now, what you can do, of course, is bring out that
Interesting.
Iron Hands, go for that fake out on Sylvander slot. Chiyu now has the ability to go for a
Now I can look at this after this
an
round.
amazing lead for Shilane,
That's
but
fine.
Nasty Plot Chiyu has
I see you've got room service on your Torkoal, which doesn't make any sense to me because Torkoal's already as slow as possible. But I'll give it more thought after I'm done watching whatever happens to Wolfie here.
of course, to the Chiyu. So yeah, Wolf opting for that fake out.
Do I know how symbiosis works? Yes. When you consume an item, you are given an item by your ally.
Happy to just continue, going for Shadow Balls.
And in this case, you've got Florges with symbiosis. So you're going to consume room service, but that doesn't really do anything. You might as well just have a normal item. And you get an assault vest.
So, Chilyang
So,
chance to cycle in
and you like,
Tornadus. It is paralyzed.
then it would block you out of your own protect.
So you
But you can assault vest the booster drive into Iron Hands, which is a good thing to have here.
cut off. So we will see a +2 special attack boost.
That makes sense.
This will be where I tap. I was
Okay.
excited for Wolfie, and then
But like this team's just like not
his
exciting.
team's just every other team.
There, so
That's fair.
just under a 2-hit KO.
All right, I will see you tomorrow.
All right, good night, Penny.
And I think, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, have a good night.
Chiyu
Thank you, thank you.
faster than Golden Ghost. So Tornadus here is going to likely
Yeah,
try
it's
to
such a standard team. In fact, we've seen like almost the same exact team in day 2.
over the battle right now.
That's rough.
Landers in the back is still really good, but you still have to handle that Gyarados. I think if Gyarados had fainted earlier, it'd be a complete disaster because then.
Okay, Oranguru has symbiosis on your team. And cool, you've got symbiosis on 2 guys. They can both trade items. That's cool. Again, room service is like supremely pointless on the Torkoal though. So it to me doesn't make sense. I guess it lets you give Life Orb to multiple different people, but I feel like there's no real point in giving room service to Torkoal.
Wow, that's exactly what I was.
That's just my immediate gut reaction. Again, I'm trying to watch what's going on here.
Might just be a double knockout. It is. And Wolf suddenly brings all the momentum back into his favor with a very favorable paralysis on
Okay,
Tornadus.
so we did get a very good paralysis. I don't think that's what
Shadow
is
Ball
like
right
crazy
into
though.
Iron Hands feigns from the recoil, and you trade, but you have.
We're down, back to the final 2. Ursh
Yeah, that's
and Lando. We get another Intimidate
absolutely the
off on
Choice Band Dark Terror.
Hands. I would be amazed if Hands doesn't swap out for Gyarados here. That'd be my best guess. You just want to get your another Intimidate onto the Urshifu. Though it's Rapid Strike, and Chi is going to faint to Surging Strikes pretty much no matter what. Oh no, sorry, that's Single Strike, not Rapid Strike. So Chi is actually in good shape. I think Chi can just go for like Overheat.
Just does less than super effective damage, right? You resist it. So that's one of the questions here. Yeah, do you want a Terra here?
Against Mirror, that makes sense. Mirror matchups, that makes sense.
Call it. Oh my goodness.
The core crux of the team you posted seems to be that you can just get a good item on multiple guys. It kind of circumvents the
I can't stress that Terra was
like one of an item on a team thing, because now you could potentially run Life Orb on your Rillaboom, or on your Iron Hands, or on your Torkoal, if you felt like it. And similarly, you can get an Assault Vest on any of them also. So that's kind of cool.
Of both of these physical attackers.
Yeah, like if the Tailwind had gone up earlier.
And yeah, having room service for the mirror matchup, I guess, makes sense, especially if you can then just get another item later. And it's not like a completely wasted slot. One shot. We like to see it.
You pulling off the comeback, being able to naturally outspeed all of these Pokemon.
And even though the fact we're going to be able to see a Rock Slide here to the Gyarados and the Chi,
okay.
Even the Gyarados is able to hang on.
Gyarados hangs on.
Attack drop is coming in big.
Absolutely, yeah. Gyarados so clutch in this battle, surviving that Shadow Ball earlier. And Wolf definitely can taste the victory now after this first game. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, too, you're looking at just Rock Slides to try to finish the job. The Chiyu is just faster. And so while you get a chance to knock out the Gyarados, the Iron Hands gets a chance to come back in. You can get a Fake Out into that slot and just completely finish up the game.
Yep, Fake Out plus the Flamethrower here, and the Chiyu is able to outspeed the Landers as well, which is really pivotal. So having a lot of speed investment on Chiyu was really the game difference maker in this one, because
but I think Chiyu can just close this out. Just keep going for Flamethrower, right? Like, even a Dark Pulse would be fine here.
Have a defensive Terra either, so the paralysis on the Tornadus really changed everything.
Huge.
Absolutely changed everything. But sometimes when you're behind like that, you need to find ways to win, right? And the reality is that, like, I think Shilane played amazingly in the first couple turns of the battle, but being able to even have a 25% chance to get back into the battle in itself is critical. But I think that it shows how important Tailwind is in this matchup, because the Chiyu is just such a big problem otherwise.
Interesting. I don't know why Wolf is like
that
dawdling. Like, I feel like he can just click his buttons. I don't see Lando surviving the Dark Pulse.
Policy, we do see the Chiyu go for the terrestrialization to keep it safe from any type of super effective rock type attack or ground type attack, just to be able to finish the job.
There is the Terra on the opposing side. Now, this is the Water Terra on land.
Yeah, okay, so Dark Pulse was the right choice.
Water Terra to, of course, resist Flamethrower. Yeah, I think my question is, how much does the Chiyu actually do damage-wise to Landers? If it's not a 2-hit knockout, Landers might actually still be able to come back in this one. So let's see. First, it's going to be Fake Out, of course. This turn is kind of guaranteed damage. I would think 2 attacks just gets the KO, but...
Wolfie is a timer player, but okay. I don't know if that crit mattered. It's hard to say. I don't think it would have. Shiyu does a lot of damage, and that was stab.
Not one, I think, not being as relevant.
Okay.
But this game, I think, was
seems like a normal,
off that paralysis on Tornadus, that one.
normal match. Some minor luck stuff happening. Oh, okay, we get to see the teams now. Wolfie has Farigiraf. That's kind of cool. And we got Arcanine on the other side. That's cool. So what happens?
To provide Fake Out or redirection support, for example. So
Wolfie wins game 1,
Chiyu decides to come
but he doesn't make it to day 2, so he definitely doesn't win these next 2. What happens to our boy?
The set progresses, getting a little bit more offensive when you just want to try to get through this game quickly, and also if you're expecting a big adjustment like that from your opponent. So heading into this game number 2, Wolf Click is up 1-0 in this best of 3, and it's going to be the double leaning.
Oh, hey Tom, welcome. I'm currently watching game 2 of round 7 from yesterday with Wolfie Click versus Shilong Tong.
Go for Fake Out onto Landorus and just go for
Is this the
for example,
is this the one where like he I was just watching a stream and you were saying like he doesn't make it to day 2. Is this the one where he's
I guess he gets I guess he loses here. He does not win these next 2 games, and I'm gonna find out how. Because he won game 1 and he is not in the day 2 running, so he must lose here. I think. Because if you get 5 wins, you're in. I'm pretty sure on day 1, because yeah, 5-2 is a winning score.
You also get a chance to intimidate cycle.
I was just saying with Penny, because Penny was just in.
Right away.
Wolf's team seems very standard, very uncharacteristic for him, where usually he's like on the forefront of meta development.
It is going to be
here, it seems like he's kind of just running something very similar to what we're seeing a bunch of other people run. So I feel like he's maybe out of his element there. I don't know.
And that slot is basically left exposed. For example,
How you doing tonight? It's already like pretty late, but I'm glad to have you join.
Yeah, it's about more or less. I think it's about the same time I joined yesterday. But
I'm feeling much more tired.
You know what? I got intimidated.
I'm feeling much more awake.
That's good. That's good.
I didn't wake
quietly
up only
pass the
2
stream
hours
to
ago
you.
this time.
It's time for terrestrialization on
I've been taking care of some stuff, and that's why I'm here a little later as well. But
all good.
whatchamacallit? I don't watch competitive stuff all too often, but it has Gyarados been going around.
Yeah.
He's got the
Intimidate is just very good. Is what it boils down to, right? Like you have the ability to be immune to ground type attacks. You've got Intimidate. You've got access to things like Taunt and Thunder Wave. So Gyarados is pretty popular. Yeah. And plus Gyarados has Waterfall, so you can Thunder Wave and then go for a flinch off of Waterfall if you really want to be lucky.
Gotcha.
Super nice there is in
I
Iron Hands.
there's a certain amount of
but
It's
what's the word I would use? Discussion to have about the Pokemon meta. And as I just look and see the two genies and Urshifu on the opposing team at the moment, I'm
and
just
then Gyarados
kinda
is here?
like,
Or what do you mean? Or you're just like, oh yeah, these guys again?
it's kind of like that feeling of like chalk from yesterday.
Oh yeah, what I was talking about with chalk? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Pretty much correct. It's not what he's using that angers me. He copied another team. Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I've definitely seen this get used a bunch. This is like not a particularly imaginative draft of Pokemon. So I think we've seen like pretty much this exact thing in day 2. No, 3-2 is a win. They only run 5. I'm pretty sure IDK how it works. Well, this is round 7, so they definitely run more than 5. And we're in round yeah, this is round 7. He's 4-2 right now, so he has to lose here because then that would make him 4-3, which does not qualify you for a top cut in 7-round Swiss. Neil VGC used it first. Yeah, but these guys all share teams. Like that's not uncommon.
Is not going to do anything.
From what I could tell from looking at the schedule, I think there was like supposed to be 16 rounds of Swiss or something.
I thought it was. Usually it's 13. I don't know if they do 16 today. That would make sense. They do like another whole 8.
It could have been outdated information or something, but the thing that I looked at, because I went and looked at their Twitch page and it had this like you know, like
they've
where
got like
there's
a big
bunch of
graphic.
applications on the thing you can click and interact with. It brought up a schedule that was like the first 8 Swiss rounds are day 1, and then the next 8 Swiss rounds are day 2. And
Wait,
then
is there another
it's
Swiss round
the,
after this on the schedule? No way.
Let me pull it up.
No, there isn't. The stream ends like immediately after the winner's interview. It looks like. So there's only 7 on day 1. It looks like.
If it does decide to stick around.
What is I guess it'd just be Pokemon, huh?
Ever a double up on you here, right? You can Shadow Ball Stomping
BG schedule, day 1, Swiss R1 to R8, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Huh.
Day 2, Swiss R9 to R16, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Top 16, top 4A, top 4B, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Huh.
Day 3 is all finals.
This stream definitely ends after Swiss round 7 here, so I don't know what's up with that. I can't imagine
That could have been because of all the delays for matches.
I don't know, because they have to decide who's in day 2, right? By the end of this. So I don't know. I thought it was always 7. That's strange.
That is just going to be a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, this could be outdated information for all I know.
Once again, you still have the Urshifu in the back. A Tailwind. What a nice.
I'll see if the actual website says differently.
Okay.
Yeah, this is going to be so close, honestly. So Urshifu comes out. I think what is really pivotal this turn is, do you switch to Chi-Yu out? Because you could obviously just go Chi-Yu straight out into the Iron Hands right now, take that Wicked Blow, and then just go for a Waterfall to knock out the Urshifu.
All the website says is day 1 Swiss, day 2 Swiss.
Yeah,
so.
that's all I've seen too. I didn't see specific rounds.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I think with the Twitch thing, they...
Ty, like jumping through the door, like punching down the wall. Swiss matches are set in stone. Yeah, exactly. Like there has to be
I'm not sure
a fixed number per day, or you will not have your day 2
exactly like you that this
ready to go. It has to have always been 7,
outcome of this
and then
game
5-2 is the winning combination
and so
to make it to day 2.
take its place.
Ty is absolutely correct.
How the response
It could have been the
going to come out with
whatchamacallit. It could have been like a
to reset back up
oh, what is the term? Like where it's already set up, but then you go and change the information anytime you have a new event or something.
A schedule?
Or or more so
Goodness. Okay, and there's Waterfall. That'll get the knockout onto Ursa.
like a base format sort of thing, like
Talking about if the Wicked Blow had gone
like a
there, wow, that would be a complete
like a standard copy. Like they just
threw into Landry.
didn't change whatever the original information said, and when they put it,
Oh,
but
okay.
it was probably just a mistake to even say like, yeah, Swiss rounds numbers.
Yeah,
like
it's
the
day 1,
site
day 2,
just
yeah.
saying Swiss days 1, Swiss days 2 is better.
Landorus,
And then yeah, like Ty said, like a round could have been lost from people dropping too.
doing in this position.
That'd be impressive, but I guess it's not
You have the
impossible.
ability to Sunny Day.
I
Or
think
you can bleak
Wind,
windstorm.
yeah, you just go for that damage, honestly, right?
By the way, Ty, I hope you are feeling better today.
He was saying he's feeling better, but his voice is still completely gone, so
That special defense drop. So
such is
this
life.
makes a lot of sense because
At the very least, like you know, if the voice is gone, but hopefully there's no pain or anything.
Just preserve that for later. Cycle through Wolf season out for this game. And you do get the fake out into the Landorus. And Chiyu at this point, too. I mean, yes, it has to take a bleak windstorm, but it takes
Big bleak windstorm.
here.
it takes it comfortably. They get the speed drop. That's not really super relevant here. Speed drop on a Chiyu could have been interesting, but Tailwind is set up anyway right now. So yeah, pivoting out into Gyarados, just get that Intimidate immediately. But Shielding does have that Stomping Tantrum. So you could go for the Stomping onto the Chiyu slot. But Hands is going to...
This is very tense.
What happened?
This Intimidate drop isn't kind of messy.
It's just like we totally just skipped something.
Very safe play. Just
I don't know what happened.
the Chiyu and just kind of
Did
figure
we?
out what this Landorus is going to try to go for.
I think so. It feels like we skipped like a couple
Gyarados is
seconds.
not sitting at a super comfortable amount of HP anymore. Does get taken down to about like 1/5. And
Tom, I don't know if you've been
clean it up.
watching
not gonna do it.
until you joined.
Type Pokemon.
The round
Tricky right now is how do you actually get enough damage?
round 6 of day 1 featured an Abomasnow and Articuno team, which was very exciting.
Yeah, I saw the tail end of that.
Very exciting stuff.
Wind plus an Earthquake right
Stream
now.
had technical difficulties,
I've
that
been
makes
bouncing
sense.
in and out of the stream
I was thinking you could protect
while I've been doing stuff. I think I saw round 1 of day 2, the tail end of that one that you were talking about, and then
Out here, which leaves
I was seeing something with.
what this Landorus
Oh well,
will go
I
for
guess the one I was about to describe is the Wo-Chan reaction, which like
Yes.
yeah, I was here for that.
Joe brings Wo-Chan round 1, does nothing.
Knockout on a Chiyu!
Oof.
I think Wolf is expecting to survive that, otherwise you don't make that play. One of the other things I was going to talk about, by the way, was I wonder if Shieling thought about going for Stomping Tantrum.
Okay, I feel like I like blinked or something, and suddenly we skipped ahead a couple frames. That's weird.
Even calling that Wicked Blow turn correctly, Iron Hands is not going to be able to take out like, the Landorus.
Wolf taps out,
Into a
okay.
game
It's
3.
tied. It is tied.
How are we looking on the main stream?
Best of 3 that we have
Alright, they're just
here.
doing
Let's go in a game 3.
talking.
And this has been so back and forth.
You also saw the King Crimson. Ty, are you a JoJo fan? I feel like I've never heard you talk about JoJo, but maybe I'm just not paying good enough attention.
First, off to a good.
All right, what happens in game 3 here?
Bypass a lot of the turns of Tailwind.
What terrible tragedy befalls our boy?
Not in his favor.
So you need 5 to move on. So if you got 5 in the first 5 rounds,
You're good, yeah. The rest don't matter.
There's no
You play him out, but it doesn't matter.
Liang is going to run back the leads of the Tornadus and the Landorus.
I think.
Does it affect like seeding or anything for the next day?
But
I believe so, yes.
really feel safe leading Tornadus Golden Go. That's so weak to Chiyu, right? So the Torrent Landorus combo is kind of just a
What happens to
goes well into everything.
our boy? What
I
knocks
think
him
what's
out
really
here?
interesting here is like Landorus Assault Vest just
Pixie
looks really
plate,
good in
cool.
general, right? Looks like Wolf is thinking about just going on the offensive immediately. I think one of the things that you
Chat is warning me here that something very bad befalls Wolfie. I can't imagine what it is.
That can actually be really awkward.
Now I kind of wonder, maybe is there an Arcanine in the back? That'd be kind of cool to be able to see that.
Arcanine would actually be really interesting. I think its fundamental problem in this matchup is that
Okay, we go for the Terra immediately. We just want to blow stuff up,
that much as well, 'cause
as is the way with Fluttermane.
Fluttermane makes
You
appearance in its
select your Moonblast or whatever and just try and delete people. With the Chiyu special defense reduction, you have a pretty good shot at making that dream happen. Rock Slide, uh-oh. Tailwind Rock Slide. I'm beginning to see what might happen.
Okay.
Tailwind Rock Slide, the pieces are coming together. does Wolf lose to like getting flinched 10 turns in a row? Is that what's going to happen here? The pieces of the puzzle are
Yeah, so you can bring out
being placed together.
Force the terror out immediately, which is obviously pretty critical here.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be the Urshifu instead.
Okay,
of
Ursh.
So, I mean, the thing about Urshifu here is that...
Wolfie almost running.
There. The thing about Urshifu right
What?
now is that you have to decide what move to lock into, right? But I think the way that Wolf basically...
Man needs to slow down maybe a little bit.
Iron Hands and get
That was
but this battle is going so
alarming.
now Fluttermane pivoting out right away.
Well, that's also really nice too, because honestly, Urshifu has access to Poison Jab, which is not a move that we talked about.
Oh, there's the poison jab you were talking about.
I wonder if he just accidentally goes a little too fast and runs.
And taps out? That'd be crazy.
Right now, as a nice pivot into.
They were talking about how this Ursh has poison jab, which is a move that they don't talk about often, but you were talking about it yesterday.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll see that.
Saying, I'm going to get rid of Tornadus immediately. You get one Tailwind up and that's it. If I get to an end game where I've stalled out your Tailwind, I have Chiyu, I have Fluttermane. Those Pokemon are just going to outpace you and they're going to get those knockouts. So
I gotta feel like someone would try to
get enough out of these
like try to run that in order to counter Fluttermane, because Fluttermane's
But the Wicked Blow
very
into the
ghost.
right now, and so a nice resist. And it's
The reason
the
his
fairy-
team is so bland because you can change teams each day. That's just patently not true.
See the rock slide into the
Unless
but then
something
it's really
completely wild dramatic has happened. No, your team for Worlds is your team for Worlds, day 1, day 2.
Urshifu just kinda
That's like absolutely not correct.
sit and duck right now.
When you're locked into a tournament, you're locked in.
I think like the reality
You do not get to change your team at all once you are registered for the tournament.
Wow.
And they do team check-ins like the Friday before.
It really
So
would be, yeah.
you do not get to change your team. That is not true.
Slave, but then the problem is Urshifu could pivot out into Gold and go, right? So that would be pretty awkward. So these next couple of turns, I think, are just such a fine line. Oh my goodness.
gosh, he's doing
There-
it.
oh!
That's a big read. He's targeting T-Wave into Lando?
Wasn't entirely sure. But
Okay.
the Urshifu is going to be traded out for
It's
the
his own
Arc.
Oh no.
Goodness, wow.
No way!
He did bring it. That's a
Oh no.
Come on.
Double rock slide's about to happen.
That's going to be a big deal.
Oh,
That's
no.
got to be what happens here.
First, that
He's in Tailwind and he's going to get rock
with
slid
Rocky Helmet.
flinched
Wow.
to death.
Big.
And now stopping Tantrum super effective.
Right.
-1. Does not get the KO, but that's still a lot of damage.
Thunder Wave,
Oh.
though.
Thunder Wave into a ground type.
Sticking around. It was a good option to go for if you get the read onto anything else in the back that's huge. But now we know it's the
Waterfall.
Arcanine.
But we still have
And-
one more turn of Tailwind, right?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, I think, for this Gyarados.
Yeah, this is so close because like Tailwind is now getting stalled out. Both players making some really interesting adjustments, and I think Hisu and Arcanine is
Stressful to think about.
Main that we were talking about earlier, right? So
Yeah, I don't know what you do here. Where do you target that waterfall? You want to hit both of them, but you can only pick one, and you might not even get that because of the
Rockside here, that's not
speed
gonna KO the Gyarados,
speed tiers with Tailwind.
flinch chance, so
I'm looking at the website right now, and I see this thing called the RK9 Player Tournament Dashboard.
Yeah, that's where you register
And
for your teams. It's a third-party tool, but that's what they use for all their tournaments.
Pokemon Iron hits.
I'm sitting there just like RK9.
RK9.
And then I hear the
Oh, no?
the commentator in the background go Arcanine, and I'm like, oh
yes.
no.
Into the Protect.
But yeah, that's where they do team registration through is RK9.
wow, this is
Gotcha.
just so intense.
Yeah, I'm
It's
seeing like
Sulfur's Landorus is
we
such a
were
strong late
mentioning like
Pokemon here,
players
especially
getting dropped. I was seeing like
massive
there's
bottom view, but basically
player
Wolf's
meetings
are
both
pretty
days
smart
that if you
because they're,
don't
like,
attend,
dancing
you're
around
just dropped.
not wanting to switch in the Flutter or the Chew, right? Both of those Pokemon are so strong in this endgame, and the goal, of course, is to stall out
Alright,
that
so we saw one flinch on Gyarados.
Here's Rock Slide, though, coming out. Oh
But
my
so much
gosh!
damage.
So much damage, yeah.
It's not intimidated, and that's just going to be a lot of same type attack bonus as you do see the Iron Hands get knocked out.
Eats the berry. Eat of the berry.
Recovery here for the Gyarados, so it's not.
Does he get to click Waterfall into either of these fine folks, or is he flinch again?
But it's the U-turn. Just to get
U-turn.
a bit of chip.
Oh, that was a crit.
And yeah, that's a
Wow, okay.
The,
So he flinched
very
into getting crit
situation for the
on this Gyarados.
This is so
And what happens now?
right now. You've gotten the Urshifu back out, and now that Iron Hands is eliminated, Urshifu definitely in a better position than previously.
And another flinch.
Are you
Okay.
kidding me?
Oh
This
my
Gyarados is just
goodness.
not getting a chance to move right now.
Such is the game we play.
Call it quite yet, but yeah,
That's
not being able to attack turn after turn
really bad.
is so difficult.
That's 2 flinches in a row
At least
and eating a crit. I don't know really what you do into that.
Arcanine being the adjustment is so strong. You can just go for something like Sucker Punch on a Fluttermane and Rock Slide right now.
That's
The
unfortunate.
adjustment to bring the Arcanine was so smart in this one.
I can't believe that he ended up bringing it.
Yeah.
It was a very
We were talking about it. We were like,
risky
is he gonna do it? Like,
Is he gonna do it?
pick, but it's turned out to be the perfect response to Wolf's game plan in this game number 3. There's still a chance Flutter Mane can do a massive amount of damage, but the Hisuian Arcanine is in such a dominant position. Even though Gyarados is on the field and you have the ability to go for a huge super effective attack.
We're playing right now for the Rock Slide miss.
You need to miss the Rock Slide. As
Oh,
the
he didn't even go for Sucker Punch! He went for Wicked Blow!
Cybertron's losing his mind.
Flutter Mane to get
That's so unlucky.
No
way!
My goodness. That's it.
That's it.
That knocked
That's such a rough sequence of events here.
game. Hisuian Arcanine is still going to be able to get a chance to the Rock Slide. It doesn't miss.
There we go.
Gyarados also gets knocked out.
And with Chiyu left,
Just crit into flinch.
Chi is not.
She was not the guy for this.
It's an absolutely wild set. The number of adjustments that we saw from both ends. The Hisuian Arcanine to secure day 2 here for Xilang Tang.
That's sad.
The call to go for it instead of Golden Go.
That was a huge call. You're still going to play it out, though. The Flamethrower not going to do enough damage to be able to deal with this Urshifu before it goes for the Wicked Blow to get that final knockout. And Xilang Tang is going to go 5-2 and make it to day 2 of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
This is what the World Championships are about. These are two of the best players in the world going toe-to-toe. The number of adjustments that we saw was absolutely wild. And Xilang Tang, I'm so impressed by him.
Hi, I'm gonna
Yeah,
summon upon your knowledge of being a VGC player in the trenches there. You definitely can't change your team for day 2 of Worlds, right? Nobody I know who's attending has mentioned that at all. All of them build a single team. I've never heard of being able to modify your team for day 2 of a tournament. But if I am correct, please let me know, because then I would look like quite the fool. I have absolutely never heard of such a thing being the case. And I know that team registrations were due on the Friday.
In the Play Pokemon video game rules, formats, and penalty guidelines as of July 1st, 2023, I see on 1.1 the battle team setup. The player must put the Pokemon to be used in a tournament in a battle team and keep the battle team unchanged from the beginning to the end of the event.
That is my understanding as well as an officiated judge and tournament organizer. I have never heard of being able to switch your team out midway through an event. That is completely unheard of to me, and I know is not how previous Worlds have been conducted.
And this is also, I'm assuming, if the July 1st matches with the regulation set D, that
that's
this
correct.
is going all the way to September 30th, so it should be current.
A team like Shilang's is strong because you're able to move before your opponent, and when you have 2 Rock Slide users that are both clicking Rock Slide immediately, you put the odds a little bit more in your favor. One of the things I was curious about generally is the waterfall damage roll on -1 Gyarados onto Arcanine, because the main thing is Arcanine needs to just survive in that game, right? But I think Xilang recognized, hey, Iron Hands is a really big problem for my Urshifu, so if I'm able to knock out the Iron Hands, then it clears the path for this Urshifu endgame. And yeah, just going for that Wicked Blow, just securing the game immediately with that, absolutely incredible.
What an amazing day of matches, honestly, because it's just been so incredible to watch everybody's strategy heading into the World Championships.
Oh, this is something I gotta... I'm just kind of scrolling through the table of contents, and I see for match resolution, there is a double game freeze section. I gotta see what they do for that.
Yeah. It comes down to number of remaining guys in a double game freeze, where it's not clear who caused it.
World Championships is eating
And then there's a whole table for what kind of advantage do you have.
I think this is a really impressively built Tailwind team, and the way that Xilang piloted it, I really have to give him credit, because Dark Terra Urshifu, I think, is so difficult to use. Flutter Mane is one of the most, it is the most common Pokemon. I don't need to say one. Yeah. It's what, 70% usage rate today? So you have to dance such a fine line, because it's all about positioning. And the way that Landers is able to U-turn out throughout the course of that battle, the way that Xilang was able to position perfectly to get these big attacks off once Tailwind was set up was amazing. And I think
it looks like the way they say it, they treat it as a tie unless it's a 4-to-1 or a 3-to-1.
Yes.
In which case the player, because then I feel like at that point it's like if that's a double game freeze, that kind of feels like we either knew what was going on or something else might be going on.
2 of the Pokemon World Championships.
I gotta look into this
It has
stuff more often.
already
It's
been
very
an
interesting.
incredible
And,
season so far, and it's still gonna get better and better.
it's there's this feeling as a not competitive player that I might not be able to understand or
now we actually
like
have Trick Room.
penetrate
Trick Room
like
was actually
that
featured in the first
barrier.
round, but it was
But like
unorthodox. It was actually Flutter
once you get your the
Now
ball
we go
rolling,
through
it,
the
it
Yes.
goes.
It's for the most part is relatively intuitive for things like this.
combination that we've talked about a lot throughout the course.
VGC guide, attend Worlds. You go check too. I hope you don't mind link. Yeah.
And we've got
Didn't
a
answer. Sorry. Let's
classic
see.
duo in Indeedee plus
Attending Worlds. What does it like to attend
which
Worlds?
is a duo that was used a lot in the very
So
beginning.
Worlds
Started
2022. This
has
is last
really
year.
fallen off in terms
You're
of
competing.
usage. And so really excited to see how these two teams play against each other. Corkle also exists on both teams as well as Ursaluna.
So interactions are going to be super critical
attending
here. We
qualified
talked
for
about
Day
it in
2
terms
Worlds.
of like how Flutter mains match up against each other, how Tornadus can when it does come down to these faster oriented teams. But when it comes to Trick Room, you have to think about that, but opposite.
I think
Check in.
Trick Room versus Trick Room is always
You'll
so
need your
awkward
switch and a
because
team sheet.
you are wondering,
Team sheet is
do
a
I
physical
actually
piece of
set up
paper
Trick Room?
outlining
Do I let
everything.
My opponent set it up. How fast are my Pokemon relative to my opponents? This is where the training that you do
Friday,
with your
day
Pokemon can be really important, right? Like having as minimal speed as possible on a certain Pokemon can really give you an edge if Trick Room is up. But if you actually have a little bit of speed investment, then that means you don't necessarily need to rely on Trick Room being up in order to sweep your opponent. So
Check in
I think
too.
this is going to be really interesting to watch because both players basically
Oh, huh.
first spend some time figuring out, okay, who's fast.
It sure does say that, and I do trust VGC guide.
There's some fundamental
I've never heard of this being the case. I apologize. I am
but
completely wrong if in this case.
like Armarouge as well.
Nobody I know who is attending had mentioned
we've got things like
building or editing their team in any way.
Flutter main.
Yeah, I think it's like the Lilligant and it's the Flutter main that make this matchup
Your record doesn't carry over. That part I knew.
because
It's a
you
fresh
have
start.
Oracle that gets
Resistance from the previous
Floater
day
Main's
doesn't
gonna be
matter.
able to get a photosynthesis
I
boost
have
from that,
never heard
and
this being the case.
Lilligant is able
Well,
to
I
get
apologize. I'm full of it then.
ability. So if you really feel like you're getting yourself into a bit of a pinch, then you could
No,
after
I would be
you,
surprised if they
you might
changed it.
set up some
Also,
Oracle Eruption. That's a very
yeah, I
good
don't know.
strategy.
I don't know. I'll have to talk to people about this. I've never heard of this being mentioned.
like-
And like all the official rule books that I've had to read
Normally,
as an organizer
actually remember the
do not
region that it's from.
allow for that kind of thing.
not what we're
And that's not how like any regionals work. So I'm very surprised to hear that
It is really cool.
Worlds would be like that at all.
By the way, Hizilugut's really
Was there
brand new tool, obviously coming from Legends.
when did they start doing like the day 2 invitations?
That's always how it's been.
Always how it's been.
Pretty much,
I
I
was
think.
kind of wondering if like maybe it was a rule to do with that where people are coming in on day 2 and then checking in their team there to maybe to give like everyone a chance to do that. But
Well, I shouldn't say they've always been doing it, but it's been like that for a while. So maybe that's the case. I can see the argument for it, but I just thought that was like the disadvantage you are at from having to play day 1. Like day 2 is supposed to be like a huge advantage to switch into or to qualify for.
Not super relevant
Yeah,
in this match
so.
specifically, but
I don't know. I'm very interested to have seen that. Thank you for sharing. I absolutely did not know that.
the sun to outspeed common Pokemon in the format.
I'll definitely have to ask around for the folks I know who
Really
attend
helpful if
and
you've got, like,
book these
Tailwind
kind of
and
things.
else on the other side. But
All right, stream match coming up. That's
talked a
cool.
lot about the teams, and it is going to be the teams from our premier match at the top. Yosuke Takayanagi versus Michael Navas. Japan versus Australia and we have some other incredible matches too. I mean, we saw Kentaro Matsumoto yesterday, the 2022 Japan Nationals champion, going up against Joseph Ugarte that we just saw on stream. And just kind of all
What's
the way
up?
down the list, like
it's all right.
incredible international battles.
Yeah, definitely a ton of North American representation here. Paul Chua, of course, the semi-finalist from the World Championships last year. And there's been this trend where every world champion basically since 2014 had either gotten top 8 at a world championship before or won the Japanese national championship. So Paul, of course, in that running, one of those players having top cut worlds multiple times and almost winning the entire tournament last year. So definitely a player to watch out for. But I think we are ready to throw it to the stage
Excellent.
and get started with this match. I am really
This has been working out really well. Ty, your advice of having the last couple matches from the previous day to watch in between
Ursaluna
matches here.
So interesting because we do see differences.
So,
isn't working
between
out.
all
That's maybe why they don't want to give the people who got day 2 invites too much. I don't know. I thought that was like kind of the point. It was like you are supposed to be receiving this like massive, indomitable advantage, which is why only one person has ever won from day 1 of Worlds, because it is just such a big leg up on the competition to not have like your team revealed in any real meaningful capacity. I don't know. Maybe I'm fully wrong, but I know people who were competing this year, and none of them built 2 teams. Like, I'm sure of this. Torkoal on stream. Let's go. Torkoal on both sides on stream.
Oh, nice.
Michael, Michael is running the same team that I ran in Reg C minus Ursaluna. This is the team I'm very familiar with, actually. I'm very excited about this. These are both Trick Room teams that we're seeing on stream right now also, which is very exciting.
All the way into day 2.
Was
player from the Oceania
Hmm?
region
I thought Reg D started with the home transfer ability.
It did. Did I say Reg D?
Oh.
What did I say? What did I just say right now? I literally don't remember what I
You
said.
said that you used this team in Reg C, and I'm just seeing like Ursaluna and
I used normal Lilligant.
Yeah, this is
Gotcha.
But I didn't have Ursaluna. I used Iron Hands in place of Ursaluna and regular Lilligant. But the premise is the same. You've got your turn 1. You're gonna try and set up Trick Room with Armor Rouge by doing Follow Me on 2 and DD. Then you're gonna spam Expanding Force as long as you can. Then finally, when Ndidi goes down, you send in Torkoal. And then finally, when Armor Rouge goes down, you send in Lilligant on your turn 6. And you're still the fastest thing, even though Trick Room is expired. That's pretty much the game plan here.
What's really interesting is that the Amoonguss in this matchup is actually a Focus Sash variant.
Not to carry on the prior conversation too long, but I found the Play Pokemon rules from Series 12 of last year,
Yeah.
so that's what would have been at Worlds. And it says the same thing as the current one, where remain unchanged from the beginning to the end of the event.
That's really what I thought, yeah. But VGC Guide I Trust is written by like Wolfie and other people, and they like definitely know what they're talking about. So I don't know what that means.
It must be like world specific rule set
don't know.
changes.
Spore is gonna come through from that Amoonguss on the other side.
Interesting Terra Grass on the Ndidi, but you gotta be immune to Spore. Here's the Follow Me. Gonna draw fire. Armor Rouge is gonna use Trick Room this turn.
While you were worried about the Shadow Ball,
And that's gonna be that.
hit the Ndidi since it has
Really, really reliable team that Michael is running here.
And the Sludge!
Sludge. That's interesting.
Such a sick turn 1. So the idea is, okay, let me go for the Grass Tire on Ndidi. Yes, like, I give up my immunity to Shadow Ball, but
But it's okay, Trick Room's up. You actually want Ndidi to go down, because now you can send in Torkoal, and you just click your buttons, and you do the damage.
But that Sludge Bomb is such a cool
I forget, does send in happen mid-battle or end of turn?
End of turn.
Follow me there,
Gotcha.
You only send in mid-turn if you use like a Volt Switch or a U-turn, or like get otherwise thrown out in some way.
And now when the Trick Room has been
I think
set
when
up,
I was
this Amoonguss
playing
was so set up for success,
XD recently,
depending on how has
it
been
was
trained for speed.
mid-battle and it was very jarring
That is a
feeling.
Pokemon that is also naturally incredibly slow, and when it sets the sun, I think what makes this now
This is a team I'm super comfortable with. I'm very excited to see this happening.
in a really nice position with a photosynthesis boost.
Once you're comfortable with this team, how do you feel that it stands up against what we saw from Yosuke's team preview?
He should be fine. Though they're both Trick Room teams, which is awkward because you don't typically want to set Trick Room if your opponent can also benefit from it. So you both play really suboptimally and never really set up your win condition. It's a really awkward dance when a Trick Room team fights another Trick Room team, unless you've got some kind of specific mirror matchup tech, which this team doesn't particularly. You kind of just click your really strong buttons and do that much damage. And now we're gonna click Expanding Force. That was a crit into
able to help that Amoonguss stick around in the
Cresselia, I believe.
It's bulky. It's gonna take a nice hit here as
Spore.
the gets a chance to go next.
Unfortunate.
Put the Torkoal to sleep. But
Only time I've seen Focus Sash on Amoonguss ever.
it's been able to
This
do
guy does have his number in that regard.
now the Armor Rouge
We just click our buttons.
followed it up with some nice
And unfortunately, he's already whiffed Terra on the Ndidi.
through from that
Normally, you would Grass Terra Armor Rouge because you want to become immune to Spore, and you've got Flash Fire just like Heatran, so you're immune to Fire-type moves, making you only weak to Ice and Flying and Bug.
One other thing to note here is that
And now that Trick Room is in play, Ursaluna is slower than Armor Rouge, so this is rough.
Earthquake, you go for the wide guard, and so if wide guard here just stalls out a turn, and I think that's really essential.
Is Cybertron saying that Armor Rouge has Wide Guard? That's a modification that my team definitely didn't have.
So
But you can see.
Well, that's one way to try to make up for.
When you were saying Ursaluna is slower, is that before or after the Trick Room?
It's slower before Trick Room, so it's faster in Trick Room.
Okay.
Gotcha.
That's one way to be able to kick off this turn, as of course the Torkoal has to take a mandatory turn of sleep, but the Earthquake here,
yeah.
we do see the levitate on the Cresselia. It's just gonna knock out the Armor Rouge in one hit, and
Earthquake
Torkoal is on a sliver of HP.
So I think this is one of those scenarios where, because it's open team sheet, I think Michael's probably thinking, hey, you know I have wide guard. There's no way in the world you would ever actually just...
I believe Ursaluna is
Yosuke's like, hey, if I get it, that's
slow,
great.
is
You're not gonna
faster than Hatterene. Hatterene is very slow. Torkoal is very slow. But I don't think either of them can one-shot
yeah, I think Michael trying to take a gamble there.
the Ursaluna. So the Ursaluna definitely throws a wrench into the plan for this team, which is good to keep in mind. It did not exist last time I got to play this team format.
And the Hatterene here also does not have protect.
So you're very safe to just continue to go for attacks.
How long do they have to review team sheets before matches?
You get, I think, 90 seconds.
He's gonna actually get an
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah.
Cresselia takes, like,
Is he Specs? He must be choice Specs. That's unfortunate.
Hatterene is able to follow it up. A nice bit of damage.
Big damage, but
it's just
he's gonna
be enough to take it
Earthquake
out.
again.
Able to fire back a huge attack here.
Yeah, it's gonna be that Earthquake here, helping hand boost.
Yeah, and Hatterene's gonna go down in one shot. Yep.
Gonna get the double knock.
And that's game.
What an explosive game.
That's Ursaluna.
Couple things to call out. If Torkoal had locked into something like Heat Wave instead of the Eruption, it would have done less damage to the Cresselia, of course, but...
My context for Ursaluna and Scarlet Violet is that when it came by, it became like a very, very coveted raid Pokemon. But
makes
like,
sense.
yeah, just seeing that, it's just like, wow, that's...
It again,
That's
so
a heavy
it is
hitter.
immune to the damage reduction from burn. It has access to Facade, which innately doubles in power when you are statused, and then you get the bonus from its ability Guts, which boosts your attack by another 50% when you're burned. And you get same type attack bonus. So Facade becomes 140 base power times 1.5 is another 70 on top of that. So that's 210, right? And then you can Terra Normal and just bring it to be 280 power if you wanted to, which is stronger than Explosion.
Lucas is such an important Pokemon in this matchup.
And you're really slow in Trick Room, which makes you really fast. So that's a lot of fun.
Focus Sash is so essential, and man, the decision to just go for the Earthquake even in the threat of wide.
And it pairs really well naturally with Cresselia, as we just saw, because you can do Earthquake there. Same type attack bonus on that, and Cresselia is immune because it's Levitate as its ability. So that's really exciting.
And it can do Lunar Blessing or
Lunar Blessing is an interesting choice, though, because it actually heals your status conditions, and you want to be burned as Ursaluna. That's why it actually runs the hold item Flame Orb, which we just saw, where you self-inflict the burn status on yourself.
My goodness.
So healing the status at the end of the turn, or the start of the turn, is not really ideal, but it is good to heal yourself. It's better than dying, that's for sure.
Eric Rios' match, just how expertly he was able to play through
having that option is
it's gonna take some of those risks to be able to
if for some reason
making it forward to the top cut at the World Championship.
Your pickup truck doesn't
that I feel
just
like Michael could be a little bit more
destroy the Pokemon.
One of the reasons why like the Indeedee is just so good is just hit with that spread damage. Just follow it up with the Armor Rouge. Maybe just go for the expanding force there. Sometimes, like, these Pokemon are not necessarily trained to be the slowest that they can be, just so that they can operate on their own if Trick Room is inactive.
So,
I think, like,
the Reds are
protect, right? So if you were bringing them out,
commentators, or are those judges? Red shirts.
They're the judges. Commentators are. Thanks for stopping by, Pandora. Definitely nice to meet you. Glad to always meet more Pokemon enthusiasts. Have a good one. Let's say the Reds are judges. They're there to make sure stuff is going according to plan and following the rulebook that you pulled up earlier. Commentators are way further away at the desk, and they're dressed a little less. A little less. What's the word I'm looking for? They're more dressed up. You know them. The commentators don't sit at the desk.
Sort of thing.
Also, having the commentators at the desk next to the players would be an interesting choice, though. I don't think those headphones are quite so soundproof. They're pretty soundproof, and they're supposed to be soundproof, but like you can't really just have the commentator talking next to them.
Are the blue, the light blue shirts then, are those
translators? I think.
Translators, got it. Okay.
I think it says on their shirt. the third translator if we get another wide angle shot.
So as we head into this game number 2, Yosuke is going to be up 1 game in this best of 3, as it's a bit of a change.
Okay, so in this lineup, you do the same thing. You follow me on DD, you set up Trick Room on Hatterene, and then you just start blasting again.
Michael's team.
I think you don't Terra on in DD this game, though.
So I think what's interesting here is the Hatterene.
So when I ran this team, I had safety goggles on my DD for this exact reason, because I didn't want to have to Terra, and I didn't want to be spored. Now people typically run Rocky Helmet on DD for the reason we've been seeing throughout the tournament, where you can redirect people into you and make them take chip damage. I still stand by safety goggles, though I think they're very good.
Able to respond to this Flutter Mane Amoonguss lead combination, and the Spore obviously applies a lot of pressure. You of course could go for the Grass Terror again with DD this time around, but after how the first game played out, it's like, do you feel comfortable doing that?
I don't think so, but I think that's also why we're seeing this adjustment from Yosuke to go
Terra Fairy, just trying to blow stuff up. Fortunately, Hatterene should be able to hang in there. If they go for a Moonblast, it's not going to do a whole lot. And DD is very,
it is just going to be that follow me
very strong in that regard. But it looks like it's deagling, is that right?
It just gets free reign to go for the spread.
Golly, that's a lot of damage.
Just get chonked down like that with the Spore coming out as well. Grass Terra would have been nice, but you can't feel safe to go for that again.
No, Yosuke just calls turn 1 completely correctly once again. He's hard won turn 1 both games. NDD now has to take a guaranteed turn of sleep. The Amoonguss, of course, has focus.
Yeah, I think Yosuke's Trick Room team is just a little bit better here.
Hatterene slot here, and
it's more modernized for the current format.
Right, so part of the thing about Trick Room is once you set up Trick Room, how do you actually sweep with those couple of turns? And Yosuke is saying, you know what, I have this really aggressive lead duo. You seem like you're really prioritizing setting up Trick Room. I'm just going to deal a lot of damage, but playing turn 1 perfectly both games, so critical.
So good, and if you go for the Sludge Bomb as well, it covers for any type of switch that might happen if the Hatterene wants to switch out. If you're going to be doing damage to anything else that comes in, and even just a chip away is going to feel really nice to get that damage down. But Michael's taking his time with his turn to be able to...
I don't know what he's thinking about. There's not like a whole lot that you can do.
To take that mandatory turn of sleep. Instead, going to cycle it out to be able to bring the Torkoal in, and let's go ahead and set the sun.
So I think
that only boosts Flutter Mane even more.
Looked a little bit rough. I can see him completely potentially once the Hatterene goes.
But it's okay. He's taking Flutter Mane out. What is this going to be? Ursaluna in?
And they can just do so much damage.
No, Cresselia, okay.
The Amoonguss here is going to get outsped, but Psychic actually critically going into the Cresselia slot. So Amoonguss.
Now, fortunately, Hatterene has the ability Magic Bounce, so it cannot be spored.
Now it is able to just get,
but it can get knocked out by Sludge Bomb. This offensive Amoonguss is crazy. I've never seen this before. It has Sludge Bomb, Leaf Storm, and it's holding a Focus Sash. I've like never seen somebody use this thing to actually do damage. But now I've just watched it get KOs in 2 games in a row, which is really uncharacteristic.
Reverse it with Cresselia as well.
Now we're going to see, we have to see the Terra Grass on Amoonguss, or on Armarouge rather. And I am now reminding that I keep saying like, oh, Grass only has the 3 weaknesses, Bug, Ice, and Flying. I am forgetting about Poison because that really never comes up. But it is about to be relevant in this particular matchup.
With this Cresselia set, it does have the Trick Room, but it's also the Lunar Blessing. We've got the Moonblast.
And so, of course, Amoonguss underspeeds Armarouge. So in Trick Room here, we'll be able to move first. This is a really dicey situation. If you don't Terra Grass, you're going to get put to sleep. But if you do, you're susceptible to Sludge Bomb. I really don't know what the winning play here is. It seems like Yosuke has something just so unconventional here that it's really going to put a wrench in the plan.
Target that slot, so of course you can go for pretty much a guaranteed Spore into the Torkoal slot.
Alright, Torkoal's going for Terrifier, just has to do as much damage as possible, which I guess makes sense.
Did not target the Armarouge with the Spore, saying, okay, well, I know I get a guaranteed Spore off into the Torkoal slot because you don't have Protect.
Go for Eruption. It's all you can do.
Very, very powerful.
But we still have Sash on Amoonguss, so like you're still going to get put to sleep.
Just knocks out Cresselia.
One shot on Cresselia is pretty cool.
Psychic from earlier.
That's uncharacteristic.
To see based on how much bulk Cresselia has, but that's the power of the Drought plus the Terra plus the choice specs on the Torkoal. But it is going to be locked into that move and also locked into taking a turn of sleep in this next one. And Armarouge able to follow it up.
That's good at least.
That Focus Sash is now gone.
This is exactly what hard Trick Room likes to do, right? It's like you set up Trick Room and you just get your sweepers.
Okay, Michael might be in a good spot now because it's.
Obviously, we know.
Well, no, because Torkoal's asleep.
You can just go for something like an armor cannon.
Ursaluna's got that earthquake.
He does have the earthquake. So I was thinking if Torkoal is awake, you could clear by doing both your spread moves. But because Torkoal's asleep, and you still have to take your mandatory turn of sleep here, it's not like he's going to be able to wake up next round. I never mind. I rescind what I said. I think.
Survive a facade or an earthquake this turn.
I think this might be it. Though we do have to wait for Ursaluna to burn itself at the end of this turn for it to have its true power unleashed.
Yeah.
But even then, like, Earthquake is going to hurt. Though I don't think he can Earthquake because he'll kill his own Fluttermane. So I'm not really sure. He's probably going to go for just a Facade or a Headlong Rush. Which is a mixed
That would
bag.
be a really nice knockout.
It looks like he's going to go for a
All of
Protect.
sudden you're down to the Ursaluna, which you likely going to be faster.
Making sure
than
that burn
everything
goes
else.
off.
Exactly.
Oh,
Just
But
wait it
the
out.
Ursaluna, like this is definitely very risky.
I don't know. Sword stance,
See a
I think.
world where, you know, Michael, he had to make the adjustment
Whoa,
last time
he
around.
switches
What?
Armor Rouge out.
Why?
Hey.
Wow. Okay.
And Didi is coming back.
Why?
It is already quite low. But the
Why did he
Torkoal
switch Armor Rouge
has
out?
to take that turn of sleep, and now we have to look at how.
For what purpose?
He's gonna go for the sword stance.
Cybertron's so excited.
Opening, no
I love his energy.
This is a huge path to get that sword stance off and then be able to make use of it.
Guy uses a setup move and just loses his mind.
To get
It's so
that
fun.
Guts boost heading into this next turn as well.
So Shadow Ball goes into the Indeedee slot. Now the interesting question is, yeah, like if Torkoal wakes up and gets this eruption off, that's just so much damage, right? So the main question I have here is Torkoal going to wake up? I think Ursaluna also had the potential to go for like an earthquake, right? Like look at that double knockout. But then the awkward thing is the Armor Rouge comes back out and can potentially just Armor Cannon use. So the main thing here is Torkoal can't protect. Indeedee doesn't have protect either. It's only taken one turn of sleep. So my question is, does Torkoal wake up right now?
Does it? It all comes down to this. It has to.
Absolutely has to, because this Torkoal is just the biggest offensive pressure that Michael can put onto Yosuke right now. And it looks like it's just going to be...
Indeedee stays asleep, but
yeah,
Torkoal
is
is
well.
the main one. And
And
Torkoal
it's
is
still
going to stay asleep.
Aww.
It's not going to be able to do any damage. And so here just comes a Facade. And Didi has to take that, and it gets knocked out for...
Didn't go into Torkoal, which is
Now
good.
Michael is down to his final two Pokemon.
But this Moonblast or whatever is going to hurt really bad. Oh, Shadow Ball is going to hurt really bad.
Let's see how much it does. Oh my goodness, that's so much damage. And once again, this is the Choice Specs Torkoal, so you
It's
clicked
just
Eruption
locked
earlier.
in.
And he's locked into Eruption. This is why I use Charcoal on my Torkoal, because I don't like being choice itemed in a Trick Room format. I think it's just like too restrictive. And especially on Torkoal, where you have a move where it gets weaker the more damage you take. It just feels really bad to be locked into that.
But yeah, now you can safely Shadow Ball and Facade.
I think that's
it's looking
game.
like a win for Yosuke at this point.
Really quick,
It is
2 games
really
in round 4 here.
So well navigated. Those first 2 turns of every single game have paid off in such a big way. You know,
Yeah,
that
there we
brings
go.
Yosuke that much closer to the victory. With the knockout onto the Armor Rouge, it's just that Torkoal left, and Yosuke becomes your winner of this Swiss round number 4.
Wow.
That was such a...
I really liked the offensive Amoonguss that he had there. That was really cool.
Like this, right? Where it's like, how do I figure out what my best way of speed control is? And I think Michael just really prioritized setting up the Trick Room, but there are a couple things that made things a little bit awkward here, especially the Amoonguss, right? And I think what really gave Yosuke a huge advantage is he played turn 1 perfect. I mean, that turn 1 in game 1 is, that's truly, like, I'd say maybe the hardest read I've seen so far this tournament. Like, shadow balling in front of an EDD and going for Sludge Bomb instead of Spore, it's just remarkable. And of course, in game 2, going for that Fairy Terror to just distribute damage immediately, and having the conviction to just go for Spore immediately onto the NDD slot. You know, the thing is, even if NDD goes for a Grass Terror there, like Dazzling Gleam still does so much damage, right? So it's like, what does Armor Rouge do? Okay, if you set up Trick Room, well then you Amoonguss now can outspeed things under Trick Room. If you go for Expanding Force, well, Dazzling Gleam does
Yeah, I guess the
one thing that could have happened on something like a wide
bringing Didi out was probably just a stall to see if
Torkoal could wake up. Yeah, I
So,
suppose so.
Just really awkward to fight against, and I think the lead from Michael like maybe needed to be...
Yeah, because if Torkoal wakes up and gets the eruption off, it might actually one-shot
Fluttermane was just so powerful. So we were talking about that
the
Torkoal combination. I think
Ursaluna, and then you're like fine. I don't actually know what the damage calc is, but eruption in Sun, especially with choice specs and being Terra'd, you do quite a lot of damage. And then like wouldn't be a problem for the Armor Rouge, who would be slower in Trick Room,
It's on so much offensive pressure with that lead
because you just don't have to worry about it.
that
I don't know.
even if Yosuke
That's why Trick Room into Trick Room is such like a toss-up, because like you can't really play optimally because your opponent benefits from your moves as well.
and make sure that he wasn't going to take too much damage.
It's
Yeah,
it's
and I
really
wanna
awkward.
Talk about the Amoongus a little bit because its set is a little bit different. It's got the Sludge Bomb, Focus Sash, and it has Leaf Storm as well.
Yep.
So one thing that's really interesting is when people play against Amoongus, Grass Terra, of course, is incredibly common. So this Amoongus is like, okay, go for the Grass Terra. I'm just going to hit you for super effective damage with Sludge Bomb. That's exactly what happened in turn 1 of game 1. And so Amoongus is traditionally not built like this, but with the Focus Sash, you don't have to go for a defensive Terra on that. That allowed Fluttermane, for example, to go for the Terra and just deal more damage with that Dazzling Gleam on turn 1. So really interesting trick in itself there. And from Michael's end, yeah, I think there's some other ways that it could have handled Amoongus, whether it be like the Grass Terra and Armors, for example, maybe.
Unfortunately now, though, I am out of previous day matches to watch, and I think they were going to have to wait quite a while
Talk about Amoongus too.
for
Like, already seen Leaf Blade
round 5?
over the course of the
Is that what we're going into now?
But when
I believe
you're
so,
in
yeah.
front of an
What
Amoongus,
were the conditions with that eruption? We had Sun,
all the
Fire
It was
Terra.
Terra, you've got choice specs, Fire Terra in Sun, and full HP on Torkoal.
Yeah, I love that.
You're running the calculation right now to see if we can actually one-shot Ursaluna.
Getting those defensive Terras out water is going to be really the most.
And I imagine that's like a special attack mod nature up.
Yeah, you typically run quiet on Torkoal. And don't forget, if you're running on the calculator, make sure and mark it for doubles, because spread moves do that 75% damage modifier.
These two teams are pretty similar.
So you can't run it in the singles calc.
Was actually not very important on Yosuke's side. He was just saying, okay, Fluttermane and Amoongus does so much damage immediately, and Choice Specs Fluttermane really just one of the most powerful Pokemon.
I can't believe we just witnessed an offensive Amoongus set. That's so cool.
He didn't even make the call to really try to set that up himself. Like, that didn't really come out in the leads that he ended up bringing to either game. He just said, yeah, okay, like, let me just do damage, and you can set up the Trick Room for me.
Yeah, and I think this is what makes hard Trick Room pretty hard.
Not 100% certain if I have this set up right, but it would have been about an 88% chance to one hit.
Wow, okay.
Defense, like safety goggles on something as well.
And you know it doesn't have like an assault vest or anything because it burns itself, so that's interesting. That sounds correct though. That sounds like correct numbers.
Once again, I think if Torkoal does get that one-turn wake-up immediately, it's very likely that Michael just wins that game. But that's the thing, right? Like, you're really just flipping some coins when you're up against Amoongus, and Torkoal would only taken a turn to sleep, so would have been challenging. And ultimately, yeah, I just like keep harping back at the Lilligant. I wonder if Lilligant and Torkoal could have pulled something off, but I can get the hesitance to maybe not feel super comfortable with that, because the idea is that the Amoongus with that Water Terra can just Terra defensively and then Spore into the Torkoal slot immediately. A single Spore really goes a long way in this matchup.
It really does. But major credit to both of our trainers. They made it through day number 1. Michael still has a chance. It's just one loss under his belt, but Yosuke is one win away from being able to make it to day 2. And let's hear how he's feeling after this match.
Big winners interview. Tell me about the offensive Amoongus.
Thanks so much. I think we're feeling pretty good up here. Yosuke, let's talk about game 1. It seemed hyper offensive. You were both really on the attack. Tell us what was going through your mind in that game.
はい、1戦目についてなんですけども、両方の選手たちがすごい攻めに行ってたすごい激しい試合となってたんですけども、まあどういうようなことを考えながら戦っていたんですか。
まずマッチアップとして自分の構築が相手に勝つのにかなり厳しいというかきついマッチアップだったので、一点読みを通さないといけないなと思っていて、相手のイエスさんの草テラスタルが見えていて。
I like this like Lorelei look the interviewer has.
Oh, I hadn't even considered that it might be like casual cosplay. That's interesting. You think it's probably intentional, right?
I have to think so.
Good eye. I wouldn't have even thought about that.
Well, yeah, my matchup compared to the opponents, it was pretty harsh, so I really knew that I had to be careful going forward and what moves I used and my tactics. I could see that the opponent had a grass-type terrestrialization coming, so I had to prepare for that.
I'm amazed that this translator lady was able to like remember the entire thing that he was saying.
Get all out there on the offensive.
That was a long answer.
Sure. Great. And then in game 2, how important was sleep to your strategy?
2戦目はですけども、結構キノコの胞子っていう技使ってて、どれぐらい相手のポケモンを眠りじゃい。
Huge props to translators at all these
Absolutely.
events. When I've gone to like conventions for some of the games I play, like I've seen translators have to have like a notepad and everything. And it's just like, even then, like a notepad for me would just be like,
I
oh,
can't
I
write
can't
fast
keep
enough.
up.
Yeah.
Can't keep up.
絶対にコータスは眠らせないといけないと思っていて、かつサイズ動きをされてしまったらもう多分勝てないだろうなと思ってそこは切って立ち回っていました。
So I already had the information from game one. I thought that probably the grass type terrestrialization was not going to be coming again. So I knew I had from the Indeedee. So I knew I had to deal with that Torkoal at some point somehow. So I just tried to, really think yes, Spore is going to be important coming into this, and then use that effectively.
Now you had to fight your way through day one to get here. Are you tired? How are you feeling?
Day one 乗り越えてここまでたどり着いたんですけども、お気持ち的にはどうでしょうか？今結構疲れている状態でしょうか？
多少体の疲れはあるんですけれど、ここまで勝ってこれているっていう喜びがもう精神的にすごい盛り立ててくれて、全然精神的な疲れを感じないですし、この後も絶対やっていけると思っています。
So yes, physically I'm feeling a little bit tired, but I'm so happy that I was able to win and get to this point. So mentally I'm feeling absolutely great.
And you are just one win from top cut. Do you feel confident going into that?
もう一回勝利することできましたらトップカットに入る状態なんですけども、勝ち抜いていける自信、トップカットに入れる自信というのがありますか？
もう5勝目どころか7勝まで行きたいと思っています。頑張ります。
Yeah, I really want to get up to those 7 wins if I can, so I will try my very best to do that.
Before we go to break, you are here in Japan, representing Japan. I see you have a lot of people here cheering for you. How does that feel? Is there anything you want to say to your friends here?
日本の代表的なものというか日本の選手としてこの舞台に今立っている状態でいろいろとお友達とかご家族今応援してくれてるそうなんですけども、今どのようなお気持ちですか？
本当に日本の代表として応援してくれることすごい嬉しいので、このまま日本代表として優勝したいと思います。
Yeah, as a representative of Japan, I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to receive this support. So I just want to take that forward and bring in the win for Japan.
Sounds great. Well, best of luck to you. Thank you so much. And now, guys, we will be back with more right after this from the Pokemon World Championship.
I'm out of filler content, unfortunately. I don't know what I expected. But those were really fast games, so like I think it's going to be quite a while.
Yeah.
Which is rough.
So if whatchamacallit, they mentioned, I think, that if he wins one more, he's in top cut. Which, so yeah, there must be 7 rounds again today?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Gotcha.
And we are only in, what is this, round 4? We're about to go into round 5?
Some new friends.
Yeah.
So if he gets 5 too, yeah.
And what about you? What's your name?
Abe Yoji desu.
What are you most excited to watch today at the Pokemon Championship?
Pokemon カードのジュニアリーグです。
This is your first time here. What is the most exciting?
初めてなのでもうすべてがもう興奮してますね。
Now I have to ask, who is your favorite Pokemon?
レジドラゴです。
Regidrago.
Pokemon?
That's a choice.
It's okay if you say Pikachu.
私はチルタリスですね。
Altaria, good choice.
We'll let you get to it, and we'll let you walk around on your own. But thank you so much.
You can tell this kid is new, is young rather,
More coming right
by having Regidrago as your favorite Pokemon. That doesn't even register on my radar.
Pokemon trainers, the action here is non-stop.
This guy's very tall. This fella next to her.
I am joined by Chopper, who's one of our competitors here.
I did not realize Chopper was so tall.
How's your tournament going so far?
I am not playing today. I'm waiting to play tomorrow because I qualified for day 2 of the competition. So I'm just scouting out the competition a little bit, checking in on my friends, and just, kind of mentally getting ready for the big day tomorrow.
Fantastic. Are there any teams out there you've seen that have really surprised you?
I think seeing Emilio Forbes use Bramble Gas just shocked me. I heard
yes, he's so right.
Somebody strong was going to be bringing it, and I'm amazed that somebody like that is using it and making it succeed on the big stage.
Yeah, I think we were all shocked to see that Pokemon. Are there any Pokemon you're worried about?
Which round and team was the Bramble Gas on?
That was yesterday round
yeah, let's see. I think
5
a little bit of
and today round 1.
Priority
Gotcha. I definitely, sometime today, I watched a Bramblecast.
It was probably Emilio Forbes. I doubt anybody else is running it.
100%. And you said you're enjoying the day one.
It did not succeed, but it was funny. It was cool.
Most about Japan,
But he
now, I
didn't
think,
win.
Like overall, the culture, I feel like I get to enjoy something very different from where I'm coming from in New York. Even though it's still another big city like New York, I'm just loving the experience.
Fantastic. I love to hear that. And my last question for you, Chopper. Who is your favorite Pokemon and why is it Gastrodon?
My favorite Pokemon is Drifloon. So, you know, we've got the region right.
That's true. I'll take that a little bit. But, you know, Drifloon, very cool Pokemon. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me. And Pokemon Trainers, the action will be going on and on, so don't go anywhere.
On and on.
Welcome back to the World Championship Series, Yokohama, Japan 2023. I'm not Rob, and joining me today is the Arrow.
Hi, Rob. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's a long time. Glad to make it to Japan. Get to see old friends like you.
Absolutely. Could you tell us a little bit about your team today?
Yeah, I'm running the Frostlass with the Kanto Ninetales and Altaria core. It's done me well so far. I'm still undefeated.
Sounds
I don't know how competitive Go works.
Maybe something that you weren't expecting to happen today that you came and encountered with and you were able to pivot out of.
Yeah, I ended up playing against a Dynamic Punch Medi, Ice Punch Dynamic
I don't know how this
Punch.
works.
It worked out for me because my Medi has Psychic, so...
Ty, what team were you running as a mirror match against Chuppa? Because he's like the Dondozo guy.
Wow.
As far as I'm aware.
Match. Could you tell us a little bit more about maybe the general...
I don't remember. I guess you must have been running Dozo way back in the day?
Its core, the team relies
Yeah, it has to have been Dozo. He's like the Dondozo guy.
bad matchups. So like when a Pokemon is nearly fainted, I will farm it down with Frostlass, rely on that energy to sweep teams in the back.
Sounds really, really good. And the plan has been working really well today, given your record, right?
Yes.
How does competitive Go work?
Incredible.
I just
So,
don't know.
I think we got one more kind of a different question for you about Yokohama or just Japan in general. Could you tell us about your trip, some things you've enjoyed, and maybe something about the venue?
I'm trying to imagine it myself. Just like the only battling I've done is against like rocket grunts in the game. So
The
it's just,
PvP
like,
is mechanically like the same, where it's like you do the swipe gestures to charge up attacks and things like that. I just don't know like how that works. It feels not reliable enough to be competitive.
Even better that you're competing really
But clearly, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I think that's going to do it for me. Thank you so much for
I think it comes down to a matter of
Japan, Yokohama 2023.
and by all
See you
means,
guys
I'm
next
speaking from a completely amateur space. It probably comes down from a kind of like how like trading cards
I'm your host,
stuff
Anna
would
Prosser.
tend to work. I think where
at the Pokemon World
oh
Championship
like
2023, and
you
I'm
have
the prize
essentially
of
this
Travis, what's the prize?
TM on your Pokemon. So because I imagine the learn sets for Pokemon and Go are not very high. Like you have
There's just a handful of moves for everybody.
Yeah,
players can have
and
a
so
great time this weekend and come redeem even
it's essentially probably like the same sort of feeling as a normal battle, but then at like 2 or 4 times speed.
We will see. I'm gonna pull this up now. We're gonna watch a Go battle.
You'll be watching for more than 30 minutes if you start tuning in at any point in time. And
Brand new set of casters that I don't know any of these people.
for more instructions on how to redeem that code.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have so many giveaways. See that Poliwrath or Shadow
Casters.
Poliwrath. Now it has counter, it has Scald, it has Ice Punch, it even has Dynamic.
Oh gosh,
Yeah,
just
I mean, Poliwrath is
What's up?
using Shadow Pokemon. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, so I don't know a lot about Go. I play it because it's a good way to farm.
I mean, here's a fun fact. Metacham
A good way to farm
into Azumarill despite the fact that counter
like
exists.
legendaries.
Psycho
It's pretty much the only way to farm legendaries and transfer them into home. Even though, as you know, you have to like I've already had them once. But I was doing a little bit of PvP today because there's currently an event going on for Worlds where you get like Worlds related items for completing that. And I am also running Shadow Charizard on my team because I have one from a bunch of years ago. I got a shiny Shadow Charizard, so it's a black dragon with like the Team Rocket particles coming out of it. Very, very scary looking. But I don't really actually know how you field a competitive team for this. It's a completely different beast to me.
I mean, looking at
I like that Lickitung is like meta.
I don't know, maybe some Frost Slash, Cresselia. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens
Oh,
in
that's
the
a
first match of this
rocket suit.
I like it.
down to the stage and check in on who our competitors are.
It's one thing with just the shirt and the jacket, but then the white gloves too really
It's a good cosplay.
really pull off that look.
Third place last year at the World Championships.
Absolutely. It looks like we're going to have Crescent Angels versus Statistan as our first matchup. Let's hear it in the crowd and in the...
It's rock, paper, scissors, but why is it so dark on this stage?
As our players ponder what moves they are...
Oh, also interesting that they've got 6 guys, because in Go your team is 3. In the PvP league that they've got in the little app. So I don't know how it's different. I guess it's you bring 3 from 6, kind of like how you bring 4 from 6 in VGC.
Yeah. Piece by piece,
but
sharpen his tools and tried to make the most.
That's interesting.
Things have changed here, guys.
Because you can't do that in the matchmaking on in the phone app that I'm aware of.
Angels on the left-hand side of your screen.
Gotcha. Also, yeah, the way Ty said that, the rock, paper, scissors, but a little bit more hype. I think that's what I was thinking earlier, but was struggling to articulate.
That makes sense.
But just very like...
But like, there's not a worlds for RPS, you know? Like, I don't know. It strikes me as odd. But I'm talking from a place of ignorance here. Clearly, there is some level of strategy in this game. I just don't see it. Or like, rather, obviously there can be strategy, but I don't know how you build your team. Because unlike in regular Pokemon, where you like do breeding or whatever, you have very little control over the guys that you catch and their stats and things like that in Pogo. So I don't know how you field a competitive team. I do like that the guy on the right is running Shadow Quagsire, apparently. That's kind of cool. I like the idea of a very evil, angry Quagsire.
On Statistan's team from the European region?
They also use in-game names. What does that mean?
Very unique pick, and I think this is...
Oh, like on the... Right, you mean on the UI here. Like, it doesn't say, like, you know, Chop Across the Fourth versus Judy Azarelli. It uses their gamer tags. For whatever reason. I don't know why. That's strange. It's Crescent Angels versus... Statistan? Is that how you say that guy's name?
I think that's how you'd say
It's a Go thing. It's like very esports, where you just address people by their handles.
For these trainers to carry, as Ice is a...
It can...
Alright.
Wait, you can switch out there into the...
Wait. How long are matches also? They're probably like very fast.
A Galarian Stunfisk out on the field.
Oh, I have to imagine they're fast, yeah.
Alolan Sand Slash for Crescent Angels. And interestingly enough, it looks like Crescent Angels is going to stick in.
You just do your tap taps.
Possibly trying to get a drill run before swapping into something that has a more favorable matchup against the Galarian Stunfisk.
Oh, you called it out, Gabby. The Shadow Alolan Sand Slash has so much play into this team from Statistan. Incredibly safe lead. Going for
God, this is so weird to look at.
enough to knock out the Earth.
Like, I literally don't know what's happening. It feels like one of those TikTok videos where, like, Subway Surfers in the corner to keep your attention.
Into the Shadow
Like, there's just, like, so much motion happening.
Is that an event Sand Slash? That's
the medal
also
on it?
Shadow? Yeah.
You get the medal for having max friendship with it.
Gotcha.
But it doesn't transfer over. It's just the effort medal. It's like, it looks visually the same as the EV medal you get in every other game.
2 water ground type Pokemon take the field here. This is a
Yeah, I also know that Galarian Stunfisk is very meta in Go, but I couldn't even begin to tell you why.
Still does so much damage to the Swampert here, going for a second Mud Bomb right away.
All right, this attack will connect with the Swampert, but it just barely misses.
Gosh.
Swampert is going for an Earthquake. Will it?
There's like, this is way too fast. I feel like nauseous watching this. Like, I need them to slow down.
Draw the final shield from Statistan and then pick up
You get 2 protects. I know that much. Like, you just get 2 protects overall.
Actually does get KO'd by the Mud Shot from the Shadow Quagsire. That's really tough there for Crescent Angels. He wanted the second charge attack. Has to come in with the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. This is a very, very tough matchup to be in, and he's going to use his final Protect Shield on the Mud Bomb.
Unfortunately for Crescent Angels, though, that Shadow Quagsire has a second Mud Bomb ready to go. Statistan making a great catch there, sending in the Galarian Stunfisk to take the drill run. It will be knocked out, but Quagsire should be...
It's like weird to me that this requires like reflexes, because like to me that's not how Pokemon should ever work. Pokemon should always be a mechanical game of strategy. but this is like tap tap and like Twitch reflexes of like switching your guys in and out. And I just like don't understand. But it's cool that there's a game for somebody like this out there, if this is what you're into. Like I'm glad that Pokemon is wide reaching enough to be viable for like everybody.
Yeah. I will say in terms of reflexes, I do wish that I don't believe it's at this Worlds at all, but I do wish that there was still Pokken going on.
Yeah.
Building up to almost 2 Thunderbolts before, I think, capping out on energy there, throws the first Thunderbolt into this Medicham. Probably not enough to get that KO, but there is another attack waiting in just a moment later.
Actually, the Psycho Boost here, this is a very interesting play because Crescent Angels needs to switch out. This does debuff his defense from Deoxys. Not enough to kill the Medicham. In comes the Shadow Quagsire, looking for the charge attack, so he's going to bank some extra energy. Goes for the Stone Edge.
Hold, I want to get good at it. I want to learn all about competitive Go. I'm done with VGC actually. There's so much happening here. Also, the concept of using Shadow Quagsire is just very cool to me.
I think I'm suddenly convinced to do a full Living Dex and Go.
I don't even know if that's possible.
When I'm gonna, oh, it's very, it's very frustrating.
Does that include like costumes for like Pikachu and things like that?
Oh gosh, if that includes costumes, I think I'm out. Like I'm already out of the running.
Wait, they just got simultaneous KO. What happens? Is that a draw? Can you have draws and Go?
Simultaneous knockout there. I'm curious how these trainers are going to adapt their strategy going into this.
Is that a draw?
As
You can have a draw in this game?
as close as it can get without a actual result.
I'm telling you, we see the end result, right? But the route that it took to get there, so many twists and turns, great lead situation there for Crescent Angels. Status Stand, though, really kind of manipulating his opponent, forcing him to play the way that he wants him to play. And I guess Crescent Angels trying to make the most of it, but just unable to do it. That was incredibly close because we know those counters are double super effective onto the Shadow Low and Sand Slash, whereas the Shadow Claw is super effective onto the Medicham. Somehow, Gabby, we got a simultaneous knockout when that should have easily belonged to the Medicham in that matchup.
All right, well, it looks like we're going to be kicking off this next game at a 0-0 score. We'll keep
Wow, it just doesn't count. Do over.
But going into this game too,
That's crazy.
Pokemon Go is wild.
This is a bold new frontier.
do you think that's something he's going to risk again going
I feel old for a lot of reasons, but this is becoming one of them.
It is.
The key word right there is risk.
I again, like with the start of Gen 9, I kind of picked Pokemon Go up, and I do use it pretty much every time I leave the house because I am trying to be in a good position where when they do raids and stuff, I can participate in them. This week's raids are Cresselia, and again, since you can transfer them to home, that's like very good because you can never have too many Cresselia if you're building teams for VGC. Having options is always nice. Though Cresselia is pretty static in terms of what you want to build, with the advent of like Terra Shards and everything like that, it's nice to not have to constantly like reset the Terra on your guy. Instead, if you could just have one that's like, this one's Terra Poison, this one's Terra Fairy, and you don't have to keep like burning shards to switch back and forth. That's very nice. So I'm trying to make sure I have like enough guys and resources that whenever they do raids that are like that, I can participate. Last month they were doing Regieleki and Regidrago, so I was able to get a couple extras of them, which is nice. Though I don't really see myself using either of them, it's good to have.
It looks like these
I pop in for community days and trying to get a shiny and all
Shinies,
that.
yeah.
And then any like extraneous thing, or if I just kind of feel the vibe to just check it out every so often I come in.
There is an event going on for Worlds right now where you can get a Pikachu with a funny little T-shirt.
Definitely.
So the costumes I feel weird about because
You
I
can't
don't
transfer
really
them?
play the Go, and I don't transfer them. So.
Are basically useless.
But you gotta play Go so you can get the Furfru outfits and then trade them on the Global Trade Center.
I have all the Furfro
Wow, all
stored
of them?
away in home now. Yeah. If only I could use them in a game. At this point is the issue. They're at home and now they can't go anywhere.
Well, if you brought them into a game, they'd expire, right? They'd like timeout and they'd reset.
Psycho boost into the Galarian stun.
Because the
I
costumes
have to
only, or the
wonder.
hairstyles only work for like a week, if memory serves, and then they grow out again.
Is almost going to punish
Yeah, but if you can bring them into home and the
well, they're
the
in stasis in
hairstyles-
home.
And this damage here.
Time isn't
Yeah, but
passing
then
in home.
To the yellow. Now it's
yeah, but then you could like
in terms of HP, it really
theoretically
another
send them
psycho boost here, and that's
back from the
exactly what
game
happens.
to home again with the hairstyle. I would think.
As long as it hasn't been a week, I guess.
before the rock slide was
I don't know.
Do the hairstyles go away and go?
Not in Go, but in normal Pokemon where Furfur is from, where the hairstyle thing was invented, it would only last a week, and then you'd have to take them to the stylist again in X and Y. So I'm assuming once you bring them into another game again, that will happen. But in Go, it's different. Go is a different beast.
I have to imagine it would change because there's also sorry to cut you off, but there was a sort of thing where it's like, Skyform Shaman would at night would shift back to man form, and they got rid of that. Like it's just always Skyform unless you put it in a no, not in a box. If it freezes, I think.
And we saw these
If it
Swampert
freezes?
be defeated by the Shadow
If it freezes was one of the conditions, yeah.
Oh.
Let me double check.
I didn't know
my
that.
information.
Cannon though, and now we have 2 Pokemon remaining there for Crescent Angels. A fully healthy Altaria that has not been revealed.
I want to say part of the day form, the day to night like going away is because of the fact that nowadays it's not like a 24-hour cycle anymore.
Unlike the previous Psycho boost, there have been no debuffs.
It reverts to its land form at night or if it's frozen. But
That's interesting if it's frozen.
Arceus has a specific thing going, and I don't think Shaman's in Scarlet Violet to
than Crescent Angels may have anticipated.
This is
have that interaction.
We'll get to an Ice Punch every 6 counters, right? 6, 6, and 5. The Altaria needs a lot of Dragon Breaths to gather energy for the Sky attacks. Gonna go for the first one right here. Great timing there by Crescent Angels to get
Something else that I think is interesting, worth noting here for Go, is that they're playing under the Great League, which is the lowest tier league that you can do in PvP, which is capping out your power at 1500 or below. In PvP and Go, I know they've got it as Great, Ultra, or Great. Yeah, it's Great, Ultra, and Master, which are like the tiers for maximum power for your guy. So it's interesting to me that the official format for competitive here is the lowest power level. Kind of like how you're level 50 in VGC, I guess, instead of level 100. It's weird, but you can see like their power levels are like as close to 1500 as you can get for all of their different guys. And since you don't really have any influence over stat growth for your guys when you catch them, you just have to catch a lot of guys and hope that you're able to level them up to that level, or like as close as possible. That's weird.
So much at stake in these battles.
Weird
Crescent
stuff.
Angels will go up 1-0.
So I'm seeing
Could win the set if he wins this next round.
Therapy mentions when you have Shaman in Floraro Gardens, you can use the City on it in item menu. It reverts when Shaman is boxed and can't be used at night, though the form no longer reverts at night when you send it into battle.
Well, I think an interesting question.
I assume it's referring to like you can't use the Gracidia item at night.
That would make sense.
But it doesn't revert when it's boxed either, because you can send it back and forth in Skyform to like home and stuff, and it needs to be in a box to do
He
that.
lets double super effective counter damage, but Crescent Angels did not give that to him, had the Altaria instead. So the team manipulation, the series as it develops, becomes more and more interesting.
There's been some real interesting
You're
what's the terms I would use
together an interesting
interactions with like legendary forms, other forms sort of things, because like we haven't been able to get
Skeletom being in the back, but is that something that you can count on happening a second time?
Hoopa was introduced in Gen 6, but I believe Gen 7 was when we were able to actually send Unbound Hoopa to Ink and therefore to home.
Well, because some of them are tied to holding a specific item, right? And they like transform mid-battle, like at the start of battle, and then you can't transfer hold items into to home. So
yeah, some are linked to items, some are linked to that. Hoopa specifically was it just needed to interact with the prison bottle. And there was just this period where it was like, oh, I don't have a Hoopa Unbound in my living decks because of Hoopa wasn't in Sword and Shield, and you can't go back to Pokemon Bank. So when it finally came back in Scarlet Violet, there was the potential option I was juggling of like, oh, okay, what about Pokemon Go? I've got a Hoopa in Pokemon Go. Can I get it unbound? But when Scarlet Violet came out, you just send a Hoopa, you go to the bartering shop, the auction house.
Yes. And you just get
you go to
the
the auction
full
house,
button,
you just get the prison bottle, and then it works.
Next game. Here we go.
I'm gonna keep watching Go until PGC is ready to go.
Crescent Angels.
At least it's motion. It's getting me engaged.
Yeah. I thought I had seen a timer on the VGC stuff for like 10 minutes.
They said 10 minutes. Yeah, I just looked back momentarily. It looks like they're Rarizo and I don't remember this commentator's name are talking. So I think we'll be back to the games pretty soon. But I'm not terribly interested in whatever they're saying. It's too late for me to be swept away by lore about like players and whatever. And they're definitely just filling time.
He just needs to rely on his defense from Deoxys to punish this Medicham and use its psychic typing to resist those counters.
Thunderbolt from the defense form Deoxys will not draw a shield from Statistan. That's a great call there.
Yeah, knowing when to burn a shield and when to just tank the hit is like a big deal in Go, because you only get 2 protects across like all your guys.
The big question is how much bulk is going to outlast the other one. Another Thunderbolt thrown from this defense form Deoxys. Looks like it could put some knockout pressure on this Medicham, but Statistan thinks he can hold on.
Absolutely. With these 2 Pokemon on the field, you want to match projectiles with your opponent. Does barely hang on and get to the Ice Punch as well. This isn't going to be enough to KO that defense from Deoxys, but Crescent Angel's mission was achieved. He was able to maintain switch advantage, KO the Medicham. In comes a Galarian Sunfist. It will get some energy here, and that's fine, but he's going to wait.
Why does everybody use Stunfisk? I need to know.
He does not want to debuff his counters in the meantime.
Yeah, those counters are really this Deoxys' best hope of dealing significant damage to that Stunfisk. Will get knocked out after using that charged attack, and now already such a big question for Crescent Angels. Does he think it's an Earthquake? Does he think it's a bait? He makes the correct call, shields the Earthquake, and now another swap revealing the Shadow Dragonite to face off against the Altaria.
Whoa, big dragon slap fight.
On the field here in Yokohama, look at the HP just dripping away from both of these Pokemon. We see the Dragon Claw get fired.
Dragonite looks so funny as a Shadow Pokemon. It's just Angie, but it's a big,
so much weaker, so much flimsier.
Big chunky boy.
Dragon will outlast the other. It looks
They're just doing a slap fight.
Sky attack.
Oh,
Did they do the XD Shadow Lugia in Go? Or?
Yes. Oh wait, do you mean is it like black? No. It's
yeah,
just like normal, where it's got like red eyes. But there is a Shadow Lugia.
The Swampert in the back of Crescent Angel's party. This Altaria will go as long as possible, trying to build up to the Moonblast. Is unable to throw the attack in time. Swampert coming out just now for an Earthquake with no shields remaining on the field for Crescent Angels.
Earthquake will connect. Swampert does barely hang on, looking for the Hydro Cannon any second here, but still 2 protect shields for Statistan. And Statistan looking to send a message, but the Hydro Cannon does get fired off.
Looking to send a message?
Finally,
it's about sending a message.
Statistan, but guess what, Gabby? We have a second Earthquake coming through. Statistan sending a message here in game number 2.
Sending a message.
Very smart play with that Shadow Dragonite, able to swap.
I don't understand what I just watched, but that's fine.
I like that I see they're doing field research at the same time.
Oh, like yeah, that's funny. Still nothing on the VGC front. All right.
I don't think the Shadow Dragonite is going to make an appearance. There are 2 Ice-type Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. It's such a risky play, but Statistan able to find an opening. And what an incredible opening that was. Changing that battle in his favor and bringing us to a game number 3.
We talk about the advantage.
Game number 4, because the first one was 0-0, right?
Switch advantage
Yeah.
and energy.
Wow,
advantage.
they're just blasting through these.
Manipulate the game and use each one of them to your advantage to win these matchups that are incredibly close. You don't always need.
Okay, so what I do understand about Go is that you do your basic attacks to build energy for your charged attack. It looks like you can have 2 charged attacks. I think you unlock a second slot if you pay like a lot of in-game resources, but that makes sense because these people are absolutely power users. So then, I believe when you switch out, your energy for your charged moves is preserved. So you'll want to be able to switch back in with a move ready to deploy, and then like I said, you can only block twice. So you want to try and draw out shields from your opponent as easily as possible. So having like one guy whose whole job is to charge up very, very fast and just put out 2 charged attacks to prompt shield usage, I guess could be a viable strategy. Other than that, I don't really know. And then just, I guess, being able to have a team of 6 like this is interesting.
I don't care about your Registeel. I don't care about your Shadow, Alolan Sandslash.
And there's definitely like
I'm bringing the dragon.
We were saying earlier, that reaction time, that like having a switch to just know like when.
As the world
Like gosh, you'd have to remember like when moves are. Is there team sheets for this?
I have no idea.
Like if there's team sheets and you see like, oh, okay, like the shadows or the Swampert has like sludge wave or whatever.
Yeah.
Like
I would imagine they
then,
might
like,
know what the moves are, but you have to have like the reflex memory to know like it takes this long to charge, and I want to swap out before it does. Because like once they click the button to use it, it's like you just sit there and either take the hit or you use your shield. You can't do anything after it's been used.
So maybe we'll just skip that note for a bit.
That's exactly
very weird.
You don't want to skip straight from mild, to hot, right? But we're going to see what happens. I want to call it an interesting.
And why does Status Sen have Hoot Hoot?
On in this series as well.
Or Noctowl, sorry.
The psychic against.
Why is Noctowl meta here? What does Noctowl bring to the table?
Right. We know that the Ice Punch is not only super effective, it's double super effective. That definitely would have been enough to KO the Altaria. That is a tendency that Status picked up on. He knew Crescent Angels would shield his Pokemon no matter what. He knew his Medicham was getting weak.
Because like Noctowl is a very average normal flying type in every game it's been in, to my knowledge.
To get that 10% chance of a defense drop on his opponent, knowing the protection will come up. The reason he did that is because he needed the Shadow Quagsire's Mud Bomb to KO the Altaria. Without the defense fall, it didn't happen, and we saw that actually play out. But Statisan realizes that, he recognizes that in these matchups, he doesn't always go for the obvious play. None of these trainers do. They are at a different level.
They're at a different level, you're so right.
It is, it's so, like,
on stage,
even though I can't parse half of what's happening with Go, it's very refreshing to just see, like,
another way to play
like
Pokemon, yeah.
Well, both the another way to play Pokemon, but it's just like there's the one legendary on these 2 teams of Deoxys, and then
oh, it's refreshing to see a team that's just like normal ass Pokemon, yeah.
Yeah, like
pardon my language.
Lantern or
Noctowl.
Well,
exciting,
I guess Registeel is also a legendary. I actually didn't see that one there, but like where we're sitting here saying like Stunfisk.
Stunfisk. I mean, Statisan has only like normal Pokemon. Crescent Angel is running Deoxys and Registeel, but it seems that is not.
Another word in my ear. It looks like we're heading into a rematch of that second game.
Wait,
Here's the
it
thing,
didn't count?
Pokemon Go is so incredibly fast. Like you said, the judges need to be really in tune with how the game is working. Any kind of half-second difference can make all the difference in these matchups. So I definitely think our judges got the call correct. I do think that we will, like you said, be heading to a rematch here. So Statistan,
Why?
Happy to get that win in our game 2, which technically
Why?
is the 3rd game that they played.
Why didn't it count? I need a full explanation. I could not tell you why it doesn't count. There's like the judges said it wasn't real.
Game number 2 between
Why?
We're gonna go to a game 5. Let's go. Game 5.
All of this while waiting for the next round in VGC.
Ready to rumble. Here we go. Lantern versus the Alolan.
Classic matchup that everybody's always talking about. Lantern into Alolan Sandshrew.
Understand that Lantern has not been seen yet, and does have an interesting matchup against this Shadow Alolan Sandslash, as it has to watch out for these drill runs, but can do neutral damage in return.
The neutral Surf here is going to do a lot of damage to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but like you said, Gabby, that's super effective drill run heading the other.
See, he just opted to tank it there, which is like an interesting decision, I guess.
I do fully anticipate for Sadistan to just keep going for the surf. Not going to shield up the first drill run, though. Going to rely on his Pokemon's bulk to withstand it, and it absolutely does. Going for the surf here.
Just barely hanging on.
I talk about in VGC also how knowing your calcs is like a huge deal. I don't know how you know your calcs in this game. Like, know that you can just like tank whatever move from. Because the stats are so opaque in this game, I feel like, where you just have like your you know, your power level, your single number that's like I am this strong. So like I don't know what tools are available that like would let you know that you will always live that or something like that.
Use that here, but Crescent Angels feels.
I guess it just comes down to like
just like with the Galarian Stunfisk
either going off of whether it's neutral or not, as well as just. I imagine these guys have to do like a lot of scrimmage matches.
That would make sense. I'm surely there is like a calculator just like there is for VGC, but like this is all just new to me, so I'm just like, how could they know anything? I don't know anything, so how could they know anything? Which is obviously wrong. But
on top of like learning the like the calculations, like I imagine they just have to play a huge amount in order to get that timing reaction down.
For sure.
Another Thunderbolt here from that defense form Deoxys. Will Sadistan shield it? It looks
like I see as well. It's like they're moving their fingers almost ahead of where these like energies are, just because.
Well, that's easy. That's muscle memory. That's just like no different than doing a fighting game combo.
Shadow Dragon into the Shadow Lone Sand Slash, but that's the difference, Gabby. 2 Protect Shields. You can Protect Shield up this double super effective Ice Punch. Try to Dragon Breath your way all the way through this Steel Ice type Pokemon and find the Swampert on the other side, but you need to use Protect Shield here. Statistan's going to be very relieved when he sees the 3rd Pokemon there for Crescent Angels.
Just like your Shadow Charizards of the world, Shadow Dragonite benefits from having 2 shields to protect it. We see the Deoxys come in and just in the nick of time gets a Psycho Boost.
Yeah, like that was down to reflex. Like this thing has no HP, but he was able to click the button fast enough.
So hold on for just a little bit longer, gets to a Dragon Claw, gets to almost 2
golly.
Claws before throwing that attack.
It takes about 10 seconds for the charge attack minigame to complete. The switch timer is not available for Sadistan. He wants to reach for the Lantern. He can't get to the Lantern. The Hydro Cannon is ready, and Crescent Angels.
Ooh, there it is.
Strike right here.
Just barely getting there in time. This Hydro Cannon will pick up the KO on the Shadow Dragonite. Lantern
and
now just
knocks him down.
Fast attack away from being knocked out.
So now Crescent Angels 2-0 because we didn't count the other one for some reason.
Of this World Championships tournament,
and still nothing on the VGC front.
Incredible play by trainers. Sadistan will fall to the losers bracket, but he's not out of the tournament yet. He will continue on and try to make the most of his moment here in Yokohama, Japan. Crescent Angels, meanwhile, everything we expected, right? Incredibly talented, very versatile with his approach. We didn't see any of the crazy 1 HP catches that we saw last year at the World Championships, but he has more games to play, so we might see them later.
I was going to say this might have just been a warm-up for both of these trainers, as it's still early on. This was only round 1. Our round of top 96, I believe, is how we had it on the graphic. And we're just going to be rolling on through these rounds as we progress through the tournament today. So a great way to kick things off. I definitely feel all awake and energized and good to go. And I'm so excited to see who our next matchup is.
All right, I'm all in on the Go train now.
You don't have as many
championships, because while you want to have the consistency that
this guy's username is Inadequence. That's crazy.
Having a shadow Pokemon to act as a closer or possibly even as a
and there's a Shadow Charizard that we've been talking about.
A closer.
And they've got Shadow Venusaur.
Commanding position to take in a battle.
It's a balancing act, right? You have to balance your bulk with your offensive firepower. And if you look at this team for Inadequence, Charizard, for example.
Now, it is interesting. When I was applying for becoming a Pokemon professor,
if you had your Shadow Charizard,
you can do it for TCG and VGC, but there was no option to do it for Go. So I wonder how these judges are sourced, because it's not through the same way, as far as I understand.
Fire types as well. It could be really interesting to see how these teams develop and how these lines, I guess, materialize. You can run ABB with the shared weakness in the back, or you can even run an ABA with a weakness in the front and the back to the same typing, and that gets a little bit tricky to navigate. It makes it very difficult to predict what your opponent's going to do next. We saw House Stark actually get volleyed by that at NAIC with ABA Steel, and he was not ready for it.
On the opposing side of the field, Kakuzatoho has, again, that Shadow
Still nothing.
Dragonite, which is really interesting to note. I think a lot of times when I see a spice pick at the World
Spice
Championships in
pick?
particular, I think it's like, you know, like you were just saying with the European region, you know, they all get together and they decide, hey, Shadow Venusaur, that's where it's at. We're all going to run it and we're all going to do our best. And I think that it's interesting that we've seen a Shadow Dragonite from Japan and then also a Shadow Dragonite from the previous round in the Netherlands as well.
Yes.
I think that could be an interesting, maybe almost foreshadowing of what we're going to see moving forwards. A lot of trainers seem to have this on their mind.
Yeah, I think Shadow Dragonite provides you something so unique because we typically think of Pokemon as either being charge attack based or fast attack based. Pokemon like Charm or Alola Ninetales apply so much pressure with the fast attacks, but
Oh, we're going to stage, it looks like.
they
Sorry,
need to
go.
let those charge attacks deal any meaningful
Don't care anymore.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting match.
I didn't even catch who this is.
Definitely some interesting things about the teams themselves. There's a lot of pretty standard Pokemon on the teams, but some of the move choices I think are really unique, and I'm really excited to see how that plays out. One of the moves, for example, Iron Hands, a Pokemon that is, I believe, number
Everybody loves
in this
the Iron
entire
Hands.
event, commonly has Assault Vest and Heavy
I see a Lilligant plush on the table, so I'm thinking this might be another Trick Room team
opt to remove that
with
useful
Torkoal.
Volt Switch to give you more
It's going to be crazy if I get to watch another
Pokemon
match
in
with
and out.
everybody as
Now, if the
Torkoal.
opponent doesn't have Flutter Mane, which, to be fair, is pretty rare looking at the usage stats. Well, you don't get punished for that. So some of these move choices that are different from the standard sets, I think are going to be really pivotal in this matchup.
Flutter Mane is, I believe, now at 472% usage, so it's one of those that's a little bit hard to dodge, but
472% usage.
Get there. We are, of course, seeing Abdullah on the left of your screen, and now we are looking at Mao. So both these trainers desperate to get that early, secure seat. Don't want to have to worry about it. Don't want to have to stress about it.
So yeah, if these players are both 4-0,
I think that being
if they win now, they're in top cut, and they just like don't have to worry about the last two rounds of the day,
can trip these teams up,
which is exciting for them.
Going to be big. So it looks like the players are getting ready. They're head on down into the game. You can see them laser focused as they go for team preview here. Just getting ready to see exactly what they've got.
Yeah, and I think the Urshifu here is going to be really interesting because Urshifu can actually go for a Terra Grass.
I want to see why don't they have a team preview overlay on stream right now? Why am I not allowed to also see the team sheet? I want to know. They're talking about Urshifu. They're talking about Iron Hands. I see a Lilligant on the table. Does one of these teams have a Lilligant? Because that would imply that they also have a Torkoal. Those Pokemon always go together because Torkoal sets up Sun, Lilligant doubles speed in Sun, and has a move that says whoever you target goes immediately after you. So you can make Torkoal go very fast.
With the Terra Grass, with Terra Blast, if you lock into that,
very common archetype.
The opposing Urshifu is at risk. So there's a lot of cool things that could happen in this match with the terrestrialization that I'm really excited to see.
There's something on Abdullah's team I need to talk about. It's something that keeps coming up in North America, something that keeps coming up in these regionals. It's going to be Pelipper.
Pelipper?
It's really, really impactful early.
Nobody has. Why is there a Lilligant on the table? Nobody has a Lilligant. Okay, but it is a rain team. Tom, did I lose you, by the way?
Was able to help out these
No, sorry, I'm.
In this case, it's clearly the most prominent water type.
I found some information about becoming a Pokemon professor specifically for Go.
Oh.
And I'm just kind of like reading about
That's
it.
fair. Deep in thought. Okay,
Yeah.
so Abdullah on the left here has a Pelipper team, like a rain-based team, which is interesting. I guess the thought is just make it very, very favorable to be Urshifu in the rain
With the ghost typing,
and hit very hard.
nasty plot up here and set itself up to sweep in this match.
This looks like it's information from 2022, maybe even this year. It's not. 11 months ago. Okay, yeah, so that would have been September last year.
Then the Golden Go is as
it just mentions like there's not a professor path for Go, so you can either do VGC or an organizer, and you probably like getting the experience there. You would be able to just kind of do some Go judging.
That's interesting to me because to me it seems like a completely different ball game. Like they're talking about how like it comes down to split seconds and things like that. Whereas in like VGC it's a very clear like did something go wrong? Yes, no. Like the game will alert you if there's a problem.
However, that Golden Go
StadiumGaming.gg, is that a resource people use?
No, I've never heard of it.
Okay, that's the page I found, but
serious damage coming out
It might be for Go. I don't know. Again, it's a completely different ball game.
Ball here to try and get big damage down. does know that that Urshifu is not holding something like a Focus Sash. It is going to be Mystic Water, so Urshifu forced into protecting to keep itself.
Yeah, this is like an article by someone who says like they were on staff for the World Championships in London.
Ooh, okay.
For Pokemon Go PvP.
Okay. That sounds like a very authoritative, definitive source.
It took it pretty well. There's of course confirmation on the Assault Vest for those of you at home, but it Volt switches away. What Abdullah decides to do with this Iron Hands could be big, just trying to catch some extra damage for free at this point.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be really interesting to see what comes in. If there's a Landorus in the back, that could potentially make a good switch in here, depending on how it's trained, if it's able to outspeed both the Golden Go and Iron Hands. However, the Golden Go does have an interesting Terra type, and because it's faster than the Urshifu, if it were to terrestrialize Urshifu, you know, it's slower, so it's not going to be able to take that knockout. So it'll be interesting to see what comes in from the back here.
Making sure you make this choice is going to be a big one for Mao. Has to be careful. I mean, the Iron Hands is gone. The Chien Pao coming in could, you know, helps out the Urshifu. It feels like a good choice here. But do you want to give up the Focus Sash for free?
No, there's something I kind of noticed when I was reading the rules way earlier, that the players connect to a union circle first.
Yes, that's correct.
Then they.
I don't really know why, but apparently that makes the connection less likely to flake out. It's all going back over network. Like, there is no true LAN in this generation, as far as I understand it. There's no like console to console communication in that regard, but for some reason that's like more stable. It's a lot more hoops to jump through. It takes a long time.
They need to bring back the Game Boy Advance wireless adapter.
Yeah.
On the other hand, he doesn't have heavy slime. He has Volt Switch.
Or just bring in link cables for the Switch.
Having that switch out opportunity
just USB-C to USB-C, plug them in, right?
And
why not?
Fluttermane actually coming and taking that on the Switch.
But don't forget, I mean, this is still a
maybe even headphone to headphone if you're feeling a little spicy.
That would be an interesting way to do it, but I think they've got headphone plugged in, so they need that jack for that. Although I guess also if this is being streamed, they're also docked, so you could just do like USB to USB.
Off the turn with the Fluttermane firing the Shadow Ball into that Golden Go, and that nasty plot boost has.
Well, I guess that's only for the stream though. For every other table,
off the field,
they wouldn't be docked.
As soon as it's tried.
Is it regulation to use
it's now a grass type.
this arena specifically, or
is it regular? There's no other.
To do a little bit of damage.
Oh, is there just no other stage?
Yeah.
Critical hits
that's correct. That's not true. There's like the beach one and there's the Elite Four. But no, there's not like a regulation. This is just the default.
Yeah, so
if you don't choose to change it.
I see.
They really downgraded the PvP in this gen. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's missing a lot of polish compared to previous generations.
So that's why with Abdullah, he's going to need to switch in something that exerts a lot of pressure.
I thought I had seen someone doing battle in
The local online only has the stage still. Oh god. You're able to network them together in Sword and Shield? Oh gosh, okay. I didn't realize LAN only had the stage. I thought that was just the default and nobody ever bothered to change it. That's
now going to have
sad.
A little bit more work. The Iron Hands comes back to the field for Mao as well. I really
that's because like honestly, like it'd be nice to have the
can protect from a fake out. It's at risk here. Fluttermane,
like the Pokemon League champion arena for like say the finals or something.
So it's gonna be
would be cool.
To see how this turn plays out.
Lots of things would be cool.
Both sides. If you ignore the Iron Hands, what is?
I'm just noticing that this Urshifu has Terra Blast. I don't know what Terra type it can become, but that's interesting.
In combination with the fake out.
I think the Urshifu on
I would think it's just Terra Water, and then I don't know why you wouldn't just use Surging Strikes.
Switch, but even look at that one. You can see that the Chien is in the back.
Must be a different Terra type.
Give up for free, so certainly some decisions to be made. The Fluttermane leaving the field is scared enough of that potential heavy slam coming through.
For this gen, you need a local network and 20 port switches.
I think this puts Mao in a great position. There's fake out the Urshifu. Let's see how much this Iron Hands can do.
Is a port switch like the new model? Do I need to upgrade my old switch?
I don't know what Ty means by a 20 port switch. Yeah, do you mean like a Ethernet switch? Like where you plug all your cables into? I'm not following. Sorry. I'm getting speepy. Yeah, the networking device. Yeah, like a Ethernet switch, which is a big old box. You have one thing connecting to the modem, and then a lot of things go into it. Yeah.
Remaining to navigate an endgame here.
I feel this is a bit of a tale of two playstyles.
I was making a funny joke about how the Nintendo.
Oh, were you actually
consoles
making a joke?
also-
I thought you genuinely didn't
Yeah,
know. I'm sorry.
because it's also a Switch.
Yes,
so-
that's fair. I wasn't sure if it was a joke or if you were actually asking for information here. I opted to try and be informational.
Damage done, but honestly, these surging strikes are underwhelming at best, not even threatening.
What do you mean you don't have like a whole bunch of energy at 1 a in the morning?
Yeah, it's
Iron Hands on a
1:15 here.
That one nicely.
I'm probably gonna tap after this round. I think is my guess. I'll call it there, and then finals will be tomorrow. I believe VGC finals for Masters starts around this hour, so it's gonna be a bit late. I'll definitely let you know, and I'll be vocal about it on other forums. But
yeah, very safe. There's
also all the finals happen sequentially tomorrow, and we get to see the juniors and seniors division finals tomorrow if we want to as well.
Up enough with that drain punch previously, and now there's so much threat. If you're Abdullah, you just can't switch out.
So that's exciting. If we start a little bit, huh?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say we can probably tune in earlier than right now if we want to catch the juniors and seniors, which sounds like a good time to me. But then I believe the order is go TCG, or no, it's TCG go.
Going into Flutter Main, using Iron Hands to take
No,
attack.
it is go TCG and then VGC. Is the order for finals on finals day tomorrow? It starts like the same time, but you go through everybody in sequence, as opposed to right now where everything's happening in parallel.
Way almost identical, right? They both
Tomorrow I have work. I get off about this time, so if this is about the time that like the Masters finals would be going on, then
okay,
I might be able to hop in for that. So
could be good.
Wild charge into it. Will get itself knocked out with the recoil, but to be honest, I'm not sure what Iron Hands can do to the side of this Amoongus. It's going to Drain Punch, get a little bit of health back, not a huge amount, just 19 there helping it out, but will activate the berry on the Amoongus, so that is going to be...
Now this is more what I expect from an Amoongus, is having a berry being very annoying and defensive. Ooh, super effective Pollen Puff because you teared grass, you fool.
Of course, it's a super effective hit thanks to that terrestrialization. That said, I mean, we're coming down to what is...
Looks like Mao's in a pretty good spot here. You've got Chen Pao at full HP, has Focus Sash, I assume, but this is also full HP Fluttermane, and like Hands is not long for this world.
Fluttermane should be able to just clean up this game. Iron Hands is just too low. It's not going to be able to take any kind of Dazzling Gleam coming out from the Fluttermane. And Chen Pao, obviously not a very bulky Pokemon. It can take a hit with the Sash here, but Mao just has too many Pokemon left. It's going to be really tough.
Yeah, I mean, Mao's down to his last two, right? It's Fluttermane Amoongus versus Iron Hands Chen Pao.
Interesting, Terra on the Amoongus.
Cause some problems, though, terrestrializing into the water type. If Abdullah could call this, it could be a very different turn, but of course, has to be careful with that very low health on Iron Hands. It's a Rage Powder, so that's keeping itself safe for this turn, and giving the Fluttermane plenty of time to try and clean up the game. There's Dazzling Gleam. There's
wow, big damage.
Gone, and Chen Pao left on a mere Focus Sash. There is just no way Chen Pao is going to be able to clutch this one.
So it's interesting that he went for Rage Powder on Amoongus instead of just like also a Pollen Puff to just chip that one last HP off. Since I don't think this Ice Spinner would one-shot Fluttermane anyway, but I guess it can't hurt.
Nothing can really go wrong
You
in
just
this game.
win the second turn instead of the first one. All right, game one in the books. Amoongus proving its worth, I suppose.
Good. So Mao Harada stepping one game closer to being one of our first players in Top Cut. I love that game. I think there was some really bold plays by both players, but Mao just... It felt in control, Ray.
Yeah, he felt in control the entire time. But I think there are some things that Abdullah gained from this last match. He learned a lot of important factors from how the teams interact. He learned that the opposing Iron Hands on Mao's side is faster. So like we saw in Game 1 when Abdullah went for the Fake Out plus Nasty Plot, if his Iron Hands would have been faster, I mean, that would have been a fantastic turn. But learning the speed of the two Iron Hands, I think, is big. Seeing that the Chen Pao was outsped by the Fluttermane, I think, could also be pretty important moving forward.
Well, my thought is this.
So what is the what is that Pelipper? What would that bring in?
So it summons rain, which is important, and I guess you just have Terra Water Urshifu, and then you just do a lot of damage in the rain. I don't know otherwise. It's also a Tailwind user,
in that one, but it's still
but it doesn't have priority Tailwind like Tornadoes does, so I don't know why specifically you'd want it here. Typically, you would pair Pelipper with like Bastion Legion or something with Swift Swim. That really benefits from that kind of thing.
early.
But here, I think it's just to boost the power of Rapid Strike Urshifu.
really wanted
That's the
to
only,
see.
or to like get rid of
maybe
Sun.
to also, yeah, to get rid of Sun because you have that Golden Go there.
Yeah, that makes sense. And like a lot of the Paradox Pokemon, like Fluttermane, benefit from the Sun. So just having a way to reset weather, even if it's not beneficial to you, it's like at least neutral. Is good sometimes.
But you didn't have anything bulky to switch into, so you just had to
Are all these
Urshifu there and just let it go down because
all these Iron Hands are probably using booster energy usually?
No, actually, I think often you'll see Assault Vest. Booster Energy is typically reserved for Fluttermane. Like that is a very common hold item on it. And Iron Hands will typically run something like Assault Vest. Or yeah, Booster Energy is not common on them. It happens, but it's not very common.
How often do we see like electric terrain coming out?
Never, literally never. I don't think I've ever seen it in any regional or game I've watched.
Gotcha.
Because almost nothing learns it, and the only thing that can set it by coming into the field is Pinch Urchin, which is just like not viable because it's Pinch Urchin. Welcome. Yeah, my bingo board looks like this. We're making progress.
And the Landorus Therian, and a complete pivot from the side of Abdullah, who has bought his Amoonguss, and he's got his Urshifu in the lead. It will get intimidated for its troubles, not that it really matters.
Oh, bring your board back down real fast.
Yeah. Do you think we got another one?
But needs to be careful. I like.
Yeah, I saw the bug. A bug renders a battle unable to
because
continue.
again, there's fake out pressure from the Iron.
Would we? Oh no, it wasn't a bug. I was just thinking of the Go battles that went on there, where it's just like
this is just
there was
VGC. This is not Go. So yeah.
Gotcha.
I think playing a little bit more defensive here, Abdullah might have to opt for a switch because there is just so much threat of damage and one-hit knockouts coming out from the side of Mao here.
There's actually a lot that Mao can do on this turn, particularly with his terrestrialization.
So we've got Amoonguss, we've got Iron Hands, Intimidated, with Landorus, okay. Goldengo, bold choice, because I would think we're going to target a ground move into that slot.
In this game, they
Maybe not.
a little bit in the previous ones. As that Landorus goes with the
target a flying move into that slot, all the same.
So trying to put down huge damage onto the side.
I guess in that sense, Goldengo will resist it, but we'll see.
Too, so was never actually worried about something like that, that Amoonguss on the field. The surging strikes are going to hit. With them not being super effective, they don't even bring.
If they do a Earth move, that's going to be very.
They're not going to though.
Like,
yeah. It's got.
It's neutral into Amoonguss, which is why I thought they might, because it's poison type and grass, so it's like super effective, not very effective, neutralizes. But they just go for the flying into Ursh, which makes way more sense.
Yeah, we see the value there of that Volt Switch. You get to react to see what your opponent does. Mao gets to see the.
And yeah, so that Volt Switch is what we'd call a slow pivot. You were asking about like when do the switches happen? It's with moves like that, it's whenever the move happens, and otherwise you like do it at the top of the turn. So what happens here is you wait until you're very slow because you're Iron Hands, and you use this attack move which lets you switch out, which lets you switch in a new guy before the turn is over, so they can act at the start of the next turn. But they're not, taking damage by just doing what we call like a naked switch or a raw switch or a hard switch, whatever you want to call it. Because that would be at the top of the turn, and they just eat a hit in that way.
Intentional swaps happen at top of turn.
Yep.
The damaging swaps and baton pass happen
whenever they
and then KO swaps happen at the end.
Yeah, and
that's correct. Yeah.
Landorus has safety goggles, so it can actually just ignore the Amoonguss.
They're all valued for different reasons about like basically who is vulnerable when you're doing this, and like at what point are they switched in. So, like the very slow Volt Switch is very good because Iron Hands is on the field the entire time to take damage, but then Fluttermane can come in at the very, very end and is free to act immediately in the start of the next turn. It's very useful. Whereas you might want a fast pivot for the opposite reason if you have something very frail and you'd rather have like Iron Hands take the hit for you. You'd want something like U-turn on Urshifu, and you switch into something much bulkier, things like that. Alright, they're Terra-ing the Amoonguss yet again.
Terra Water on the Amoonguss to take some of these attacks potentially a little bit better, in particular, Terra Blast. It will be Moon Blast though into the Amoonguss.
Big hit, but not that big.
A lot of damage. Golden Go goes for the nasty plot. Will it be afforded an opportunity to use it? I'm just not sure. There's Terra Blast.
Yeah, great play.
Terra Blast is probably going to knock out Amoonguss without triggering its berry.
Oh,
No!
Oh!
Does it not have berry?
Ray, and it's able to land a
Interesting.
score. I was worried he wasn't going to get to use this Golden Go.
Well,
Amoonguss,
that's a big deal.
Offensive terrestrialization has turned the tide of this game.
And now you can. He's got mental herb, so he can't be taunted. And now you can swap out Amoonguss and get a lot of that HP back.
So it's really not threatening here. And the Golden Go now finally, like you mentioned, Adam, it finally gets to take advantage of this nasty plot. Iron Hands could potentially switch in for Amoonguss, generating a little bit of healing and saving Amoonguss for later. You have fake out pressure as soon as you bring the Iron Hands in. This is now suddenly turning in Abdullah's favor. This is going to be a great finish.
That is one of the best uses of terrestrialization I've seen all weekend. He learned from Mao in game 1, and he's showing him how good it was in game number 2. Thanks for the idea, but I'm going to try it myself. That is huge from the Amoonguss.
Huge regenerator healing happening.
Generator.
Very powerful.
Last turn, Iron Hands comes in, as you said, to apply that potential fake out pressure. The Landorus not having it. The Landorus just protecting this turn, which could be great for that Iron Hands, as we're going to see what the Golden Go gets up to momentarily. Fluttermane, of course, unable to stick this one out as Golden Go makes it rain. Taking advantage of that nasty plot. This one is going to be an easy one over onto the side of the
boom.
So the fastest Pokemon on the field for Mao is gone. Its special attack
incredible.
Is still increased because of that earlier nasty plot.
Yeah, but here's what's interesting, because now Iron Hands gets a chance to come in. We know the fake out from Mao's Iron Hands is going to go before Abdullah's, and Landorus, depending on how this Golden Go is trained, is Stomping Tantrum potentially enough on the Golden Go now that terrestrialization has...
Yeah, Ray's talking about what I was talking about before, where it's like, cool, you've done that, but you don't really have a good answer for Lando, because Stomping Tantrum would just clear. Honestly, even Terra Blast is probably pretty strong, and Iron Hands is so slow that it can't really do anything useful here.
The only thing that can get caught by the fake out.
So we will see.
You're really relying on
Amoonguss of my own.
Though, as we see the Amoonguss on this turn, so that is going to try and cause some problems of its own. I think the Iron Hands actually on Abdullah's side is in a really good position right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Golden Go doesn't care about getting scored. It's totally immune to it. It's faster than the Landorus. I mean, Landorus, its safety goggles, not assault vest, and so Golden Go still at +1 special attack. Should be able to knock out Landorus from this range. Iron Hands also has fake out available. This is going to be really interesting to see how this turn plays out.
Yeah, this is a big call, but Abdullah's called it right. He looks real happy about that one.
Interesting.
Landorus leaves, scares that it's going to get caught.
Iron Hands in, protect in on Amoonguss. What was the call? Is he shooting a Shadow Ball into the...
Anyway, he was just going to land
I didn't catch it. He looked very pleased with himself, but why?
Let's see how impactful this becomes.
Oh, he's just going for another nasty plot. He knew he had a free turn because you got to protect in a switch. That's a huge read, actually.
Boosting up is so good in this format.
That was a nasty turn. I mean, this Golden Go is getting out of hand. It's just boosting.
And I don't think they have any way to stop Golden Go on the field right now. Iron Hands can't really touch him. Amoonguss definitely can't touch him. So you're just going to get a free +3 make it rain off, which is, pretty scary.
In a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this Amoonguss not feeling as safe as it was when it could terrestrialize to the water type. Honestly, the Iron Hands, isn't really able to shut down something like this Golden Go on its own. The Golden Go just needs to keep on trucking. It's not like you can just drain punch off it because of that ghost typing. I really love that nasty plot from Abdullah, just getting ready to try and sweep through the end of the game. And you can see that they're doubling up.
Doesn't get it.
Failed to double protect on Amoonguss. That is going to take a lot of damage this turn. Make it rain. Brings it so low. It's not enough for a clean knockout, but it's okay. It does.
Eats the pinch berry.
But I do believe
or it's a citrus berry, okay.
Help going into that slot. As you can see, Mao was very scared. There's the wild charge into the opposing Iron Hands. Not very effective, not much damage, and a little bit of recoil. But before the Amoonguss can cause any further problems,
squash him.
Slammed out of the game. We're now down to the last 2 for Mao here.
Yeah, Mao trying to call that Amoonguss switch in with the wild charge there rather than focus on the Golden Go, but the Golden Go being faster than both. I mean, this Golden Go...
I think you just continue to fire off make it rains here and you're all set.
Drops. He's got 2 nasty plots to make up for that, so it's still at such an insane...
Oh, Shadow Ball. That's also fine. I guess we're really not afraid of the Iron Hands in this case because it can't hit you. Heavy Slime's not going to do very much. Volt Switch is not going to do... Wild Charge is not going to do very much. Close Combat or Drain Punch literally won't connect.
add value for
So
Abdullah
you can just focus single target
absolutely
into
causing problems with that
Landorus. That makes
survival
sense.
earlier, and potentially setting up some end games, some new routes that he didn't have access to in game number 1 with that Chien Pao.
Yeah, the way Abdullah's piloted this game too has been incredible, and that Amoonguss survival was huge, but even just the adaptation to go for a more defensive style, utilizing the Golden Go much better than in game 1.
Oh yeah, I mean, 2 nasty plots, 2 knockout. I didn't get 2, but it contributed a lot more. Here comes Water Terror Amoonguss. Bit of regenerator health, looks a lot better than last time, as it's going to be a protect onto that Landorus, just not worried about it. Iron Hands not able to get anything really going, I think, unless it can land that wild charge. But there's the Shadow Ball into the protecting Landorus. It will wild charge. It's actually going after the Golden Go. Brings it pretty low, but not enough to really be threatening.
Yeah, I guess you want to just try to get rid of that damage as much as possible.
Itself at the end of this turn, and to be honest, with the Amoonguss on the field, I'm just not sure if he's going to be able to keep going after that Golden Go, which is exactly what this Iron Hand wants to do with these wild charges.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough because Golden Go is going to be faster, because the Amoonguss...
It is definitely cool to see Golden Go come back, though. Like, I don't know, it was very annoying in Regulation 1, and then power creep meant that it was no longer the strongest thing and the fastest thing in the world. But now it's, like, found its own niche as, like,
yeah, it's got
not quite a glass cannon. It's actually surprisingly durable, because it used to just be run as a glass cannon. But the ability is really what makes it, where you're like immune to all of these status moves, and your typing is quite favorable.
Is exposed. Amoonguss drawing attention to itself with the Rage Powder. It is a water type, so it might not appreciate what's coming from this Iron Hands, but the Landorus left wide open for the Shadow Ball to fell it, even after the nasty plot boost. Critical hit just to make sure
there we go.
That one. And it's now down to just the Iron Hands for Mao to see if he can clutch this one back. He will wild charge. The Amoonguss will take it thanks to the Rage Powder. The Amoonguss will get knocked out because it is now a water type, but it's still a massive Golden Go. And it's about to get partnered up with an Iron Hands.
Yeah, and the Iron Hands on Mao's side, it is a solid.
Iron Hands is not going to be able to do anything into Golden Go. Like, this is game. Does not have enough damage to deal with both of these.
Iron Hands can survive at this point.
Yeah.
It's a nice, tidy little end game for Abdullah to send us to game number 3 here. It's been a fantastic set so far.
All right, we're going to game 3.
Gonna keep on delivering. Mao throwing in the towel in this one.
It took a while to get to that conclusion, but yeah, just getting that third nasty plot off just really...
Because you're getting +2 stages of your special attack, and then you drop it 1 when you use Make It Rain. So you're coming out net positive every single time. Will we see a Pelipper, or is Pelipper only going to be brought to reset weather, do we think?
A lot less of a way to kind of switch.
I think it's just there for weather reset.
I'm inclined to agree. I think it's just like a fairly neutral weather. It's a Tailwind user. It has Wide Guard, I'm going to guess, or something like that. I'm sure it's got like some kind of other supporting moves, but it's most likely just in case of Torkoal, bring this, or in case of Obama Snow and you're fighting the guy who has the Snow Cloak Articuno, and you need to make it stop snowing it now. Yeah.
Yeah, but it looked so good for Mao at the start. He got
in case of is that a nice team? What?
Obama Snow?
Was able to fell it.
That was so cool to watch. That match made me very happy. I'm glad I wasn't playing it, but it was cool to watch.
Big sport turn. Abdullah absolutely loving that one. And there's the second nasty plot, meaning these Make It Rains were hurting. He took out the opposing Amoonguss that caused him so many problems and just kept on going with this Golden Go. I did critique. I didn't like Golden Go in game 1.
You know what? I'm willing to go out on a limb. The like 1% chance. Is that a Tyranitar? It's time to get rid of that Sandstorm.
Oh, I love Tyranitar. One of my favorite Pokemon. It carried my butt through Regulation A and B. His time in the spotlight is kind of over for now. I'm curious if he'll come back with anything coming down the pipe in DLC. His claim to fame was just being able to eat Moonblasts, even though it was super effective with the special defense boost from Sandstorm and from Assault Vest. Like, you had like almost 300 special defense if you had like any kind of investment, which is like very cool. But it's just, yeah. There's so many other ways to set weather now that like it's rough. Like, sure, you come in and you've got Sandstorm, but they have Tornadus and they use Rain Dance with priority, and it's like, well, you just can't keep up. Even if you switch back out and back in, they're just going to do that again. So it's
There's already
difficult.
a change that you can see though with the Amoonguss in the back there, ready for Abdullah to be able to try and cause problems with. This game could be so close.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because, again, there's a lot of fake-out pressure, and Golden Go does take some time to get going. This time, Abdullah is bringing it in as a lead, and so it is going to be more vulnerable. We'll see if he's able to support it.
Takes a bit of time to get Golden going.
You love the pop-off?
You could say.
Did I pop off? What do you mean? Also, welcome back, Finishka. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm probably going to tap after this round. There should be 2 more, and then they're going to do Top Cut tonight, and I just like don't have it in me to sit through all that, I don't think.
What's specifically is Top Cut?
What?
What is Top Cut?
So that is like when you get into your top, I don't know what the number is, 16 or 8 players, and then all of the matches in that are streamed. And with that, that's single elimination, where it's just like if you lose, you are done, you are out of the tournament.
Like quarterfinals
yeah,
stuff.
Yeah. But it's up to like top 16 or something like that. They call it Top Cut in Pokemon. It's the finals, yeah? Where if you lose now, you're out. There's no more Swiss rounds.
The Urshifu has taunt for the Amoonguss, but it really just cannot safely stay in here because the Iron Hands is threatening it with Wild Charge. Amoonguss even has a Leaf Storm to threaten it, and so you really are going to have to switch something in. If Landorus is in the back,
Iron Hands everywhere.
Not only the Intimidate for the Iron Hands, but also his safety goggles. And so I think if Mal did bring Landorus again, this would be a perfect time to get it in.
Yeah, I mean, the Landorus was in a tough position last game, though, and it's got to be revealed at this point. With the Protect from Urshifu, we're not getting switches, so we'll see how this one shakes out. There's the Volt switch. This could be...
most of the Paradox Pokemon that are Iron whatever are not Steel type. In fact, I don't think any of them are. You've got like Iron Valiant, who's Fighting Fairy, Iron Jugulus, that's Dark Flying, Iron Moth, which is Poison Fire, and there's Iron Treads, which is Steel Ground. That one is. But other than that, no, most of them are not Steel type. Thank you, Treads.
Yeah, the Amoonguss goes.
I forgot that Treads exists because you almost never see it.
So no.
And then good old Iron Hands, who is Fighting Electric, the same typing as Palmet, the Pikachu clone from this generation.
Maybe looking at a terrestrialization from the side of Abdullah. Needs a way around this Amoonguss, but it means...
And of course Iron Bundle, which is ice water, for whatever reason.
Getting the Amoonguss to
a nice cold glass of water. Iron Bundle.
It's going to be really interesting to see what Mal's last Pokemon is because...
Pretty interesting
hard
that
read here, covering its bases because...
Volcarona's got 2 Paradox Mons, but then they also, it's like... Here's Iron Valiant. It's
Gardevoir and Gallade.
It's non-binary. Yeah.
It is not. Yeah, exactly.
A lot this turn, but at least you're immune to the opposing Amoonguss by going for the.
What is the meme? It's like everybody thinks I'm hot, and that makes everyone gay.
Yeah, I mean, he's just hoping that the Urshifu stay. He needs to see anything but the Iron Hands in there, right? There is going to be the Terra Grass. So Rage Powder not going to be as big a factor. I mean, can't get put to sleep either, which is a potential play for Mao. There's going to be a Surging Strikes, and yeah, this is another great terrestrialization.
Ooh, Surging Strikes doing no damage.
Absolutely.
Love to see it.
To be honest with
and the Terra Grass makes you immune to Spore also, which is quite nice. Terra Grass is what I was running on my Iron Hands last regulation. I just think Grass is a very, very good type. However, Heavy Slam also does no damage, so that's fun. Not a very high impact turn.
Into the grass, but Amoonguss will Leaf Storm.
Whoa!
See you later, Urshifu. Yes,
I'm liking this offensive Amoonguss we've been seeing. Last round we had one that had Sludge Bomb and Leaf Storm, and this one we're just seeing the Leaf Storm. That's like a huge knockout, which is really funny to think about. We go from Amoonguss, Amoonguss, which is like, I will redirect Urshifu into me and make them take Rocky Helmet damage too. No, I no longer wish to merely do chip damage. I'm going on the offensive. Urshifu, I'm taking you out now. It's like very funny.
Well, no Landorus in this game. Another Flutter main coming to the fore, and now it's a grass type.
Heavy Slam.
This, Iron Hand's got to be feeling pretty good. It was getting threatened by that Spore, not worried about it anymore. It does have, of course, the Assault Vest on it, so it's not too...
I think this Iron Hands can just freely get the Heavy Slam into the Flutter main, because it can't be redirected, and it's going to be immune to Spore. I don't think a Moonblast knocks it out either, so I think it's in a pretty good spot.
Iron Hands is going to be a problem. I mean, the Terra Grass is huge defensively. You get to bypass any Rage Powder and Spores coming out from the opposing Amoonguss. It's so bulky. You can heal it back up with a Self-Pollen.
Yeah, so Vinishka, last round in round 4, there was a guy who had a Focus Sash on his Amoonguss, and it was purely offensive. It had Leaf Storm and Sludge Bomb, and it like really went off, which was very, very funny.
It will heavy slam that slot. That's still
Thank you, Kate.
insane amount of damage.
Gate, if you're just tuning in, I'm actually probably going to tap out soon because it's like 1:30 in the morning here. We're in round 5. There's 2 more rounds of Swiss, and then we do Top Cut. So I don't know how much more energy I have left in me. But thank you for stopping by.
Abdullah's got the upper hand because he did
Absolutely.
way more damage.
Yeah, you can look at the Iron Hands. It gained so much HP this
And yes,
thanks to that
Among
Pollen
Us.
Puff Heavy Slam. It's
Oh, nice,
really
cool.
Close here. Fluttermane maybe can take another one, but even if it can, I mean...
Yeah, Iron Hands is pretty much just going to live forever. Like, that's the thing.
Too much when supported by this Amoonguss. The fact that you have these two...
I'm inclined to agree,
Mouse,
but I...
which is just on the field, really not doing anything. These two grass types just don't care.
I've said that about a lot of the matches today, and then they turn around or become much closer than I think. But Abdullah has all 4 of his guys now, and Mao has lost Urshifu, who's like a huge damage dealer.
With something like that heavy slam, Chiempao
Interesting.
switches in for the Amoonguss.
We want to do more damage right now.
Those defenses. That is a shadow ball into the Chiempao. Wasn't Amoonguss. Doesn't care about that. Just brought down to half. This heavy slam with the sword.
Knocks out even if it's not super effective. That's incredible.
Fluttermane. Mao is now down to just Amoonguss and Iron Hand.
Yeah.
Not the most prominent.
I don't know as much about all this as you do, because I do all the just like single player content. So I'll say that I'm inclined to disagree. That way, whoever's wrong, Tom is right.
Okay.
4v2.
Okay.
Yeah, and Golden Ghost still.
About what? What are we disagreeing about?
Has got this. The
I forget at this point.
Nice. Yeah. See, I'm spacing pretty hard.
It was some sort of I think it was about the call of like what they're about to do.
It's just gonna be so.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Come back from this, especially with the Golden Go.
I think you're saying Abdullah has this in the bag, and I said I'm inclined to agree. But then if you're saying you're inclined to disagree, does that mean with yourself? And now we're just into like a cycle here.
We're in a little bit of a Tom feedback loop at this point, yeah.
I think so.
Abdullah has an Iron Hand.
And yeah, Fluttermane weighs nothing, so Heavy Slam is very, very strong onto it.
By, an additional 3 Pokemon that can do a lot more than this Amoonguss can.
Well, Chiempao's
This is
trying to
rough.
keep itself safe, just giving the Sword of Ruin ability.
But hey, if Mao loses here, he's not out of it. He still has 2 more rounds to collect his 5th win and make it to Top Cut. So,
damage in this one.
definitely not out. He's got a 4-0 record now, which is really, really good.
Absolute clinic hit.
And if Abdullah wins it here, conversely, he's in Top Cut immediately. So that's pretty cool.
Trying to maybe deceive his opponent, wait for a fake out to go into that one. It's just a wild charge from the opposing Iron Hands into that Protect. Just trying to knock it out before it can do anything. As a heavy slam from Iron Hands goes into Amoonguss, just about half. And a Pollen Puff, obviously going into that Protect of the Chiempao, just desperately trying to take out whatever is in that slot.
Oh, I just thought about this. I think part of the Union Circle of doing. Well, actually, no. You can
have you made a revelation?
I was thinking for a second, if you're doing Union Circle, then maybe you could manipulate it that it's always the stage, but I don't know if you get to pick a stage. And
No, as Ty was saying, for local multiplayer, it's always that stage, like you don't get a choice.
Yeah, so it doesn't even matter if it's Union Circle, huh?
That's incredible. That's a tap out when you still have 2 guys on the field. That's very uncommon. Usually they'll play it out for no real reason.
A performance.
Yeah, and what a
Oh, Abdullah's like
first World
feeling it.
Championship. I mean, to come this far, to qualify.
I would also probably cry if I made it this far, because now he's in Top Cut. Like that clinches it for him.
Between games 1 and then 2 and 3, he was able to come back from that.
I would also probably cry in his position.
Game, right? As a newer player, when you're on stage, if you get dealt.
Yeah, you can't pick the stages in tournaments. They're always Union Circle.
You might crumble under the pressure, but we saw Abdullah not at all. He adjusted phenomenally.
Yep, he's in Top Cut now, which means he makes top 16, I think, and is definitely in the running for the Grand Finals, which is incredible. He has a 5-0 record. There are 2 more rounds of Swiss left, but it means that he's got at least 5-2, which is all you need to make it into Top Cut.
I was like, oh, is this what's going to happen in game 2? Absolutely not. No, he decides to lean into the Amoonguss, and it was such a vital point of games 2 and 3.
And now I'm like, I'm running low on energy. I should probably like call it for the night.
It's an all-time great.
But then I'm like, I want to see what the team is for the next
next
group.
So much to be proud of, and honestly, maybe putting a target on his back in its very, very first year.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Oh, this is his first year competing. Wow. I'm always impressed when stuff like that happens. When newbies just like immediately take it.
Yeah, let's take a look at how this one shook out. We're way back in game number 1, if you can remember that far. This Golden Go got very little done. It did get a nasty plot up, but then it got shadow balled down Mao was making great trades in that one. The Urshifu taken out by the Wild Charge. And that game was a lot quicker, I think, just back and forth. But really, Abdullah giving up more. In game number 2, there was some mix-ups. We saw a lot of pressure from that Landorus, but it just wasn't enough against the...
Did he win a regional? I don't recall. I thought that was a different guy who won with like the Lilligant Torkoal. Is that what you're thinking of?
All over the other side and then able to...
I thought that was a different guy. I don't remember.
Game number 3. This was the big one. The Leaf Storm Among Us takes out the Urshifu. Mao just
Leaf
not
Storm
expecting
Among
that one.
Us.
We get 2 weird grass types, but Sword of Ruin messes with the numbers really, really badly here. We saw that there was a play of just trying to keep your grass type safe. Can't keep it safe when you just knock it out like that. And Abdullah, in his first year, making top cut at the World Championships in Yokohama.
Yeah, what an incredible performance we just saw. I mean, the adjustments between not only games 1 and 2, but then 2 and 3, he made an additional adjustment. Even though he won game 2, he realized there's still more adjusting that I can make to have an even better performance. And we saw the performance slowly got better. Lost game 1, won game 2 in a very close game, but then game 3, I mean, just cleaned up.
Game 3 was an absolute masterclass. I was impressed with 2, but I was more impressed with 3. We do need to hear from one of our first top cut players, though. Let's throw it down to the stage for an interview with...
After this winner's interview, I'll probably head on out.
Thank you, casters. Wow, Abdullah, you have made it into Top Cut. Can you give him a big...
My favorite competitor did not make it to day 2, unfortunately. So,
Tell us, Abdullah.
of people who are in right now, I actually don't know like any of them, so I can't say that I do.
You know, like I said it last time in Vancouver, but it literally means absolutely everything. I just
how far did he end up getting?
He went, I think, 4 and 3, so he was close to being able to make it to day 2.
To travel anywhere else, so you know,
not
it
quite.
builds up inside you that was that.
Oh, okay.
And now,
yeah, this guy won a regional earlier this season with the Torkoal, the Elegant Sun team.
Vancouver Championships, and I'm going to win the World Championships as well.
100% you deserve to be here. That's the fighting spirit we want to hear, and we will, of course, be rooting for you through the rest of the tournament. Let's dial it back to that amazing best-of-3 thriller that we just saw. I want to talk a little bit about Water Terror Among Us, because in Game 1, your opponent, Among Us, gave you a little bit of trouble. Can you talk us through how you approached that?
Among Us is just the best Pokemon in the format, like, objectively. So Game 1, the thing about the matchup is we have very similar teams. He has Landorus for flying coverage. I have Pelipper for flying coverage. The thing is, you need to... flying coverage is some of the only things that hit Among Us consistently. So I got a little bit, I got a little bit ahead of myself in Game 1, and I expected him to respect Among Us quite a lot, because in the matchup, it's very, very tedious, right? You have a couple Grass Terras, you have Landorus, he had Landorus for safety goggles. Other than that, everything just gets spored. So I expected him to respect the Among Us a lot more, right? And that was my bad.
You can really still hear the adrenaline going through him.
I want to go play fast. I'm going to catch him off guard. He ended up playing very, very well. He adjusted like to my team like very, very, very well. And so I couldn't find any momentum. I tried to catch it back with some wacky reads, but
wacky reads, zany reads.
I really just threw away by not bringing Among Us. But afterward, I feel like I pivoted around it very well. Water Terror is very, very tough on Among Us. So one thing most people have swapped over to is Terra Water on Iron Hands. Mine is still Terra Grass. I just love the Spore immunity. I feel like that was.
That's what I'm saying. Spore immunity is such a big deal.
I feel like my team just deals with Among Us very well, and these teams usually don't. This core it's very hard to deal with Among Us, especially because you need to tear the Landorus just to get any damage on it.
And you can hear what he's saying, which is something I've been echoing all weekend, where so much of the meta is learning how to dance around specifically Among Us.
Messed up by not bringing in Game 1.
It's absolutely meta-defining.
I'll never do that again.
So respect Among Us, that's the winning advice. I love to hear that. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap it up a little early here. Want to make sure you get nice and rested, but huge congratulations.
I gotta wrap early. Does that mean like round 6 is like ready to go immediately?
We're going to kick over to the lounge for a little bit of a chat with some familiar faces.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Wolfie's here.
My name is Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and I've got 3 wonderful friends with me, Yuki, Wolf, and Marcus. And
we're here to just talk a little bit about the tournament, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. First of all, did you guys catch
I have
that
to
last
wonder
match? 'Cause that
where
was insane.
the meta will stand
pretty
next year
incredible, and
after all
it's
the DLC
showing
and everything.
Yeah, so we've got one regional left on this format. After Worlds ends, at the beginning of September, there's the Pittsburgh Regional, which is the first and only regional in the next season that's still on this format. And we're going to have Regulation E, which I assume will just be everything we've got now plus all the DLC guys.
It's kind of hard to say there for me at least.
And that starts at the end of September. Like you were looking earlier, you said like, oh, this goes until September 30th.
Very high level
So we have one regional in that time box,
championships and
then
top cut.
everything else is
really good
going to
match.
be on a new
I wanna
format
ask you
that's yet
guys,
to be
because All
announced.
three of you competed in day one yesterday. Is the meta that you see in today's tournament similar to what you saw yesterday? Are there any big surprises? How does this tournament generally stack up to your expectations in terms of teams and what
Anyway,
you're using?
On
I guess I can
this
kick
note,
it
I
off.
think
So
I'm probably
I
gonna wrap it up.
we have a lot
If
more
time
about,
permits,
like,
maybe tomorrow before finals, I can watch some of the top cut matches. I'll definitely do the same thing where I like get the timestamps for the matches that we missed
It's getting a little bit more central.
and have them ready to go if we need to fill air. Though tomorrow should just be the finals for all three age divisions, so look forward to that. I will keep people abreast on social media as to when I'm going to get started. I don't quite know what time
I think today
off the top of my head right now that's going to get underway. I think it's going to be a fair bit later than I started today.
I totally agree. I think that day one and
More close to the
they're
time it is now than the time it was when I started, I think.
a little riskier because
But
it's
definitely, again, I'll just
winning the
keep people
tournament
posted on
starting day
social
one,
media.
make it through day one,
Keep your eyes out
day two,
for that.
and then get through all of top
And
cut. It's such
make
a
sure you're subscribed here. You get the
difficult
notifications
play
whenever I go live on
like,
whatever
do things that are
mobile device you have. And that's going to do it for me. Tom, do you have any
to the player
closing remarks that you want to make? Plugs for your own stuff?
still extraordinarily
Anything cool?
difficult, but there's
I
potential
think
rounds that you don't have
that Pokemon is fun.
That's a good opinion to have. I'm inclined to agree. That's why I'm here and why I've been trying to go over stuff here and cover these. Though I can definitely feel like my brain sputtering out. I definitely felt like I had more insight and like prediction skills yesterday and earlier today. But now that I've done this 2 days in a row, I'm just like kind of sitting here and watching with my eye off the gate most of the time.
I started to struggle like not just slipping into viewer mode as well as like it's starting to hit that late night thing here too. So
that said, I do want to try and do this again for like future regionals, which are on more American time typically. So my plan is for when there are regionals like that, I will probably just cover day 2, which is typically like what we're seeing here, but also the finals. They don't have like a standalone day for finals on regionals typically. So I think I will continue to try and do this, and I'll try and refine what I'm able to do here in terms of having guests on, in terms of providing more insight and having like stats and other things to pull up to fill time and things like that. So thank you, I guess, for being with me on this maiden voyage. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me that you were able to hop on with such short notice and dedicate so much time for helping me out with this project. I'm definitely looking forward to the future season in 2024. The DLC looks really, really good. I'm excited to see what new guys get added to the meta and so on and so forth. And
the DLC looks very good, and I'm very excited to hopefully have fun with it.
Me too. I hope it runs well. That's what I'll say about
that.
I
really hope it runs well.
That's what I'll say about that. But it's a lot of familiar faces that I'm eager to see. So with that, I will, I guess, kick it over.
The return of a lowland graveler.
Yeah, you can finally transfer them into a game. That's not Let's Go. That's exciting. Yeah. So I guess that's gonna do it for me tonight. I'm gonna go catch some Z's and then try and be a productive member of society for a little bit tomorrow. I'll catch you guys for finals and maybe watching the top cut matches that got us there. And until then, bonus era and good night.